What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was trained by the king of all heroes Gilgamesh. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author LegacyDr for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 2. Chapter 20. Crimson Spears. Dr. Garaki, this task seems a bit too much for just 2 people. Why did you insist on letting Master send you? Gurujiri asked as they walked through Louth exiting another antique shop. Guro, as of now everything will be in the down low unless we really need it. Master not only lost almost everything when All Might took down many of his organizations. He also lost many of his trusted lieutenants, so we don't have many manpower at hand that we can trust. I am sure you know of that. Says as he looks at Kurogiri, who gave him a puzzled look as why he is explaining everything he already know of. Master's funds are kept in a safe place in foreign banks, but a large sum of transactions would lead to searches, especially after last year's incident, so we only spend what is necessary. Definitely a no for mercenaries if they somehow caught wind that this spear can cause a grievous wound to Master. Then it may be dangerous to us, and we can't have that. Araki crosses another shop off his tablet. This is also a personal reason. I wish to study its elements and see if it's of use to us, you understand, Kuro? The misty man just gave him a nod as they continue on to their trip, not aware a blue-haired young man was listening in on their conversation in secret. All Might, the incident in Tokyo, so they're more than just a terrorist group and they're searching for a spear. Could it be? Then a sudden surge of headache began and Matu crouches over in pain and a motionless woman just stands at his side awaiting orders. Zauken Matu clutches his head as the pain resided. He doesn't know what was happening, but ever since that event months ago that gave him the knowledge of shadow servants, things changed. His other voice was gone, but in place it was this horrible headache which gets worse every summoning. Several of months ago Matu estate. Young master, welcome back, we're surprised to see you home so early. The housemaid said as Zauken dropped off his luggage and went straight to his family's hidden room. As soon as he arrived he went deep into research. The boy is a master of heroic spirits, servants, it's quite odd it's no Grail war, and no Grail is powering his servants. So could it be? Chaldea, that organization that's been forcefully shut down. Zauken sat in contemplation of his next step while his other self screamed. Enough, just let me out, we're home, right? You saw there is no way to summon servants, just let us be one. And. Shut up, I'll find a way to get a hold of the boy, it seems like that will be the only way to know how to summon servants. Sigh, maybe I can give it a try. Matu set up a summoning circle and closed his eyes and began his chants. After a few minutes nothing happened, Matu laughed at his misfortune and begins to leave. During this time he thought on ways to reach Izuku. He needed to know why he was able to reach where he was at a young age. Is he truly connected with Chaldea? Then how? Perhaps he can indeed turn Izuku hand into some sort of medium for his magecraft. As he begins to walk up the stairs, a sudden surge of mana burst from the circle and lunged at Matu. He fell onto the stairs. Something was erasing his other self. This Zauken was able to hear the painful screams of his other, and then he was met with silence. He got up and looked around confused, but he felt something unfamiliar to him. Something was gained and something was lost. When Matu finally got up the stairs and sat at the dinner table, he was met with a disapproving father, mother, and rest of the family and servants. His father found out what he has done and berated him for his actions. Their family has been on thin water for decades, and now their only child has caused them such trouble. Zauken just sat there, stared at them and ate his meal, even asked for refills. The man has given up on his goals for this family. Zauken originally wanted to help raise the family name, but if they can't see the bigger picture, then what's the point? His father, who was enraged, ran over to Zauken and grabbed him by his collar. Zauken, why? Why did you do this? Before it was just your attitude that was a slight problem, but now you kidnapped a boy, why? Before his father could finish, Zauken unconsciously put his hands on his father's face. Before he knew it, his father fell limp and a shadowy figure stood in a place. What? Zauken's thought was cut off by the screams of his family and servant of the house. He was already in trouble by the Mages Association, and he didn't want any more trouble as of now. After a few moments he was the only living person in the estate, as corpse lays on the floor and 8 shadowy figures stood over them. Back to present. Zauken Matu shakes his head at the memories and just sighed, not knowing with each summon something will be awakened. Clock tower. So it's okay to bring everyone? Izuku looked up from his luggage as he packed in another notebook. Yes, well Atlas, that's what Da Vinci and Kisher told me. Need a hand? Jean asked as she moved by Izuku's room with her bag. Huh? Oh, no, it's fine thanks Jean. Izuku answers and finished packing. Alright, let's go. Mordred yelled as she ran through the hallway with Fran following behind to the RV. Stay still, what are you, an eel? Ginki yells, while Kin laughs as he dodges her attack. Ahaha, are you running out of ideas, or dear Jinki, you're going to need more creativity than just jumping out of our closet. Damn you, moth. Gin dodges out of the way as she helps pick up Izuku's luggage, which he quickly refuses. It's okay, Gin, I got it. If you're sure about that, don't push yourself. You haven't been sleeping on schedule as Da Vinci, Kisher, Rin, and Luffy have been asking you to. And I think Atalanta said that if I or anyone catch you staying up late, she will be on watch for you over every night. Izuku gulped nervously. I will. Gin just gave Izuku a slight stare that says I don't believe it, but she quickly drops it. As they walked down the hallway, they saw Abigail and Atalanta, who already stuffed their luggages in the RV. Lee, Chiron, and Penthesilea followed suite. Nero somehow gotten Lee to agree to take a few photos for her before they head out. Shakespeare was already on the RV with Da Vinci, who was counting everyone that was here, and surprisingly Gorodolph is the driver of the RV. As everyone got on the RV, Kisher, Rin, and Luvia sent them off, with Rin checking the original tracking amulet on Izuku, seeing if it still worked. Which it did, and she breathed a sigh of relief that he won't be lost. Soon they head off to Ireland by heading to the ferry that will take them there first. Alright, everyone, please take a seat, we'll be starting soon. Gorodolph called out, oddly hyped. Perhaps it's because he'll be leaving the office for the first time in a long while. Chiron was reading about Ireland's myth as he suddenly remembered a servant that was once summoned in Chaldea. Chiron, what's that you're reading about? Izuku asked as he and Abigail ate a plate of apples. Chiron merely smiled and showed the two what it was. The page was talking about quite a few individuals, but a few interested Izuku. It was Kuchulin, Scathach, and the Spear Bolg. Are these two also servants? Izuku asked while Abigail looks at the name. I think so. It's been a while, Izuku, and back then Chaldea had a lot of servants too. So sometimes we don't run into one another or don't get acquainted with them. She answers as she eats another apple, and Chiron just nodding. It's as Abby has said, I have only brushed shoulders with them, or perhaps only had a small talk with them. After all, we were away either on missions, training, or just catching up with old acquaintances. Chiron quickly covers his mouth as he felt a sudden killing intent. See. Penthesilea was muttering something when Lee handed her some tea, while Nero, holding on to Jean, went over to talk to Penthesilea, hopefully to calm her down. The RV trembled a bit. Do you think she's going to be okay? Izuku asked Chiron and Abby in a hushed tone. I think so, Ms. Nero, and seemed to have the situation covered. Indeed, my apologies, I thought she has gotten better over time as she didn't burst out when seeing me or Asterios, but I digress. Also, Izuku, Chaldea was a huge facility. It's hard to say we met everyone. The only one to have that honor of meeting everyone would probably be your ancestors. Chiron smiled as he looked out the window. They are now boarding the ferry. As the RV finally parked, the 3 children ran out of the RV and they headed to the front of the ferry, in which Nero took a deep breath. Yumu, what a splendid day to head out to sea, even if it's for carrying vehicles. Wow, it is really a nice day. Usually it's very cloudy here in England. I'm glad it's cleared up. Izuku says while Abigail stares wide-eyed at another beautiful sight. Wow, I finally done it, Masters Fujimaru and Lady Mash, traveling around seeing things further than my village, thanks to your grandchild and my current master Izuku. Abigail closes her eyes and remembers the time she was summoned by Izuku. Memories of her previous summons slowly came back. Although not all were pleasant, she was glad some of them did. Her travels gave her chances to see many different things far beyond the simple village. Abby, you want to try some donuts brought along for the trip? Sure. I will graciously accept the donut as well, Yumu. Nero, Abby, and Izuku ate the donuts happily, as everyone also filed out for a simple stretch. Mordred and Jean joined in on eating the donuts, while Fran just stares off at the ocean. Da Vinci couldn't help but feel something is going to happen along this trip. Previous events aside, this will surely end different. Many of the combat experienced servants felt something was going to happen. Penthesilea, Atalanta, and Chiron took a simple nod of understanding. Dinky took out her dagger and inspected as Kin sat beside her, hand under his chin contemplating. Lee and the rest were no exception. Even if some of them haven't experienced the full trip, something felt off, really off. Louth County. Damn it, why is it finding a crimson spear so difficult? Araki yelled as he slammed his hands on the table, taking a swig of his whiskey. Please calm down, and please don't drink so much, it's only 5 p.m. I feel it's only to be expected, after all we're only chasing legends. I doubt we can find the real deal. The doctor downs another drink of his whiskey and gave Kurogiri a glare. It's been a few days of non-stop searching, just in the county alone. From antique shops to museums, even from local rumors, which just turns up to be imitation and fakes. Then what do you expect for us to return empty-handed? Kuro, I will have you know we have to find it. It's not only a danger to master, but think about all the good things it can bring us. It will make us rise in new heights if we were to. Araki now begins to speak in a whisper as he speaks, although drunk, he isn't that out of it that he would scream everything, and he felt safe as they spoke in Japanese. Kurogiri just played along, after all his front as a bartender gives him experiences to people who just complain, and he has to take care of a child who always just complains about games, so this is nothing. Alright, I understand doctor, but logistically, if the Crimson Spear really is the gay bulk it was from that blonde-haired man, wouldn't it be possible it's still with its owner? After all, in that battlefields no weapons were found, only the craters that showed something happened. Araki finished another cup and was now only playing with the ice cube. Then. That means it's worthless search then. I was hoping to at least even get some understanding from locals. But all we got were more info about its myths. As they packed up and begins to head back to their inn, a blue-haired man was there listening and decided to approach the two. Oh, by any chance you two are tourists? Kurogiri got into a stance while puts on his usual work smile. Why, yes young man, yes we are, how may I help you? Matu see the doctor was suspicious of him, so he decided to just give him what he wants. Oh, I'm sorry, my companion and I are also tourists, and since it seems like you two are fellow Japanese, I was wishing to lend a helping hand. You two are searching for the legendary spear that was passed down to Cuchulainn. Well, it's only a legend of Ireland, but you may have luck at Clechafermore, the final stand for Ku. There's a possibility the spear of legend is buried or was even left there. Matu still kept the smile and the doctor nods at his suggestion. Why thank you young man, we'll be sure to take a visit. But that Araki and Kurogiri left for the national park and Matu left smiling. If the schedule for the boys' trip isn't changed he should be here, and since he just has a knack of getting tied with trouble, he should meet up with those two. Hopefully I'll be able to make them owe me a favor. Kurogiri was suspicious of this odd man and asked the doctor about his concern. Should we believe the man so easily? He and his partners seemed off. Kuro. It's worth a try. The history of Ku did say his final stand was there, and recent archaeological finds of the location has found many little marks in piece of a battle. So there's a chance, it's better than searching more of these antique stores and small museums. Get the truck. They headed out to the truck, and the doctor pulled together his master's connections to head to the national park. Izuku and his companions arrived on Ireland at last. After a nice sea breeze ferry ride, he turns to see everyone quite serious besides Abigail. Eyes. Is something wrong? Vinci was the first to answer. It's nothing Izuku, it's just a hunch, but we feel something will be happen soon. Izuku contemplated on if they should head back, but he felt if they didn't head towards the trip situation may get worse. The meeting about Zauk and Matu left an odd feeling in Izuku, and seeing the shadow servants and how they were summoned made it feel worse. Although he was just 10, Izuku feels that they must take down this Matu, after all his regards to human life doesn't seem to be high. Izuku looks at Chiron's guide and points at the location to head to. Then let's go to Louth County, more precisely Clechafermore. I feel something ties us together. Cuchulainn and Scathach. Names of servants after all. I feel we should head there. Shakespeare raised a brow. Master Izuku. Is there a reason why you wish for this locations, besides servants? Well. From our track records Matu seems to only operate in Europe, so he must have came back to Europe after something happened in Japan after his first escape. Traveling between countries that aren't too far and not requiring planes seemed to be his current travel. Also, from some of the servants we summoned it seemed that having either a catalyst or the servant's homeland will be more likely summoned. We can't rule out that Matu won't be able to summon actual servants just yet. Vinci agrees along with all the servants, it's not out of the question, after all past experiences told them that Chaldea's summoning along with the Grail Wars aren't the only way of summoning. Chances also played a role as well. Very well Izuku. Borodulf listens and just agreed to it, after all what's the harm, they have many servants on their side, what could Matu do? Clechafermore, early morning. It was the second day after taking the young man's advice. The site was blocked off by a few individuals, some local high-ranking heroes and officials, archaeologists along with Kurogiri. Doctor, we have the site closed and blocked off. Well done, I'm sure Master will remember your loyalty and pay generously for your services. Now how goes the archaeological team's finding? Asked the hero. It's still the same currently, we're digging further before than any of the past dig. With some of the quirks like sonar radar we gathered, we have found several of locations where spears-like objects are located. So we are currently digging in those positions. Dust simply nods at the hero briefing as Kurogiri approaches and whispered. Doctor, should we even move so much funds to this excavation? Aren't we a bit tight on funds as well? You said we couldn't move funds around too much, and are they to be trusted? Not to worry, Master isn't the only one to accumulate many wealths over the years. I have as well, although it's nothing compared to his, it's enough to pay someone these individuals for their services. I also called Master, as currently we're using part of his accounts in Europe, so we should be fine. The old doctor takes a look at these heroes and smiled. And as for these heroes, they're indebted to Masters and I in some ways. So we have nothing to worry about. They're no lieutenants for Master, but they are very much loyal, just as long as we don't make them throw their lives away and pay them a little, it will be fine. Kurogiri thought for a moment, then asked. Could we not just task them this job earlier then? They are locals after all. The doctor slightly snorted. We could, but Master wasn't one for antiques, so they would have been suspicious of this sudden interest into Irish legends. Besides, they may be loyal, but there are few who is as loyal as you, him, and I to Master. The hours of digging reveal several artifacts, mostly rotted away from time and from a few inexperienced handling. Soon there were only a few spots left to dig up, possible locations. Outside of the blockade, around 4 p.m. Borodolf, what's wrong? Da Vinci asked, as she knows nothing was supposed to be scheduled in this landmark anytime soon. It's strange, they're saying that an important archaeological dig is currently going, but as you may know, nothing was told ahead of time, except for this one pop-up from a few hours ago. Da Vinci begins to look through it along with Shakespeare. Well, this is indeed strange. This notice was typed out abruptly, and it doesn't state anything of importance, besides a find. Shakespeare pointed out, and Da Vinci agrees, seeing this as off. Borodolf Park, somewhere hidden or close to a public parking. We may need to run some of our own searches. Within a few minutes they arrived at a nearby spot where Li and Jinki were chosen to infiltrate the site. While the other servants can also infiltrate the site, it was best not to, as their skills aren't meant for infiltration, and it's unknown if certain quirks can actually see through regular non-assassins class servants' concealed form, as it has yet to be tested. Be careful, you two. Izuku and Abby both said to Li and Jinki. Of course, young Master and Abby, please be at ease, this will be finished soon. Jinki nodded to Li's statement before launching her dagger at Kin, who simply created a mercury sword, deflecting it back to annoyed Jinki. Really, our dear Jinki, not even at a simple goodbye could deter you from taking our life. We are truly hurt. TCH, you damn. You just wait, it was my mission and one day I will succeed. Jinki coughed back with a smile, in which Kin smiled back too, only for Jinki to look more flared up. Penthesilea then thought to herself, was this how she and A act like, although she didn't notice that she actually said it out loud. Atalanta and Chiron, who heard this, could only nod quietly without her noticing. After a small goodbye and good luck, the two assassins, they concealed themselves and entered the site. Back at the site, 5 p.m. 6 p.m. Jinki, don't you find it odd? Li asked while following a few of the archaeologists. Indeed, some of these people seems to be inexperienced in their work, very rough at it too, and why are heroes here? Shouldn't this be given police officers or security to block off the areas, and those two seems off like they don't belong here. Jinki answers while pointing at the two. Indeed, I took a look at their files, or rather gathered what I could. They're searching for a spear. I am to assume it's the spear that belonged to Ku and Scathach. Jinki looks slightly puzzled. From what I can tell, they're not mages, no sign of mana, only quirks. What could mere humans want with that? It doesn't seem to be for historic matters, and after all this time, why now? She asked Li, who knew there is more to it than what meets the eye, so for now he'll just retreat with Jinki with what they know. Back with Izuku, 6:30 p.m. 8 p.m. That is indeed strange. No recent article from Ireland have ever talked about an intensive search for gay bold Jinki. Li, are you too sure about this? Da Vinci asked. Affirmative. Da Vinci. Also another thing, two individuals who don't belong in Heroes or the archaeological team were there. One individual was a misty figure, so I couldn't tell, but the other was definitely a man of Asian descent, more precisely Japanese, as the two were conversing in Japanese. Li told everyone, which got everyone wondering why. After a few more discussions, Jean asked if it were fine to stake out close by. Then having Li and Jinki keep watch of the site, if anything happens they'll go after them. While that poses some dangers, Chiron and Atalanta offer to keep watch from a distant too, promising Izuku that they won't aim to kill, rather they'll tone it down to just knocking them out if possible. Izuku didn't have any reasons to disagree, but asked that they should be more vigilant. After all, they all felt something off about this trip, so everyone should stay on guard to watch each other. Also because Matu, who always strikes randomly too. At the site, 11:45 p.m. It was late night at almost 12. Hey bossman, I think we found it. The brutish-looking man yelled out, wiping his sweat, while his shovel was still on top of a crimson spearhead. You fool, get your shovel off that artifact at once. Screams at the brutish man, who glares at him from annoyance, but quickly stopped by his colleagues who gestured at the heroes who were around. So he backed off without a second thought. Kurogiri, if you will. The man made from shadow and mist nodded at the command, and soon the spear disappeared into the cloudy dark mist and into the doctor's gloved hand. What a fine weapon, although I am no expert on history or weaponry, I can still tell this a beautiful craftsmanship. You there, lad, bring us one of the containers we have and bring it here. Kuro, bring over the transport truck. Good work everyone, you'll all be rewarded handsomely for your hard works now if you may all. Before could say anything, several muskets were shot at the directions of Lee and Jinki, who were still concealed. What was that? Screams in fear, as this wasn't anything he had planned. Soon the same blue-haired young man walked out of his hiding spot along with a shadow-like woman with muskets floating around her. Hello again, Dr. Zouken Matu, at your service. The mysterious young man snaps his fingers, and two other shadow figure appeared from nowhere and jumped to the location where the musket shot towards. My servants will handle some pest, why don't we have a chat? The doctor stares at him, there is definitely more to the young man than at first glances, and agrees to it. Lee and Jinki. That was a closest call. Jinki, are you well? Lee said in stance ready to fight the approaching figure, while Jinki looks at her dagger which was smoking from blocking the musket's shots. So this is the shadow servants, interesting, I am sure Atalanta and Chiron saw that, no. They probably did and are relaying to the others first, but one of them will support us from far. Lee launches towards the figure and lands a punch right in her stomach, but it didn't daze her. It seems that shadow servants don't react like regular servants nor people, but you feel more artificial. Lee ducks away from the blade that popped out of her arms. Just as she swings her blade around Lee, he delivers a series of punches towards her left arm joint which shattered. Ah, yes, I remember. You're Danzo, but you're just a pale imitation. The shadow Danzo jumps away, gaining distance from Lee, and looks at her broken arm. Now then, let's not play games and end this, shall we? Within an instant Lee shortened their distance. Jinki was currently fighting another assassin-class shadow servants. His identity wasn't that hard to find out, either, after all that bowl cut and being a dual kunai user. After a few seconds of blades meeting blades, Jinki jumps away. Yuma Kodoro, you have quite the skills and strength over me, as expected of you. But you should really cut your hair. But that Jinki ducks out of the way as Chiron and Atalanta launched arrows in her direction. The fake Kodoro tries to deflect them, but wasn't able to as the arrows gained speed. Two arrows lodged into both of his shoulders. This rendered his arms useless, but he ran towards Jinki with one kunai in his mouth. He slashed towards her, but missing his targets. Jinki locked eyes with him as she felt an impact into her left rib. The kunai was a feint, the knee was the true attack. As she was knocked back by the attack, Kodoro used her as a shield. He was making sure each attack that he lands would make Jinki stand front of him so that the archers won't shoot. Lee currently was also dodging one-bladed arm of Danzo. Since the loss of her left arm, she focused mainly on her right arm and her speed as it was boosted. Lee got a few nicks here and there but was still fine. He soon turned his gaze to Jinki, who doesn't seem to do so well. Well, Danzo, I am afraid our match shall be cut short. The Danzo didn't respond, thinking she has Lee where she wanted. She sliced towards him, only for her blades to be caught in Lee's fingers. She struggles to get it out, but it was snapped by Lee, who then grabs her arms and pulled on it. Her arm breaks loose. Danzo then tries to launch her rockets at Lee, but he was too close. Lee grabbed a hold of the cord that connected to Danzo's shoulders and swung her around. Jinki. As Lee yelled her name, Jinki smiles. She tosses her dagger which Kodoro deflected with his kunai in his mouth. He then lost his balance. Jinki used the time of his defense to use her legs to sweep him off his feet. Just as Kodoro's back almost touched the ground, Lee threw Danzo at him. The two collided with each other as they rolled on the ground. The two shadow servants struggled to get up and were quickly finished off by 2 shots of arrows. Lee approaches Jinki's dagger, picking it up and returning it to her. You alright? I'm fine, it just I didn't know Kodoro was so tough, sigh. But that Lee chuckled a bit. Well, both of your skill sets are different, so don't hang on it for too long. With a nod, the two returned to the RV. As the two archers kept their eyes on them, making sure the enemy archer doesn't try anything. In the truck. Well then. Matu exclaimed as he got in the truck with his emotionless assistant and last shadow servant. Something wrong, Matu? Asked as he finished loading the spear into the truck and getting into the passenger seat. Oh, it's nothing, well, my servants have been taken care of, that's all. Matu answered calmly and looks at his last shadow servants brought from Japan. You mean they've been killed? The doctor asked in surprise and Matu coldly answers. Well, no. They weren't alive in the first place. But this answer, Garaki got more interested in this man. He began to theorize what this boy's quirk was and how allowing him to come with them back to Japan may allow his master to gain a powerful quirk. Excuse me? What was your plan with these heroes and those fake archaeologists? Garaki, thinking nothing of it and wanting to gain this man trust, explained to him that the plan was to pin the blame onto the hired fakes. These fakes were somehow able to get their hands on falsified permits and documents for this archaeological dig. By doing so they ask heroes in place of security for roadblock to signify the importance. Once this is over then the fakes would leave and the heroes would claim that there been a mistake, thus they are in need to right their wrongs. By searching for the fake archaeologists and arresting them, that will be the cover stories. A smile grew on Matthew as he calls out to the hired helps. Hey you there big guy, come here for a second. The brutish man from earlier looked confused as he was called out. Come ride with us, we'll need some help, some extra muscles if you will, and we'll pay you extra. The sound of extra pay ringed well for this man and he got in the truck. That was the last time the crew ever saw him. Izuku's group. Lee. Jinki. Izuku ran towards the two servants as he saw Jinki was clearly in worse conditions. Lee gave them an explanation of what he's seen and heard and what just happened at the site. Da Vinci calls everyone back to the RV. She begins to gather all the servants. Everyone, as you know or rather have just heard, Matthew has appeared. This is more than just a falsified archaeological dig and they have found the spear. Then let's go get the spear back. Izuku declared, these heroes aren't the heroes he know of and isn't what he wanted to become, and Matthew is there with a spear that belongs to heroic spirits. This can't be good with whatever Matthew and the others are up to. Everyone nods to it, as Matthew won't cause any more harm if they can catch him now, and Gorodl honked the horn. Come on then, we can't catch them if we're just sitting here, let's go. As trucks speed out of the park, while the heroes still block the road, allowing the higher fakes team to leave in the opposite direction, passing Izuku's RV. The heroes who were with got ready. Hey you can't cross here. Shakespeare. Izuku calls out, with a nod Shakespeare activated his skill. Self-preservation, run off the road, avoid the heroes. Mordred, Fran, Penthesilea, and Chiron jump to the right side of the vehicle as soon as we run off the road, and I know all your vehicles are modified to a degree, this one is no different, correct? Gorodl smirked, well those servants all got in places. Hold on tight if you don't want to get hurt. But that the RV ran off the road tipping slightly and the servants called earlier leaned towards the right. Da Vinci took a look at all the current heroes while Shakespeare hid the license plates with pages. Da Vinci sent a list of the heroes and false archaeologists' descriptions and license plate to Kisher, letting Kisher bring them in for their possible crimes. As the heroes tried to catch up with their car they noticed all their car's wheels were slashed. Atalanta and Chiron puts away their bow as jobs well done. The RV speeds up behind the moving truck and panicked a bit. Matthew? Who are those people and why are they chasing after us? The young man sitting in the back just smiled as he grabs a hold of both the brutish man and his emotionless assistant. They both spazzed out before they died. And Kurogiri was in shock, they have killed before, but the young man did it so naturally, and what shocked them the most was the two looming shadow figures that appeared. WH. What are those? Asked in amazement as he thought more and more about what Matthew's quirk could be and how powerful it was. Doctor, to answer your question, those chasing behind us are possibly related to what happened to the events in Tokyo last year. I'll answer any questions later, but stay off the popular roads to keep things on the down low. Also, these are my shadow servants. In an instant the two shadow servants left the vehicle and Kurogiri, taking Matthew's advice, kept off any major roads. The shadow Nobunaga also followed the two other out. As the RV approaches, Gorodl spotted trouble and Shakespeare pulls Gorodl's head down as shot were fired. There was a hole on the seat where Gorodl's head would have been at. The RV swerved a little before stopping. Da Vinci pull Mordred to the front and switches Gorodl out. Alright Mordred, chase after that truck and everyone hold on. Everyone quickly sat down and held on as a grin formed on Mordred's face. Alright. Let's ride then. Mordred floored the RV towards the escaping truck. Dust and dirt were launched as they speed forward. Chapter 21. The Road to the Queen. Do you think your 3 pawns or servants as you call them will be enough? Nervously asked, after all these few days he spent here, the amount of money that was spent and all that was retrieved in the end was this supposed legendary spear and this mysterious man. No, I don't think so. But they'll be enough to stall, or they can take out the weakest link, such as their summoner or that man that originally drove the RV. Matthew thought back to the 2 shadow servants and smiled. But we do have home advantages with these 2. That and if you're willing to assist, Kurogiri. But that Kurogiri eyed the doctor wondering what he should do. After all, he doesn't know this young man, so trust isn't built, and should they lay out their cards to this stranger? Although Kurogiri used his quirk earlier, it was only slightly, for all anyone know it's a short transport quirk, not a warp gate. Just sighed and gave Kurogiri the go-ahead. Fine, how would you like me to assist, and I do hope you know how to drive, after all I will be joining this conflict. Matthew smiled. It's nothing much really, I want you to try and help my servant around here and there, after all I don't think you can keep up with either side, so assist where you can. With a nod, Kurogiri disappeared as Matthew jumps to the front, taking over the wheels. Now doctor, I do hope you have ways we can leave this country, I've already put out my share. Damn it. Mordred yells as she begins swirl around the road. That archer is annoying, and she has multiple musket too, no need to reload I guess. Chiron. Atalanta, can you two take care of her? Before Atalanta and Chiron were able to pull out their bow, something massive collided with their RV in an instant. This crash caused Mordred to fight the steering in order to keep the RV from turning over and into the field. As she glanced over, she saw a looming figure standing on top of both Chiron and Atalanta, crushing them under its weight, and Da Vinci held up against the wall with its left hand. The tail came towards Mordred but was blocked by Nero. Mordred was about to assist when Da Vinci told her to not. Mordred. No, it's what they want, don't worry about us, we have more than enough people to take care of this one. But that she continues to chase after the truck when she felt the whole RV rumble once more. The rumble was caused by Penthesilea and Fran, who came right up to the Shadow Servant and both uppercutting him through the ceiling of the RV. But that the two berserkers were on the roof facing off their opponent, who were later joined by their two assassins and the two archers. Nero stood guard to help protect Mordred as the driver just in case another incoming attack. During this chaos, Lee and Jinki ushered Izuku and Gorodolf into the bedroom where Kin, Jean, and Abigail will be left to protect them. Shakespeare is there as well since he was at a physical disadvantage compared to the rest of the servants. As the clash began to shake the RV once again, Izuku looked up through the hole on the roof to see the large demonic dinosaur-looking figure fighting his companions. Da Vinci was regaining her footing when she noticed Izuku was trying to ask for something, so she rushed over. Da Vinci. Is that one a native servant? But that question Da Vinci glanced at the figure sizing it up. Yes. He is an altar servant Kuchulin. He would have been the owner of that spear. Izuku nodded. I think we should split up our group, it's as you said Da Vinci, this is a distraction, right? Indeed, Izuku, do you have something in mind? Izuku thought for a while then nodded once again. Call back Atalanta, Chiron, Lee and Jinki from the roof, have them along with Nero to pursue the truck to get back the spear. Emperor Kin and Jean will assist Penthesilea and Fran from now on. Da Vinci smiled at Izuku's plan to use the fastest servants to reach the enemy, while also not forgetting to add an additional backup. Understood, but remember to stay out of the fight, and when things get rough, have Shakespeare and Abigail help get yourself and Gordy off the RV. Mordred would follow along soon if worst scenario comes to play. Izuku gave Da Vinci a smile before answering. Of course. Kin and Jean walks forward. A nice stretch would be nice after all, we have been sitting back for quite some time, haven't we? Indeed, but master, worry not, we'll do our best to support them and win this, so let yourself be at ease. But that the two jumped out of the hole of the RV and onto the roof, their Da Vinci relayed orders. Atalanta and Chiron jumps off and sped past the RV towards the truck in the distance. They were followed by Jinki, Lee, and Nero. Matu looks in the mirror to see the servants following along. TSK, they recovered. Either they took down the Shadow Servant or they split up, either way this is bad. Garaki, you said Kurigiri can teleport or rather warp us away, right? Why doesn't he do that now? Garaki was slightly ticked off that this young man now stopped using his title to address him, but he quickly got over it. Matu, Kurigiri quirk is a lot more complex than you imagine. While he technically can take us anywhere, he needs a clear image, and if it's anywhere too far he'll need coordinates. Not only that we wish to keep his quirk a secret, if too many people find out it will possibly lead to us garnering too much attention. But the pause, he looks out the window. And with our current conditions, if he were to use it, we may land somewhere we don't want to be, or worst be cut into piece because of a sudden interference. Kurigiri is a valuable asset to our goals, so I would like it if he wasn't harmed or taken. Matu sighed as he continues to floor it down the country road, hopefully losing them soon. And I hope he knows how to fight like hell then. The Shadow Nobu continues to shoot at the approaching servants. Chiron and Atalanta return their fire with arrows as they maneuver around the road. Lee, Jinki, and Nero ran under the line of fire and onto the door of the transport. The two archers made sure their shots would collide to allow their comrades to get the spear and stop the truck without killing the passengers and driver. As Nero quickly slashed open the door, a large fireball was blasted into her face. Luckily she sliced it apart before any damage was done. Lee and Jinki barely dodged it. Lee had one hand burned, while Jinki had to tap out. Both her legs were severely burnt. That and her previous injuries from the earlier fight. Chiron saw this and calls out to Atalanta. Atalanta, you keep your eyes on Nobu, I'll get Jinki out of here first. But that Chiron left and grabbed Jinki back to the RV. Nero and Lee were blasted back by a series of fireball and musket balls. Atalanta followed her companions to keep distance. Well, she can handle at least one opponent, but it's troublesome too to fight opponent who can outnumber her own projectiles, especially when it's 2-1. Just as she tried to leap further away, a misty portal opens up and she dodged out of the way as her instincts told her to do so. As soon as she moves out of its way, it disappeared. What was that? Mordred was still trying to maintain a good speed and balance as she tries to pursue the truck. Damn it, the crash definitely broken something. I can't drive any faster, and this constant fighting on top is really making this thing hard to drive. Another clash shakes the RV as Penthesilea and Fran both pushed their weights into their attacks, trying to crush Ku. As this happens, Kin and Jean using this moment of opening to strike with their swords towards the foe's open abdomen. Ku, seeing this, used his tail to grab hold of Fran and tossed her towards Jean, who quickly dropped her sword to avoid hurting Fran. In return, the two collided and were thrown off the RV, but were quickly caught by Abigail, who summoned some tentacles to create a path back to the roof for the two. Back with Ku, he tried to do the same with Penthesilea, but was quickly sliced by her blade as she jumps back. Kin still continues his approach, and he was met with a quick swing of the spear, almost slicing through his arm. Jean and Fran rejoin them on the rooftop and stares off at their opponent. Well, this indeed is tough. His speed and strength are not to be messed with. Jean commented as she checked on Kin. Ha! Indeed, remind us of our time when we went to fight in defense for our kingdom and one was lucky enough to wound us. But no matter, this will be another obstacle to overcome. Kin answered as he stood up, forming more mercury swords and eyeing Ku closely. Penthesilea and Fran looks at one another and nodded. Be ready, Fran. Once I give the signal, we will do it. Fran gives a slight groan and begins to slowly step forward. Mordred continues to drive when she noticed Chiron running back with Jinki riding behind him, thus she opens the door letting the two in. What happened? Chiron places Jinki down and take a look at the ensuing fight above before answering. There was an additional shadow servant hiding within the transport. A caster type to be exact. Do you all need assistant here? But that Da Vinci came over and shakes her head. No, I think we're fine for now. Chiron, it's best for you to hurry up and catch up with the transport. I'm sure they're having a tough time as well, and now missing two fighters isn't the best, so go. Chiron agrees and wished them luck as he runs back in full speed to catch up to the truck. The RV violently shakes once more as Penthesilea and Fran was finally able to knock Ku off the RV. Izuku and Abigail cheered at the sight of the enemy falling off, but Izuku felt something was off and pulled Gorodolph and Abigail onto the floor, while yelling for Shakespeare to fall onto the floor as well. Just then a spear jabbed through the wall and claw marks appear slowly as well, leading back onto the rooftop. Jean looks down at the Ku who was coming up from his fall. I knew it wasn't this easy. Indeed, life isn't easy, that's for sure. Kin answers as he readied his sword, but saw Jean ready herself. We will assume you can handle him. Jean doesn't look away, but slowly give him a nod and yells. Penthesilea. Fran. Be ready. And Kin, keep your aim on Ku just in case. Jean holds out her hand. God's resolution. I command you to halt. Suddenly Ku's climb was halted where he were. Using this moment, Fran raised her weapon alongside with Penthesilea and swung directly into the chest of the shadow Ku. Grog. They both screamed. With that, Ku flew off the RV. Izuku saw what happened through the open window. But Izuku noticed something. It seems the Ku was regaining control from his paralysis as his fingers begins to twitch. Abby, give him the extra push. Abigail looks out the windows and nodded as she summons the tentacles out. Ha! But that Ku was launched off the road and into the tree. Abigail and Izuku gave each other a thumbs up until they noticed Gorodolph just sitting there staring. Sorry about your RV. The two said to the man. Oh. It's nothing, should have gotten something more sturdier than a modified RV, but this experience is quite something. I wonder if insurance will cover this. Oh well, at least it was better than rotting away in the garage. That's the spirit. Shakespeare yells from the other side, and in rushed Da Vinci. Is everyone alright in here? How about everyone up there? Could be better, but we'll manage. Fine. Been through worst. We're okay. Were the replies she got, and she nods as servants from the roof hopped back in. Izuku and everyone that was in the back met up with the other. That's when he saw Jinki's conditions. Jinki. I'm sorry because I made you go, you got. Izuku was about to continue when Jinki raised a finger and smiled at Izuku. Master, it's alright. It was my duty to serve, and what happened already passed. So don't worry about it. Izuku wanted to argue about his poor choices, but that's when Da Vinci ruffled his hair. Don't worry, Izuku, things like this happens a lot, and as long as we have records of the servant and our saint, graphs are still in good condition, we'll manage to come back again and again. Da Vinci then looks at Jinki and smile. Rest up now, Jinki, you need it. Mordred, what's our current situation? Not good, although Gorodolph modified the ride, all that maneuvering has already begun to eat away at the RV's parts, and not to mention Berserker's crash into us and that intensive fight on the roof. But that Mordred stares at the dashboard. This speed we're at is as fast as we can go. Vinci thinks to herself the current conditions, the Shadow Coup was only knocked back so he can race back in an instance, after all he is quite durable. So they can't send anyone to assist the others up front, one leave, and there may be an issue as there are 2 people to protect and Coup being a native servant is greatly boosted in abilities even for a fake. So the current best choice is to hope Chiron and everyone can be enough to handle the enemies. As they try and catch up. The truck. I have to say Matthew. These servants of yours are quite capable. They aren't enough, after all once our opponents are able to take down one, they'll just be able to overrun us. The reason why we aren't dead yet is so they can refrain from killing us, I would say thanks to the society ideals of heroes and villains. Matthew looks back into the mirror to see a glimpse of the fight. Shadow Nobu was being pushed back now as Chiron rejoins the fight, the 2 archers were able to push back the many muskets Nobu had. As Nobu tried to pull more out, she was met with a fist that punched her right on the left side, launching her off the truck. It was Lee, after he was burned slightly by the shadow caster, he avoided the back door and jumped onto the roof of the truck, hiding his presence until it was time. After Nobu fell off the truck she tried to float back, but a few shots of arrows from Chiron and Atalanta came flying towards her. Just as she was about to be finished off the same portal appeared and moved her back onto the truck, she was still shot as arrows pierced her legs because the portal didn't come fast enough. This surprised the servants. What was that? The teleportation magic. NBI felt nothing. But the thoughts were cut off as Lee rushed forward to strike Nobu, he would have landed another hit if it wasn't for a larger blast of fire that cut his path from Nobu. It was Shadow Caster Ku from within the truck and he aimed at Lee once more, just as Caster Ku raised his staff his arm was sliced off. Don't forget about me so easily, Yumu. Caster Ku tries to batter away, but his strength was no match for Nero, as she easily knocked him back into the wall. She was about to approach Ku and finish the job when the portal appeared once more, so she jumped out of its way. Just what is that? Is that a person? Nero looks behind the portal and noticed a pair of golden eyes, she would have finished Ku off, but with this inconvenience, it made it a bit more tricky to pull off. Nero jumps out of the transport and ran besides Atalanta and Chiron. Hey, Atalanta remembers that portal from earlier I found the source it's from a person's quirk. We can finish him off. But knowing the society and master, I feel it's best to incapacitate him don't you think? Yes that would be the best choice. Chiron. Aim for the wheels we're stopping this chase soon, Nero go assist Lee, well he can no doubt handle Archer, he'll have trouble with Caster so go on. Nero hops onto the truck to assist Lee with Caster while he finishes off Archer, and Atalanta and Chiron aimed for their individual sets of wheels. The arrows lands causing the whole truck to sway, making Shadow Nobu and Ku to lose a bit of their footing, but taking this moment both Lee and Nero moved at an astounding speed. Lee grabs a hold of all the muskets surrounding Nobu and toss it aside as he starts landing a series of punches and kick into Nobu's torso. After what seemed like a minute he delivers one final kick into Nobu's temple and jumps off the truck that losing control. Simultaneously Nero within the transport ducks under a series of Ku's fireball and the portal that was appearing around her. Due to the unstable drive Kurogiri had a hard time aiming exactly at Nero and thus leading to Ku being slashed open in front of him. Kurogiri retreated back into the front seats as he noticed he had no chance. Nero tried to chase, but didn't know where he went, thus she leapt out of the transport. The truck soon came to a screeching halt as the servants begins to surround it and soon the RV caught up. Oh, the fun's over. Mordred said in a depressed tone that's until Da Vinci came up to her. Stay alert we were focused on chasing them down that there is still a possibility that Matthew or the others may still have something up their sleeves. Da Vinci looked back checking when Izuku came up and asked her a question. Da Vinci are you also worried about the shadow servant that fell off? She gave him a quick nod before continuing. Yes, we didn't have time to give chase and finish him off and if we did try to continue fighting, the RV may not have survived, after all this isn't the shadow border. Izuku agreed to that and looks out of what left of the windshield to see what will happen next. In the truck. I'm terribly sorry, with my quirk I don't think I can handle them all. Not even one of them, they're very alert with their surroundings and with their speeds, I doubt I can finish anyone before they get to me. Kurogiri says as they assess the situation. Wah. What are we going to do? Matthew. You. I believed in you and now this. Relax. I've got this, but Garaki we're abandoning the spear if we're gonna get out of this and make sure to set up a coordinate so we can escape. This declaration ticked Garaki off to no end, but what choice did he have? No to mention Kurogiri and himself were valuable asset to their master. Fine but I hope you know what you are doing. There was a long silence before the door opens and the blue-haired man walked out. Hello servants or rather heroes of humanity. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Matu looked around for Izuku and smiled when he saw the bushy green hair boy. And what a coincidence to see you again, Izuku. Midoriya, how is life in the university? Quite pleasant, is it not? Izuku didn't say anything, possibly from the slight fear of his previous experience, but he didn't have to say anything as Mordred ushered him back to Abigail and Da Vinci stepped forward. Zouken Matu, you're under a lot of trouble from several criminal charges, kidnapping and multiple counts of murders. Not only will the association be involved, but the official as well. Come quietly, and we'll make sure your sentence won't be as boring as you imagine, and that goes for your associates as well. Matu played a thinking poses before just smugly answering back. But isn't what Izuku doing highly against what the official have agreed to not do? I feel he would, or rather should be, under the same boat as I know. He is a criminal, that's what he is, like I am. The servants that surrounded Matu all got serious as Matu continues to talk about Izuku. Young man, I would mind your tongue. Talk ill or even comparing young master to the likes of you is an insult. Yumu, Lee is right, you're nothing like Izuku, and he's nothing like you. Nero backed Lee up. Don't you compare that boy to you, he has a heart unlike what you did to your family, all for the sake of your selfish desire. Atalanta says as she readies her bow. But that Matu laughs. Haha, so? Isn't your sweet master the same as I? He want to be someone great, and you all will just be his tools that's at his disposal. Hahaha. Tyrant stepped forward, while the rest of the servants behind him and in the RV waited for Chiron to teach this man a lesson he won't forget. As Chiron closed in, he noticed a smirk on Matu's face. As Gay Bolt dropped between them, he jumps back. What's wrong? The great Chiron, mentor of heroes, scared of a little spear. Well, it's been fun, but I'll see you all real soon. As Matu finished his words, the misty portal covered him. Chiron tried to grab him out, only for the Shadow Berserker Kuda jumped in between them. The Shadow servants dropped his imitation weapon and held onto the real deal. Tyron and everyone backed away. They knew what it was capable of, and they didn't want to know what would happen if a fakes that replicates the real servant can use this weapon in full capacity. Shadow Ku ran towards the crowd in a great burst of speed, pushing back the now empty truck as he targeted the 4 servants outside the RV. His swing with the spear knocked back Nero, who blocked. Afterwards he thrust it towards Lee. His attack was fast and powerful as Lee dodged every one of his jab. Lee soon noticed he was being pushed back by Wind's force alone. Atalanta, Chiron, and even Kin attacked Berserker with their arrows and swords, only for some to hit and the rest deflected by the spear. During this moment of distraction, Ku grabbed a hold of Nero with his tail and pinned her down. As this happened, he raised the spear and aimed it down towards her. Izuku, seeing what was about to happen and the memories of Chiron being killed in front of him, flooded his mind. Stop. Lights burst from the Shadow Ku's hand as he was pierced by the very spear he once has held. Yo, Servant Lancer has answered your summon. Well, let's try to have fun, master. But I do have to say, this is an interesting spot to be summoned at. A man wearing blue tights calls out as he turns around to greet Izuku, with spear piercing the heart of the Shadow Alter Ku. Izuku noticed there was another servant. She was helping Nero to her feet when she turned to greet Izuku. I have arrived from. Well, no, the land of shadows no longer exist. Then excuse me, I've arrived from the throne. I am Scathach. Shall I call you master? The woman exclaimed as she wielded her dual spears. Everyone settled down as they watched as Shadow Ku disappeared in front of them all after he fell on his knees. The trip in Ireland was cut short, very short, not just because of the wrecked RV, but also due to the investigation that began about the illegal dig. The news spread around Ireland about the famous spear possibly being real, and so did news about the heroes who were involved, but who were nowhere to be found. The same goes for the fake archaeologists team. No trace were ever found of them. There were 6 missing heroes, and as for the fake archaeologist, it was estimated around 15 to 20 went missing. One body was found in a destroyed truck in a rural country road. Fisher was able to extract Izuku's group out before anything major happened. The female mage's body was also recovered, so she was not marked into the local report. This 24-hour was later dubbed a mystery in the eyes of the locals and for the whole country. 24 hours of a con movement that went on and vanished without a trace. A few days later, back in the clock tower. Fisher. Is this fine? Izuku asked as he walks out wearing a formal attire, followed by Da Vinci, Rin, and Luvia, who felt proud of their work. Izuku was wearing finely tailored suit after hours of servants, suggesting it was decided that being plain would be better than overshowing. After all, they don't want to give the queen a negative impression on him. Fisher looked up from his paperwork and just gave him a simple nod. It's just a friendly meet-up, no need to be so tense. Again, you've already met so many historical figures and monarchs as well. I feel you should be used to this. Izuku just whispered that this is different because he worries that one wrong move and all his servants will be forced back to the throne. His friends he made will be gone, and possibly the last hope for any exterior threats that no modern heroes could stand up against, gone as well. Maybe he could ask Da Vinci an escape route so he and his servants can serve as a vigilante-type group if worst scenario were to arrive. Don't worry Izuku, I'm sure everything will be fine, believe in yourself and just tell Her Majesty your true intention. Da Vinci said as she fixed his messy tie. But you should worry about your tie, it's a mess. Izuku chuckles nervously as he stares outside the window. There he saw his servants just relaxing with one another, and it seems that Scathach and Lee were sparing. From what Izuku has heard, Lee's younger Lancer form has once dueled Scathach in a singularity, although the results weren't told to him. He watched as Lee maneuvers around Scathach's lances and how she wielded both with ease. Tyron studied the move on the sideline while Nero, Mordred, and Shakespeare watched and cheered. Gu was apparently reading about fishing within Musatafu, Japan, as he learned where the new Chaldea will be built. Fran joined Atalanta, Jean, and Abigail in their London outing. That's when Mordred and Nero peeled away from the fight to join the rest of them. By the next few hours Izuku and everyone arrived at Buckingham Palace. It was truly a magnificent sight. The decoration and interior structure was everything he imagined a palace would have. He was currently walking with Kishore and Rin. The servants weren't allowed in due to them being potential weapons, but that didn't stop Lee and Jing-Ki using their skills to follow them in. The rest of the servants were either awaiting or surrounded the area in their spirit form. Izuku and everyone gave the queen a polite bow and said their greetings. Your Majesty. The queen smiled and returned the greeting. It is pleasant to see you again, Kishore Zelrich Schweinerg. It has been quite some time since your last visit. Kishore smirked. Please, it hasn't been that long, has it? 30 years is pretty long if I do say so myself. Now then, is this the boy who is not only your newest student but also the one to bring them back into the world? Queen Elizabeth asked as her smile remains the same. Indeed he is, and I am sure you along with your most trusted members know already. Kishore asked with one hand pointing at the hidden mic. Oh, yes, they know about the boy, and the results of this meeting will be told to them later, and as for the mic, it's for my safety and nothing more. But that the queen turns her gaze to Izuku once again. Izuku Midoriya. Let's not beat around the bushes any longer. I know about you and what you wish to do, and you know somewhat about how servants were taken away. Tell me, young man. How do you see our quirk-based society? There was a pause before Izuku took in a deep breath. It's far from perfect, and I know like everything else that it will never be perfect, but it can always become better. She listens to young boy interested in where this would take, but seeing he's still a bit nervous she smiled and egged him on. Don't let me distract you, go ahead young man, tell me what you wish to do then. But the naughty continues. I want to help push for that change. Quirk or no quirk, magic or no magic. I want to change it for the better. After all, we're all just people. We should give everyone a chance to prove themselves and working together by helping one another. To make a better world, a better society. For me, I just want to be a hero that help others, helping them back on their feet and smiling. She patiently listens while seeing the boy's eyes that seem to gleam the more he speaks. Then please do enlighten me, why do you wish for the servants to come back? After all, your training as a maid should be more than suffice to make you the hero, no? Izuku took a deep breath. Well, yes, but I wish for more help to achieve this goal. There will be times when I can't do it alone, and that we as regular human can only come so far. The most important reason is that, Your Majesty, the world itself needs servants, no heroic spirits. While for the past 200 years there hasn't been any problems that endangered humanity, there is still a chance it may come back. We need them, we really do. The queen nods. I see, well, I can't entirely rule out that possibility, so I will agree to it, worry not. I'm pretty sure the members who still awaits for me will agree too, after all so much time has passed. And additionally, it all talks, nothing was ever written anyways. So Izuku, you have my complete support of you and your servants within England, of course. The rest of Europe and the world may take some time. Izuku looked up in surprise. Your Majesty, does this mean? Yes Izuku, it means that I will agree to this. After all, I can't rule out the possibility of a threat that may endanger us all, and if you wish for a large change you may very well need help, and your servant seemed more than ready to help you. Just be careful where you tread, especially with the commissions. But those last words, Izuku looks at the queen and asked. So the commission are also an issue here as well? Indeed it is. Many nations commission after taking charge over the occupation for heroes, developed many of their own rules and regulations. Even interest of their own. Building competition, and begins to scout, collect, and nurture possible candidates. The queen looks down for the first time. It's bring me great shame to say that we hadn't seen this coming. We originally thought it would better regulate quirk-based crimes by assisting law enforcers with these heroes, but never had we imagined they would branch off so much. But enough of that Izuku, go ahead and head back to rest, it was really nice talking with you. The pleasure is all mine, your majesty. With a bow and a sign saying he could leave, Luvia and Rin helped Izuku out, leaving behind Kishore and the queen. He's an interesting boy, Kishore. His motivation is just to help people. And he wishes to reach out to many. Indeed he is. He even wished to do so for his servants, as he believed that all they've been through is fighting and constant servitude by their summon, so he wished at least in this life, he can give them a chance to enjoy themselves and possibly achieve their goals or dreams. The two of them stood silent for a while before Kishore spoke. Well, it's been nice catching up, I will see you around. Your Majesty. Indeed, despite the short chat it was nice, but please do visit sooner rather than showing up again in 30 years. I will think about it. But that the old vampire walked away and the queen was escorted by her guards out of the room. Izuku explained to everyone what happened and they celebrated with a nice dinner and relayed the information back home to Japan. Egypt is next, huh? Chapter 22. I'm not a thief. Alright, we are leaving for Egypt in a few days, but we do have an important announcement to make. Da Vinci said in the living room of Kishore's home, which was now filled with servants. Gave us a call yesterday and told us that the new building is servants who are summoned may stay there rather than bunched up within one area. The servant all showed different expression, but in the end all were interested. Now you don't all have to go, but it's best if we don't have too large of a group. It's attracting a bit too much of attention from the mages and the churches especially, so we'll need some of you to go to Japan. Many were hesitant after all it means leaving Izuku, but most were fine after all they believed in their abilities and his as well. Then thinking about the attentions they were receiving, it wouldn't be the best to stay bunched up. Only England officials has agreed for their stay, while Kishore is working on letting the mages accept this fact. Mages aren't too bad of an issue as they had quite the influential figures by their side, but the church it was new, they currently have almost no connection with them, so there may be issues. Also, since the building is ready there's enough room for everyone and a dormitory section if you would prefer that over your very own personalized room. Let's see. And there's a set fund for everyone so feel free to buy what you need if you're heading towards Japan. This got Nero's attention. Yumu, may I inquire how freely can I modify my room? As long as you modified within your own room and the few space outside the door, without interfering others' space almost anything is permitted. Da Vinci answer caused Nero's eyes to sparkle, but now she was in a tough position, should she stay or should she go? Traveling was fun, although she'd done it before in another world, her lifetime, and in different singularity, this is the present world she's at. Nero was now stuck between choices, thus she raised her hand once again. Da Vinci, if we were to stay on this trip, what happens to our room in the tower? Da Vinci placed down a map of the whole building and it was massive. Gilgamesh went ahead ages ago to leave his claim of where he wanted to stay. Inko, Izuku Hisashi, and Tui already are assigned rooms, but don't worry, we still have plenty. She looks around to see everyone is paying attention. It's first come first serve, all rooms are spacious enough for all servants, except for the basement rooms, those are for our especially massive servants or servants who need accommodation due to their characteristics. Da Vinci shows the difference of the normal floors versus the specially built ones. As for those who want to stay, you can pick your rooms later. We'll take a list of what you would like and go buy it for you and store it for when you arrive. Now Nero was more torn, she could have someone else do it, but do they truly know what a taste of the Emperor or even Rome is like, and what if she doesn't get a nice spot? Izuku saw this and tapped on Nero's arm. Nero, if you like you can go to Japan and set up your room, beside we'll still have plenty of opportunities to travel in the future, the same goes for everyone. It took quite a while for them to decide which group would head to Japan and which would stay with Izuku. Thus after a long back and forth, straws were made to be pulled. Ku, Fran, Lee, Jinki, and Mordred lost their pick of the straw. Mordred wanted to argue about this decision, but in the end gave up after she saw why she lost the pick. Nero didn't lose, she just chose to go. After all, Izuku promised this isn't the last trip. As usual, Da Vinci, Shakespeare, and Abigail stays with Izuku, and Scathach wished to stay as well, after all she just arrived. Emperor Kin, Jean, Penthesilea, Chiron, and Atalanta were the ones that stayed. Once everything was settled, the group parted ways as they send off their fellow companions. Before the day completely ended, Izuku called in Da Vinci, Kishore, Rin, and Luvia. Izuku, is something wrong? Rin asked, with Luvia following in with, yes, is something bothering you? No. Well, yes, it was about the portaler shadowy mist that we saw a few days ago. Chiron and everyone who saw it and experienced it firsthand said it wasn't magic, as they felt nothing. So is it a quirk? Da Vinci puts a finger to her chin. It would seem so. From what they told us it would seem to be a quirk. Did something about this bother you? Yes, it's that since we couldn't find Matu anywhere in Ireland, nor the heroes or the con artists, it's possible this is a teleportation or a massive transportation quirk, but the issue with that is it shouldn't be possible. Right. Da Vinci now nods her head as Kisher did as well, and she spoke once again. Indeed, so I guess Kisher and I weren't the only ones who found it odd. Quirks get stronger with each generation, that's a no fact, and that's how they develop more and became more prominent in the past 200 years. However, no matter how much Kisher and I mapped it out, we couldn't pinpoint how this quirk was born into. Fisher chimed in. With this quirk you must had to intentionally be trying for this kind of quirk by going through somewhat of a breeding process called quirk marriages, but even then it wouldn't result in what we have witnessed. I scrounged the global database for quirk on civilian, heroes, and villains, in the end nothing matched. However, there were a few quirk combinations that would have worked to create it. Da Vinci went to take out a laptop and pulled up a few pictures of possible quirk users. Disturbingly enough, if we were to go with a quirk creation or modification theory, then we have an interesting lead. As Da Vinci scrolled through the list of possible quirk that were needed for combination, it showed a disturbing pattern. Deceased, missing, and unknown, a long list, and something interest Izuku. Midoriya, a UA student. Da Vinci, remember how my father got into the coma? She looks at Izuku and saw how upset he looked and she softly said. Yes. I think it's that same man, that All Might called All for One. He has a quirk to take someone else's quirk, and if he can take, he can possibly give. This brought the room to silence. Kisher knew, or rather heard of this man, although to the public he is unknown, but for the underworld, he is like the boogeyman that haunts the dark. Mages know of him due to them finding him interesting, but now one interacted with him due to wanting to keep the division of quirk in magecraft. So he lives, even though he was struck by Gilgamesh's version of Gay Bolg. That is interesting. Gilgamesh did say he escaped, but to know he is still alive is quite. Da Vinci thought spirals as she thinks about what All for One could do with Matu at his side. All for One is an influential figure in the underworld of quirks, who not only could take quirks with a touch, but also give them. Now with the combination of a rogue mage who somehow obtained knowledge and usage of shadow servants. What could these two do now? Few days earlier and somewhere in Japan. Araki. Who is this man? All for One asked as he sat with life support hooked up to him. For more than a year now he was still using multiple different quirks and machines to maintain his health. Master, this young man has a very unique quirks. I assure you he will be of use to us, and if you wish it's yours. Matu gave the doctor an unamused stare. So he thinks of magic as quirks, huh? All for One also gave Matu of what one can assume was a stare from his eyeless face. Still getting used to the sonar, infrared, and other vision replacement quirks, this isn't too difficult. Sigh. But let's see, based on the report both Kuro and Garaki gave me earlier, Matu can use people to create some type of shadow minions that are quite powerful. They will be quite of use to me against All Might and the blonde hair brat. What troubles All for One was this Matu's quirk. It's too interesting and shouldn't exist. Even if he were to make something similar, he may need hundreds of quirks to create one that's maybe much weaker. Well, there needs to be a partnership, then we should get to know each other. Who are you? I am Zauken Matu, as of now ex-student of the Clock Tower, and to say the least like you a criminal. All for One nods his head. The Clock Tower is quite the prestigious school. I am to assume the expelling is because of your action. Yes, and let's cut to the chase. Provide for what I need, and I may do my best to provide what you need. This enraged Garaki, and finally he snapped. Matu? I had enough. I put up with your plans and listened to you insult my name, but you will not disrespect my master. The blade touched Garaki's neck, and behind stood 5 shadowy figures. When did you summon more? Oh, these guys. Well, why would I? Originally only brought 3 with me as a vanguard when I left Japan, because after all making them on site is more efficient. All for One was now very intrigued as a grin grew in his face. Fascinating, nothing was triggered, not the security system nor any of my quirks. All I felt was my instincts blaring. Zauken Matu, if you would please release, we can continue to talk about our benefits for one another. All for One said as he was planning for something, and Matu agrees, secretly smiling inside. The few minutes of Matu and All for One meeting, Matu left the room and immediately went to his master's aid. That's when he saw All for One smile souring and blood seeped from his mouth. Master? All for One held out his hand. Araki, I'm fine, Frog. It's not a quirk. Araki looks at him confusingly and aids his master while dialing for Kurogiri to come into the room. Master, and you called? What's wrong, master? Zauken Matu has no quirk. I tried taking his quirk the long way by just simply shaking his hand so that I don't raise any suspicion, but I felt almost nothing until I met it. He finally wiped the blood off his mouth with a napkin and drank some water. Kurogiri brought. That thing I felt. I thought I was gaining something for a second. But then the next thing I knew was that I tried activating this power, only for me to realize the price it takes. It was a hefty price as it begins to erase the quirks I collected. Strangely enough, I was able to choose which quirks to be erased, but when I don't erase any while trying to activate this ability, it began to eat away my very body. All for One raised his hand to see the drops of blood that was still there, so he wipes it off. Matu is quirkless. That I know, but he is not powerless. Garaki and Kurogiri treat this ally well and keep an eye on him. After receiving their voices of agreement, All for One rested his head. He felt really tired and ordered the room to be cleared out, but then he remembered something. Garaki, Kurogiri, I feel like our foreign friends have done their fair share. Let's give them their pay for their usages. It's already done, master. I've given them a location and have just transported them to S laboratory. Kurogiri answers as pulls up a tablet and gave All for One the details of their quirks and physical state to be processed through to be made into a biological weapon. Nomu. Although they've made quite a few over the years, not a lot retain intelligence, many are just mindless puppets listening to commands. Garaki let Matu create some servants with ease, but of course run a few different tests to see what we can create with them. And also find me this Midoriya family. It's part of our little deal. Few days later in the airport. Where's Mr. Gorodolf? Actually, where is Kishore, Rin, and Luvia? Izuku asked in the airport. Oh, from what it seemed like those four will be having a long talk with the Mage Association and something about funds. So for this trip it's just us servants and their one and only master. Da Vinci announced as everyone boarded their private flight. Within a few hours they've arrived in Cairo airport and checked into their rooms. Abigail looks around and slightly pouts a bit. Oh, Mordred, Fran and Nero aren't here. Abigail says as Izuku hands her some snacks. Yeah, it's a bit different, but hey, at least we're not alone. Izuku said as he gestured to everyone traveling with them. The streets of Cairo was colorful, filled with different people selling goods of all sorts. Izuku and Abigail walked through the streets with wonder as they were trailed by the adult servants. There were foods and cool little items that are sold for many years along the street, but something caught Izuku's eyes. It was a necklace. Izuku by all means hadn't had too much interest in little trinkets like these, but has begun to develop an eye for viewing these things. He felt there was more to it. Da Vinci also noticed it as well. Da Vinci, can you ask the man how much for the necklace? After a short exchange, the vendor face kept on changing, and seeing how Da Vinci was handling it, Izuku was wondering what's wrong. Da Vinci. She looked over at the boy and explained to him what the vendor said. Well, you see, Izuku. This vendor here said the necklace is worth 33,000 egg. He claims that this necklace belongs to a wife of an ancient pharaoh. Although I asked how he got it and which pharaoh was it from, he refused to answer and ask us if we are buying or not. However, this is the real deal. The servant, who were also viewing different goods, came over after hearing Da Vinci words. Kin came over and asked the vendor for the item for a closer look. The vendor was reluctant and annoyed, but the aura given off by Kin made him comply to his wishes. We expected nothing less from Da Vinci, seeing the true value of this necklace, and master too, for this is indeed a real piece. It's intricate, well done, and the slight weathering of this necklace shows the age and how well it was kept. However, this is suspicious on how this vendor got his hands on this item though. The vendor, although couldn't understand Japanese, immediately begins to sweat and holds up 6 fingers. It seems like he dropped it to 6,000 egg, no more no less. Da Vinci translate to Izuku, and Kin approach him once more to ask more about this item. The vendor now begins to sweat even more and broke under Kin's gaze and spilled the beans. Kin, what's wrong? He seems to be freaking out. Izuku asked, a bit worried that the servant were intimidating the vendor. He is troubled. All he knows that this necklace was from a pharaoh, but doesn't know which, as it kept being passed by one hand to another very quickly. He originally accepted it only for the ideals of profit and was blinded by the possibility of making a fortune. In reality, it was a curse. He would have nightmares of himself being punished for a crime, and that his sales on anything was plummeted. Now he is desperate to get his hands off of this necklace, but he wants to make at least some money, as he is starving for quite some time and needed to pay for his family. Izuku saw there was a flaw on the vendor's logic. Why didn't he just throw it away or donate it to a museum? Kin asked a vendor, who answered to Kin. Apparently when he tried it, the necklace would bizarrely come back to him. As for the museum, it may be troublesome as this is technically a stolen artifact and his status wouldn't be the best to return this item. He may end up in jail. He tried selling to his fellow vendors, but this necklace's name exceeded its value, so no one would buy it, accept it, or even want to touch it. There was a short pause until Izuku spoke up. We'll take it. Da Vinci give him the original price. But Izuku, this thing is cursed, why would you want this? Abigail asked, in which Izuku just smiled a bit. Well, to return it to its rightful owner. And to help this person out. I mean, he was just another victim down the line and he wasn't the one to steal it first, so I feel we're doing what's right. if it's really curse I can still count on you guys, right? But that some of the servants sighed while some looked confident with their skills in helping Izuku, Jean especially. Worry not, for the Lord's blessing will make sure this curse doesn't land. Jean said with a smile while Scathach just gave Izuku a simple advice. Be careful, some things are more than what they seem on the outside, and you shouldn't do things so easily for it may make you regret ever accepting it. But that advice, Izuku nods. It's just this once, it should be fine, right? I feel Master will accept more in the future, so I'm afraid I won't believe that this will be a one-time thing. But that's Shakespeare, and Chiron laughed. Haha, indeed, I too feel that Master won't stop accepting problems like this in the near future. Yes, it's as Shakespeare says, Izuku, you accept many things too easily, troubles especially seems to attract to you, but you accept the responsibility to right the wrong of these troubles as well. Chiron says as he shakes his head but smiles. Atalanta was the same. Indeed, but worry not, it's as you say, we'll watch your back. The servants all nodded as Da Vinci gave the man the cash to buy the necklace. The vendor was really happy and handed each and everyone a gift for their help. In Pentasilla's hand was a chariot with a rider doll that looked like a carrot. Chills. Within an instant the doll was crushed to pieces, and everyone around Pentasilla did their best to calm her down. Meanwhile the vendor, Izuku, and Abigail just watched the scene unfold. That night, Da Vinci was in her room studying the necklace and looking for the true owner. These decorations and age. It seems familiar to something he would give. She has a clear idea who this possibly belonged to, but made sure to check it thoroughly once more. This is very odd, there is no sign of mana nor spell activation on this necklace, so how did it end up being the cursed necklace? By the time she noticed it was almost morning, so she decided to just place the necklace in a box for safekeeping. During lunch Da Vinci was discussing her findings with Kin Scathach and Chiron, while the others took Izuku and Abigail on another tour of the city. We assume Da Vinci you've found the true owner. It's as you say, Emperor, I have indeed, but it quite troublesome. Scathach looked up from her tea after the last part. In what ways? This necklace is said to be cursed, however I found nothing of that like, I searched the in and out of the necklace, but there was nothing, not even the faintest traces of mana. The servants each examined the necklace and saw nothing odd about it, and Chiron pointed something out. This is too much of a coincidence for those series of curses to not be related to anything of our matter. Do you think it's the owner's doing, the true owner? Da Vinci closed her eyes and drank her a bit of her tea before replying. It's very likely. Chaldea experienced many things, even servants manifesting themselves without the need of Masha's shield, nor the Fujimaru summon, so it's likely that this may be its form of interaction. As she takes a breath and examines the necklace once again. Well, we either let Izuku summon him, or be able to meet with him. I just hope it will be less chaotic. Kin looks over at Da Vinci and asked. We haven't been with you all for too long, but these dream meeting Izuku have are unstable and unpredictable, correct? Da Vinci nods. It could range from peaceful to dangerous, and it could either show the servants past or events such as Singularity, Lost Bolt, other summoning to just another alternate universe. I do have to say, when creating this new system into the Fujimaru's bloodline, we never imagined it to reach this level. It's almost similar to Kishire's second magic. Kin smiled. Why plus Kaid Mu Shai Tini. We'll just go with it, after all it is fate that we return, and it's fate that we are brought as one side rather than opposing. Whatever our little master will do, we'll see to it, and if he is walking down the wrong path we'll guide him back, but if he were too far gone, we'll end it. But that statement Chiron looks over. So we'll just leave this possible meeting to Izuku then? There were no answer but a shrug, as they already knew the answer, and there is still no way of interventions. But the collective sigh, they turned over to see Izuku returning, and they just smiled. He'll probably be fine. Unknown Kingdom. Your Majesty, we've brought you this thief who dares to steal from you. The guardman explains as he drops Izuku to his knees. Where am I? Who are these people? Oh no, it's that ordeal. Izuku looked up to see a tan-skinned man seated upon a throne where the light of sun shines on him, brightly lighting up his golden accessories. So this young vermin dares to steal from my love. You explain yourself then. His tone was still, but something about it is familiar. I'm here to return this to its rightful owner. This made the guard slightly angry. You dare tell lies to the pharaoh, you insignificant child. But that he pushed Izuku's head towards the ground. Your Majesty, with your words we will send this thief on his way to the other side. The guard looks up to see a slightly annoyed pharaoh. Who gave you permission to carry out my orders without me even saying a word? Are you claiming to know my every thought? With a single glare the guard released Izuku and bowed onto his head, somehow lower than Izuku. No. Your Majesty, no, I would never. Then leave, I'll speak with this vermin, now go. The guards and surrounding advisors all left, with the guard that brought Izuku and whisper something into the boy's ear. Child, your life has been forfeited. If you were a regular thief there may be mercy, but you stole from His Majesty most treasured, be prepared to face your death. But that only the pharaoh and Izuku were left in the room. The pharaoh waited for the boy to speak as he flips through his daily documents. When he saw the boy was not going to speak he decided to open up. "For lowly vermin you have a lot of bravery letting the pharaoh speak first. Now that you have made me speak first. Answer me truthfully, where did you get this necklace?" Izuku immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, it's just. I didn't know what to say to tell you that I didn't do it. I simply wanted to return this to its rightful owner after it's been wrongfully taken and sold from her tomb." This sparked anger in the pharaoh. "My beloved. She hasn't even passed yet, and here you are spouting about her death and thievery of her tomb." He glared at Izuku once again. "Enough of this nonsense, guards, come and take him to a cell, tomorrow we'll decide what to do with him." Still a bit afraid, Izuku cheered himself up and hoped for the better. "Well, I'm sure everything will be fine since I'm just returning the necklace." Izuku was taken away to a cell. It was dark, lighted up only with a torch which showed an elderly man who sits in the corner. Seeing this, Izuku gave him a bow as a sign of respect and apology for intruding this place. As he sat he thought to himself how he got here. It has been several days since they have gotten the necklaces and finally located the actual site of where it belongs. This necklace was a gift from Ozymandias to his most beloved wife Nefertari. According to some historical records her tomb was indeed ransacked many decades ago, so this was truly hers. It would have been right to give it to a museum, but knowing servants and how they interacted with the world, this may be spitting on their grave, so it's best to return it. Upon reaching the site I fainted. The thought was quickly disrupted by a guard who dropped off the dinner for the prisoners. "There's only one?" Izuku asked. He wanted to ask the guard, but a quick glance at them he knew it's best not to bother them. Izuku looks over at the older man and see him as quite frail, so he picks up the meal and hands it to the elder. "Child, you don't need to give up this meal for an old man like me. My time should be up soon, so eat them yourself as I still see a future ahead of you." "It's fine, sir, I've eaten not long ago, so I am quite full, but I feel you should have this, you must have not eaten in a long time." The elder looks at Izuku and chuckled slightly. "Indeed, it's been quite some time since I last eaten. How about we split it?" The two slightly argued for a bit until Izuku found out there's no way to make him budge, so he complied, and the two begin to talk a bit. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you. Just call me Saba," he replied as he sips the porridge. "So Izuku, what brings you, a child, possibly no older than 10, to prison?" "Well, we bought a necklace that was stolen from its rightful owner. We wanted to return it. But I was mistaken as a thief." The elder eyes slightly glistened. "That's unfortunate, but I do believe you are innocent. It does seem like that they won't let you go so easily." "Then I'll just try again to tell them I'm not a thief. I don't know how else I'll do it, and I doubt I can escape, but if I do escape then wouldn't they just say I'm guilty?" But that the elder slightly grinned. "Then I'll be watching how this turns out then. You should go to sleep, knowing them they'll start your trial early in the morning." "Oh, okay. Where will you sleep?" "This corner will be fine, you already given me your share of food, no need to offer me your bed as well." "I insist." Izuku knows not to argue, so he gave his thanks and crawled into the bed of the cell. Saba watched over the boy for a while and smiled as he was reminded of a few travelers he met a long time ago. Contractors. The sun rises and Izuku was taken out of his cell and dropped once again in the large room. "Have a night in prison taught you to tell the truth?" "Hello, your majesty." And the answer is still the same. "I am returning the necklace that was stolen and being sold. That's all." The pharaoh looks at the boy once more, knowing he told the truth, and the room became deadly silent, but everyone knew the pharaoh was angered not by the boy but by the real thieves. The ground seemed to shake, and the pressure was crushing Izuku. He felt like he couldn't breathe until Saba stepped in front of Izuku. "Hello, contractor, are you alright?" "I'm okay, wait. Contractor." The pharaoh at the sight of this and shivered slightly that no one was able to notice. Are you? HMPH, have you forgotten me so easily, the king of the sun? Or shall I make you remember?" As Saba finished that question he tears off his rags that was wrapped around him and grew to a new height while wearing a dark armor. The wave of energy collided with the pharaoh's pressure and suddenly the room was no more just a wild void space with Izuku, Saba, and the pharaoh stood in. "So it is you, old man of the mountains." "Indeed it is I, and have you finally awakened from your dreams, or shall I severe it to wake you up, Ozymandias?" Back in Japan." A little to the right. Some more. A little more. No. Now you're too far, back a little. No wait, that was a good a few seconds ago, so go back, Yumu. Now the decoration's complete from my shelf onto my other collection. The tick mark appeared on Mordred's head and she threw down the bust of Julius Caesar. "That's it, I had enough." "Nu, why did you do this to my uncle? I mean, he doesn't look like this anymore, but still, why, you brute." Mordred was more annoyed now. "Oi oi oi, you father face stealing double. The first we arrived you dragged us shopping that I couldn't complain about, and carrying the stuff fine, but for the past 2 days you made me and everyone else build your room for you. And issue these unclear requests." Mordred cracks her knuckles and then her neck, ready to throw down. That was quickly stopped by Inko, who walked in with Lancelot, Fran, and Asterios. "You two please calm yourself. Mordred, thank you for your hard work for these days, go ahead and take a rest, and Nero, how about I help you here?" "I would also like to help," Asterios said quietly, and in which Inko smiled at him, who smiled at the approval, and now both just waited on Nero. "Fine. I mean, thank you if it isn't too much trouble." Mordred left them to finish the room with Lancelot, Berserker, and Fran following. She looked around this building, the new Chaldea, and just smiled a bit. It was large and fit to house every servant that was once in Chaldea, not to mention the different things made to accommodate everyone and let them stay quite comfortably. "Man. I'm starving, let's go eat, what do you two say?" Erg. Then the trio left for the dining room, or just the cafeteria, and spotted Salieri and Spartacus, who were unpacking groceries. "Yo, Spartacus, are you the one cooking tonight?" "Ah, Mordred, no, it is not I who would, that task is always taken by an archer together, I would assist, but my cooking is quite bare." The giant man answers with a grin. "I would prefer not to eat your cooking, with all due respect, I already have enough trouble trying to prevent your arrest every time we run errands." Salieri calls out from the walk-in fridge, apparently due to Spartacus's nature he had quite a few run-in with trouble and authority. So it was usually up to Salieri calming things down. "Well, the fight for oppression should never be stopped," Spartacus yelled out proudly, but no one rebutted his claims today. "Although he's like that, he's no wrong, in order to use your power you need to be a hero, or you're a criminal. It makes sense, but what happens when you need to step in, when no authority or heroes are around, or if they're just standing there? You intervene, then what, you either get scolded, arrested, or just get spotted for your power." Mordred said with her arms crossed. "Man, this sucks, no wonder Izuku is so set on changes. And those who have the titles of heroes, what a joke." There was a nod of agreement before Mordred talked again. "I'm so hungry. When's Archer coming back?" Salieri took out his watch. This is strange, if I remember correctly Spartacus and I were just picking up bulk sales item while Lee and Archer went to pick up fresh food. They should have been back around an hour or two ago." They all waited 20 more minutes before the door opened, and they all turned their head to see two figures. We're back and we fished some eels for tonight," Ku said proudly as he and Achilles were drenched carrying an bamboo basket filled with eels. "Speaking of dinner, I don't see anything, is something wrong with Archer tonight?" Achilles asked as he drops off the basket near the sink and turned to everyone to see them all shrugging. "Where was Lee and Archer?" "Somewhere in Musatafa. It's just a geezer and a delinquent, we can take the..." "Ah." A thug with shark-like features falls to the ground after a kick. "And what was the old saying again? Ah yes, all talks, but no bite was it, quite fitting," Lee said as he retracted his feet. Meanwhile, another thug turns his fist into rocks, charges at Lee. "What's wrong, Gramps, too fast for ya?" With an instant his rock fist was slices to bits as his hands turn back and he falls back in fear. "Sigh. We are in big trouble, we still got dinner to make, hopefully they're not causing problems back home," Amiya said as his blades disappeared from his hands and walked towards Lee. "If that's the case, then we should finish this soon." With those words it enraged some of the thugs. "Don't you dare look down on..." "Ah." His legs were broken by Lee's kick. "Sigh. In order to be looked down upon you must be able to be even caught by our gazes, but in reality you just caught our annoyance." After 5 minutes the group of 15 thugs were disposed of, Amiya and Lee picked up their groceries and left the scenes from the rooftops. "Lee. Explain, how did we get into this mess again?" Oh right, we're just carrying out our roles as the hero of justices, isn't that right, Amiya?" But that Amiya slightly trips on the rooftop, making Lee chuckle. "Please don't be like that, Lee. Please don't dig up my past." Haha. Everyone had a moment like that when they were young, but what we are doing is just doing something these so-called heroes weren't doing fast enough. Lee thought back to moments ago after finishing their shopping, when they saw the thugs trying to kidnap a girl from her bodyguards. The guards were professionals, but due to the numbers they were overrun and their mistress taken. Seeing this, Amiya couldn't let it sit, and he felt Lee also shared the same idea and jumped into action. As the bystander were all just yelling and screaming and no heroes were at the scene, they jumped straight to work. The thugs took the girl quite some distance into an abandoned building, but before they could rest, Lee burst in with Amiya and dispatched the closes of them. Amiya then using the opening to take the girl back to her bodyguard before coming back to finish the job with Lee. After finishing his thoughts, Lee looked over to see Amiya also smiling. I am also right to assume that you did this so the families won't be distraught at the thought of their daughter gone. Lee smiled back, that was indeed the case, to Lee the word family means a lot and he values it, so that was the idea when jumping in to save the young lady. Aha, you've seen right through this old man. But that the two return home to the hungry glares of the awaiting servants, Emiya accepting his fate shouts. Alright, I'll go ahead and make dinner. But before he could move into the kitchen a voice stopped him. Hold it, what's with this congregation on unclean personnel? Did all of you wash and sanitized yourself before coming into the dining room? Nightingale appeared and everyone ran out the room to get cleaned first. At the abandoned building. What is happening these past few months? The tired Eraserhead asked himself as he looked at all the tied up thugs with some broken limbs when a man approached him. That's my question as well, how has things been going for you Eraserhead? A bit tired but nothing more. How are you then Detective Tsukauchi? The man takes off his hat and sighed. Could be better, but I do find it strange on the rise of vigilante activities around Shizuoka prefectures. I understand where they're coming from, but they really shouldn't interfere with official actions. Tsukauchi looks around and thought of him and Eraserhead's experiences with different groups of vigilante years ago, but he and Eraserhead are both men of law, so this isn't something they can look over. So, how is the girl? Is she alright? Oh yes, she is a heiress of a certain family, so it's a good thing they were able to get to her back, but it's strange Eraser. How so? These people, who done this? So far we couldn't find anything about them, these past months. Eraserhead nodded. He too have been researching these vigilante, but found nothing, no camera captures them, no not rails, despite the amount of blood at times, and witnesses reports from both criminals and people were off. It's as if we weren't meant to know about them. Tsukauchi, do you think they're government affiliated then? It can't be ruled out, but then All Might and many top heroes should know about it, even you and your fellow underground heroes should have heard about it too. The two were having major headaches, just when will these bizarre cases end? Chapter 23. Troubling affairs. Tension brewed between the two servants. One side was the king of ancient Egypt, Ozymandias. While the other side stood an ancient figure known as Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountains. So what will it be, king of the sun? Will we duel for this boy's innocence, over a trivial matter of your wife's necklace? Ozymandias glares at the large assassin, but drops his anger and looks at the necklace. I'm a very awake, if you must ask assassin. I already know of the boy's innocent after the second time he confirmed. Where my anger lies is at those thieves who dares to disturb her tomb. Izuku stepped in front of the first Hassan and apologized for the necklace. I'm sorry that people disrupts your beloved one's tomb like that, I just wanted to return. The Sun King raised his hand. It's alright, I've gotten it back now, and I known through my past summoning that this wasn't the first. I was summoned into a Grail war using this as a catalyst, so I already knew of it before. But it is upsetting to know that no matter which alternative world it is, the fate is still the same. Her tomb will always be tainted by these vermin. The pharaoh now looks at the two, and then looks only at Izuku. So the boy who summoned us both, what is it that you wish for? Well, I didn't intentionally summon anyone this time. I really just wanted to return this to you, that's all. After calming himself, Izuku looked up at the two servants. Cough. Is it alright if I start over? My name is Izuku Midoriya. I, like my ancestors the Fujimaru siblings, is a master of, well, not really Chaldea, but similar. I wish to use this power to help our society. And defend it from threats that may be coming and possibly ones that humanity can't deter from. He stopped as he saw a look of slight annoyance from Ozymandias. Child, you wish to use my power to change your war. But that Izuku nervously cuts off Ozymandias to explain himself. Oh, but you don't have to, your majesty. I made a promise not to order servants around or force them to stay if they don't want to, so if that's the case I will just send you back if you like. I just hope that in the future if we really need to we can count on resummoning you to help out. If that's alright. The pharaoh recollected himself to speak again. Who said anything about leaving? I was just trying to say that you don't have to say it twice. I already know of how the world is, and as a king, I am quite displeased with how things turned out. I will change this society under my rules and you will follow. This statement just made Izuku stare blankly until Hassan spoke. Contractor, what the Sun King meant was he agrees to join. Oh, wait, what about you, do you want to join us? The first Hassan stood tall and looks at Izuku before looking at Ozymandias. Of course, if it's a task given then I will finish it, even the upcoming threats I will take it. The two kings of their rightful titles stared at each other. Ho ho, are you saying that I am a threat, assassin? Hassan raised his blade slightly. I am not. But are you? The pharaoh smirked and gave Izuku another glance. Child, although officially I am a servant, but I shall not be treated as one, I am the son. As Ozymandias was about to finish his declaration before Izuku jumps in once again. "Oh, that's fine, your majesty, after all I wasn't going to treat anyone like a object or a subordinate, I was thinking more of the line of companions or friends." King Hassan internally smiled a bit, and so did Ozymandias for a brief moment. "I see. But I would greatly appreciate it if you would have let me finish. Listen boy, I will agree to joining you on my own volition, but prove to me you're a capable master first." Ozymandias looks to see a contemplating Izuku who was making a weird face. "What's with the face?" An Izuku mind. "Are all rulers like that? They request a duel, maybe it's the conquest mindset, but Nero wasn't like that. Well, we were in a fight, the case with Gilgamesh was also different, he did give me a test though, I guess it was only kin. But this is very familiar. So your majesty wants to duel? Or would you like to test my skills? Knowledge perhaps? Yes, a duel to see if you have the capacity to stand by me." The Sun King answers only made Izuku more nervous. "I don't think I have the strength to fight you one-on-one, strength-wise I am just a half-baked mage, I doubt I can harm a heroic spirit, but I will do it." But that King Hassan stepped forward. "Then I will fight alongside you." Izuku gave the large man a smile and a nod, bracing himself for the first attack. But the smile on, the pharaoh charged towards them, using his staff to attack head-on hit. King Hassan parried the attack with his sword and notices something. "So it seems you are slightly stronger than the last time we met." The pharaoh gave out a slight laugh as he jumped back. "This is my land, my powers come from it naturally, of course I would stronger, but you however seem to be weaker. Is it because you gave up your status? But no matter, this battle won't end like last time." He raised his staff and beams of golden light shoots towards King Hassan and Izuku. The assassin grabs hold of Izuku and pulled him behind the shield as the beams collided and dispersed. Impressive, contractor, can you move?" "Why? Yes." A little shaken up by the close call, Izuku quickly shakes it off as he wasn't going to back down so easily. A smile formed on the pharaoh's face as he raised his hand to launch more beams at the two while staying in a distance. They were all in a void and were fighting in pure flat landscape, nowhere to hide or run, as King Hassan was shielding Izuku from the beams. "I have a plan." Catching the first Hassan's attention, Izuku explains his plan. "Contractor, are you sure about this?" "Yes." "Very well then, my foolish contractor, very well then." The beams died down with Ozymandias still keeping his distance. "Is this it? Is this all you have for show, O master of Chaldea?" He taunted Izuku, but not Hassan, as he knew the strength difference. Despite Ozymandias being stronger in Egypt, he still isn't that much stronger against the first Hassan. A few seconds passed when he noticed something. The first Hassan begins to move. The pharaoh did not expect this from the assassin, as he threw his tower shield towards him. The pharaoh would have tried to blast it away, but the speed and strength that threw the shield made it impossible to knock away easily. So he chose to dodge it. Just as he did so, he felt heat coming from behind. He turns to see a blast of mana charging towards him, and so he quickly countered back with his beams. It wasn't strong, so he didn't overcharge it. As the smokes cleared, he saw it was Izuku holding onto the tower shield who fired off the mana. "It's over." The pharaoh turns to see the assassin towering over him with his blade just centimeters from his neck. "Do you yield?" With a sigh, the pharaoh complied, and the void slowly faded away. In the ruins northeastern of Cairo. "Izuku, wake up. Are you alright? Speak to us." Abigail cried out as her friend just went cold. Atalanta and Chiron were also keeping him in a position to prevent him from choking. Da Vinci came over and gently gave a pat on Abigail's shoulder and smiled. "He'll be fine, he just meeting someone like he did with you, it'll." Suddenly a ray of light shined and Izuku was gone from his spot where Chiron and Atalanta was at. The servants all became alerted at this sudden event. That was until Izuku walked out from behind the pillars, and then they felt the atmosphere around them having two presence. There was a warm feeling like the rays of the sun and the cold chilling feeling of death. Ozymandias and the old man of the mountain showed themselves following Izuku. "Well, this is quite the surprise. I expected Ozymandias, but never the first Hassan himself," Da Vinci said, followed by a nod from Shakespeare. "It's nice see the two of you joining us. How has the throne been treating the two of you?" The two just nodded and shrugged at the questions and returned some of the went over to Izuku to check on his condition and then breathe a sigh of relief. "Everything is alright, Izuku seems to be fine, no harm is done to him on inside or out." "Well, that's a relief. So how was your time and your dreams, Izuku?" Hin asked in interest, and Izuku explained the whole thing, making sure to speak it clearly rather than mumbling. Although Ozymandias received some glares, but it was accepted later. The main problem now being how to hide King Hassan. If he wanted to be with a group, he would have been too eye-catching, and his disguised self as it was of an elderly beggar's. But that problem was proven to be solved very easily. Hassan just simply vanished into the shadows. Da Vinci and Ozymandias laughed a bit on how easy it was resolved. Izuku was slightly bummed out that his new companion could only travel in such manner, but couldn't do anything else about it. They spent a few more days traveling different sites around Cairo before heading off to Iraq when they received a urgent phone call from Kishore. Your trip to Iraq is cancelled, come back to the clock tower and we'll speak from there. Few days ago in Iraq, before the phone call. So this is all that's left of Uruk. Gilgamesh closed his eyes and remembered the streets and his people continuing their days. Now all that's left here were nothing but shells of its former glory. I knew it would fall, but now seeing it in person. Sigh. Gilgamesh sat upon the spot where his old throne would have been at and looked through the broken rooms. The tiles either long gone or torn and weathered down, and the columns in no better condition. Taking in a deep breath, he stood back up and begins to leave the throne room. As he walked through the empty destroyed streets he was about to pass by someone who was also looking at the site with familiarity. The two walked past each other. King. Gilgamesh. The voice was familiar to the king, he heard it thousands of times almost every day when he was alive. Siduri. But how? A surprise after a long while, this couldn't be her. Gilgamesh thought of the possibility of her relatives or descendants, but nothing came up. It's nice to see once again, Your Majesty. She said smiling warmly with a bow. How? Siduri hands Gilgamesh a bottle of water and took him back to the throne room and mimics how they once stood. I don't really know how, Your Majesty, but I am here now. No, I am not a homunculi, nor a spirit, not a counter-guardians, I'm just Siduri your servant. No matter how he saw it, this was indeed Siduri. Reincarnation was a possibility, but it would be very strange. Mages of modern era couldn't really do something at such level unless they were somewhere around Kishore level or higher. Even if they could, it would be another person entirely just with the personality and memories of the previous one. This one doesn't seem to be a homunculus. Just what is she? Is she truly a reincarnation that was brought on by the changes of this world? Also, who in this modern era would even try to reincarnate Siduri of all people? After a long dilemma, Gilgamesh decides to solve this mystery one step at a time and begins preparations for Izuku's arrival. As the two begins to talk once more, he learned that up until a year ago, Siduri retained no memories of her time in Uruk. All that was changed when Izuku's first summon and Gilgamesh's around a year ago. More memories were unlocked when his Nobel Phantasm was released, and since then she awaited for either Gilgamesh's return or the master of his to appear. The King of Heroes smiled as it seemed that his trusted assistant was truly by his side, but a frown soon formed. Sigh. If you don't get rid of a pest they will get overconfident and breed more pest. Your Majesty. He signaled to her, telling her he is alright, and opened his phone to call Kishore. Hello. Kishore, it's me. Gilgamesh. It's been a while. Weren't you testing Izuku? Why are you calling all of a sudden? Tell them to cancel their trips and meet up with you at the clock tower, and afterwards everyone head back to Inko's place immediately. Send some more servants there first. What's the situation? The pest I wasn't able to clean up last year. I assume you know him well with his arrogant title. A moment of silence. Alright, I will call them back, take care. But that the phone call ended, Siduri came over. King Gilgamesh, is everything alright? Oh, nothing, was just finishing some business elsewhere, but it does seem the two of you will take a while before the two of you meet. He said with a smile and looked into the sky. Siduri, how do you feel about traveling with me? I am right to assume that our travels won't be through normal flights then, Your Majesty. The simple smile was all Siduri needed to sigh at. Clock tower. The room's atmosphere was serious as Kishore along with Rin, Luvia and Gorodolf were all sitting at the table, while the other three didn't seem to know what's going on. Kishore seemed to know and was slightly concerned. I see your trip to Egypt was plentiful, that's good. From a connection we received news that someone has been looking into the Midoriya's household. Vinci along with many other servants knew what this means, but Ozymandias chimed in. Don't we have many servants stationed there? Even if we don't have the full security measure and magic traps and alarms like the ones in Chaldea, shouldn't the servants be enough? It's not as if Izuku was our only mana source. The air contains enough mana that with time our servants can even store enough mana without draining from Izuku. So a simple noble phantasm can probably get rid of these vermins if it was needed. Kishore slides a folder to the servants, and that was enough. The first few photos from CCTV camera from local and outside Midoriya properties showed some headed individuals spying on the properties. He also pulled out paperwork to show that someone has also dig into the government database to look into all the Midoriyas. The last few photos showed the figures all meeting up to discuss something. Kishore then spoke again. These were taken with the last few days, and the servants back in Izuku's home have already taken notice. One of the servants said this, and I quote, Some dumbasses trying to break in, well I would like to see them try. Mordred? Mordred? Yep, definitely Mordred. Is she bored? Sigh. That's indeed Mordred. Everyone spoke their minds while Kisher coughed into his hand. As I was saying, the servants have all taken notice, but there is something else that caught their eyes, swarms of shadow servants hidden behind these would-be intruders. Izuku immediately broke down into sweats. Were those the heroes and con artists that went missing, or did Matu replenish his numbers? Shakespeare, seeing the mood Izuku was in, decided to lighten it. Master Izuku, I'm afraid it's not the shadow servants and Matu you should be worrying about. Wait, what do you mean, Shakespeare? But that silence rang through the room, and many servants can't hold in the laughter, while Kisher and Rin's face slightly darkened. Oh, nothing, it's just your mother. But that Izuku jaw dropped. Oh no. How could I forget Mom? I promise not to get into too much trouble. Oh crap. No. No. Izuku went into a mumbling spree as Jean and Abigail patted his back. Atalanta just smiled. It's a parent's duty to be worried. I worry about you all the time, but have gotten used to you getting into trouble. Tyron, Penthesilea, and essentially everyone that traveled with Izuku for quite some time nodded their heads in unison. Da Vinci smiled and then looks at Kisher. We're heading straight for Japan then, correct? A nod was the answer, and everyone left towards the airport once again. A select few were sent ahead through the connection points to Japan just in case. Those sent ahead were Jean, Chiron, and Scathach. While on flight, Izuku still was worried about a few things from Matu and possibly all for one to his mother. That was until Da Vinci got his attention. Don't worry, Izuku, everything will be fine. After all, you have Earth's best with you. What you should worry about is getting your summer homework finished. Oh. Well, I did finish everything that was given. I'm waiting for the one that was supposed to be given in Iraq and Japan. I forgot how studious this child can be at times. Meanwhile, back in the clock tower, two figures worked tirelessly through paperworks. How's there still so many? It's just one summer vacation. Orital said as he signed and piled another stack of paperwork. Luvia sighed. Lost to Rin again. Why can't I go anywhere? Japan. Izuku. Sweetie, you should have called a week in advance so we could all meet you here today. Inko said, rushing to give her son a hug. She was trailed by Lee and Salieri, who gave a slight bow to everyone. Hi. Mom, love you too. Can we discuss in the car ride back? Of course, let's go. Mordred should be waiting in the lot. Izuku froze. Wait, Mordred? Yes, she excellent driver, and thanks to Kisher and Rin's connection, we were able to get her a license as a sentient quirk, so she and almost every servant could walk around freely. Kisher and everyone that you know of in the Mage Association help chip in, so you don't have to worry about gaining too much unwanted attention. The same goes for your quirk status. Oh, and of course Gilgamesh started that first. I have to credit him for setting up the detailed plans with Da Vinci before handing it off to the mages. Inko answered in a smile, but it wasn't that Izuku was worried about. Of course, he already knew something must have been done to his quirk status. It was Mordred. Sure, she has a ranking for driving skills, but the trip in Ireland slightly traumatized Izuku with Mordred driving. As they all left, they were met with a limo, and Mordred in a suit leaning on the driver's side. Yo, how's it going, master? I was expecting to see you a lot later, but let's go home and talk about our situation. On the drive home, Izuku wanted to be the first one to open up, but surprisingly it was his mother. It's about the strange people outside our property, right? Mom, how did you? Well, it started with your father when we were young, and then after my failure as a mother to do anything about Kitsuki, and then Gilgamesh putting me through training on noticing things on paper. It made me quite alert to a lot of things. So are they related to your kidnapper? Yes. The sigh came from Inko as she glanced over at Da Vinci and Kisher. Well, the beans been spilled, let just come clean then. Kisher and Da Vinci begin to explain their situation. After the ride home was finished, Inko was the first to speak up. Well, that was quite something, Izuku. When you selected a life of hero, I knew it was going to be a hard one. I was worried how things would turn out even with magecraft and after your kidnapping. But now it seems you have grown a lot, even if you're just 10, and I am proud of that, and I am sure your father would be too. Izuku and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. However, I didn't expect you to be involved in a major conflict so soon. The air felt sinister. Izuku turned for help, but for some reason all the servants, his mentor and sister turned their heads. Eyes. Everyone mentally apologized for Izuku. Some servants apologized mentally for the trouble they caused, while some felt guilty. Ozymandias looked especially guilty as he made an excuse to see his room, while King Hassan nods his head approvingly of Inko's reaction as a parent. So did Atalanta, Chiron, and Scathach. No one intervened as a mother's wrath knows no bound. Amiya opens the front door holding a tray of food, gave Izuku a glance, before noticing Inko's mood gave Izuku a thumbs up before closing it. The servants inside gave their prayers for their young master. Only Da Vinci tried to calm Inko down, which worked. What am I going to do with you, Izuku? Come here. Inko embraced Izuku in a hug and ruffled his hair. You're our only child and the most precious treasure that Hisashi and I love dearly. Your father told you to follow your dreams and I will help and watch you achieve, although I asked to not get yourself into too much trouble and just to safe I guess that's not possible, right? Mom? She pulled away from their hug and just smiled. How about just to stay safe enough that you can come home? I promise, Mom. The two hugged once again and the servants from Izuku's traveling group and from inside the building also came out -1. Inko Master's mother, Mom, madam, we promised to keep him safe as well. After a while Emiya went back inside to tend to a pot on the stove before running back out. I apologize for ruining the mood, but may we have a discussion over the meal? I would hate for the fresh food to be ruined by being cold. Everyone laughed a bit before all filling into the large building that's now considered home for the Midoriyas and the servants. Not long afterwards Tuya also came home to see Izuku and everyone returning. At the tables. There was silent at the dinner table before Izuku took a look at his mother, then at Da Vinci, Akishir, and Rin. It was a small movement, but they agreed. After almost a year of having Tuya living and watching over his mother and father, Izuku decided to let Tuya into their world. It was shocking to say the least, but Tuya somewhat expected it and wasn't hurt from not being told the truth from the start. He even agreed to help them out in this conflict after the true discussion of their plans begin against Matu and possibly All for One's pawn. Since we couldn't have mages here just yet due to the servants' existence here, we couldn't set up barriers and spell traps in this property. We also don't have caster servants who specialize in those fields, none of that were set up as well. But by the end of this year I should have an agreement signed and have some mages sent here. Fisher says as he drinks some of the soup Emiya prepared. Da Vinci later explained their plan. Well, then everyone, here's our plan of actions. As of now we're sure the enemies will break in through the walls surrounding the mountain of our property. We'll purposely leak out information on location where Izuku, Inko, and Hisashi will be at. Da Vinci displayed a holographic map to show everyone. Each target will all have a select group of servants and people as their bodyguards, while the rest of the servants ambush the approaching targets. Since the property is quite large, let's have them think we're too far away to help one another, but in reality it's far from the truth. All the servants who were confident in their speed smiled, and even those servants who weren't that fast were still faster than a basic human's top speed. Da Vinci continues on to the next topic. As for the shadow servants, we shouldn't have to worry about them working close with the intruders, as they were possibly given orders to assist, but in no way ordered to follow their command. Shadow servants don't seem to maintain a thinking mindset like regular servants, so if possible they will only blindly follow a set, don't push yourselves and send a signal for backup if needed. Everyone discussed about certain parts of the plan when Inko asked a question. Since this mountain is private property, quirk and magic usage won't be an issue, but how should we hand over the humans that we capture in this situation? Fisher smiled. We looked into this. And we have a trustworthy individual we would be meeting with us soon. On the day of their attack we'll have him here. Da Vinci nodded. Indeed, this person is quite trustworthy and we should have him as an ally, and from our findings about him, he'll play a great role of supporting us in the future. But that the dinner and planning were over. As dinner was over and servants were cleaning up, Lee and Emiya were washing and cleaning the dishes. Glad everything ended well, right Emiya, and that was a good meal as always. Thanks, but yes indeed. By the way, where's Ak? Multiple hands cover Emiya's mouth. SHHH. Was the answer he received as he heard cracking of the floor tiles. Ach. LL. Penthesilea, did you enjoy tonight dinner? Do you know how to make any of your hometown food? Yeah, can you make us breakfast again like you did in America? Penthesilea was quickly swarmed by Jean and Abigail as they tried to get her mind off of the carrot rider. Causing Chiron to just laugh a bit as he know his student will have to live in hiding like an assassin. Penthesilea being swarmed by the two gave them weird looks. Why are you two so energetic all of a sudden? Nothing, we're always like this, right Abby? Yeah. Emiya, seeing his mistake, quickly turns around and continue washing his dishes. You know, even if we have a lot of money it's best if we don't waste it. Emiya said as he points at the tiles that cracked. Agreed. Everyone said in unison. Yo, who's part of our finance group if we have one? I was wondering if I could get a new fishing rod. My old one broke after trying to catch a fish that's too large. Gu quickly went silent as he was pierced with a dozen gazes and one bonk from his teacher Scathach. Sigh. You should really read the mood, my pupil. Sorry Shushu, but it's a good reason, so we can eat fresh fish. Lancer. Ku, I am pretty sure Japan has a stable supply of fresh fish in the markets. We don't need you to constantly go out and fish. Emiya was cut off by Ku, who held onto his shirt collar, seeing that his hobby may be shot down at any moment. Oi, ya faker, what do you know about fresh fish? I feel like I know plenty when I am the one who cooks them. You don't know shit, just like your identity as a fake, you're a fake chief. Oh yeah? Well, don't eat my cooking anymore. I humbly apologize. After Emiya's threat, Ku immediately did a 90-degree bow. During this exchange, Penthesilea requested Inko for some paperworks on the current funds available and the asset that they currently have and how much Gilgamesh has been sending back along with investment. Annoying mutt. What did you call me? Hush, tell me on average what is your daily catch? I don't know, let's see, I caught around 15 eels last time. I haven't really been fishing daily as I was just summoned few weeks ago, but why? Wait until I'm finished first. Now mutt, tell me what is the baits you use and cost. Well. After a few minutes of questions and calculations, Penthesilea came to a conclusion. If I may ask, can you approve of Ku's spending on a 59,959 yen for a fishing pole and fishing set? I did some calculations, and if Ku does indeed, let's say, fish anywhere from an average of 10 to 15 or even more fish per day or even every other 3 days, we would be saving quite some money monthly on fish-related food purchase. Well, that is until more servants are summoned. Penthesilea coughs into her hand before continuing. But even then, with the ever-changing prices of fish, Ku can provide it still relatively cheap, and he can technically go anywhere in Japan to catch as well. Inko just smiled. Well, of course I would approve, after all, gaining so much money just sitting here. I'm not really putting it into any other major use besides investment and charities, as well the general usage, so go ahead. But I do have to say, Ms. Penthesilea, how would you like to stay here with me and handle the management of our money? Was the reply Penthesilea gave, but before she answered, both their hands were grabbed by Ku, who was kneeling and head bowed down like a prayer. Thank my goddesses for approving on my purchases. Tyron and Atalanta grab a tray of food to head up to Achilles' room to deliver the news. Either he could come with them to England once things are settled or keep playing hide and seek with Penthesilea while staying here. On the roof. Duya. Ah, Izuku, what's up? Why are you here at this hour? Are you okay about knowing all of this? Izuku asked, fidgeting his fingers. Oh, so that's what's been bothering you? To tell you the truth, I could care less about what you guys truly are, because you guys are still the same. The teen said, smiling as he opens a bottle and pour out a drink. You all are nice people, and so are the people in UA, oh, and your servants of course, haha. Then compared to my father. I don't know anymore, Izuku. I know this is more of a personal issues. But I don't know anymore. Duya took a sip of his sake and sigh. My father constantly trained me to be a hero. To surpass all might, and engraved that into me. Sure, I followed along, but the training was very intense, and at one point I think I became like him. But slightly more broken. Do you remember his younger self training hard to surpass all might, as that was his father's goal, and him telling his sister off after she told him to stop? He is driven by a goal, and I am just pushed into his goal, which I followed. Then my brother was born. I erased those parts from my memories. Because I couldn't bear it. I tried to kill Shoto. Because he was what I was made to be. I am mentally not well, Izuku. He gripped his small cup tight and slightly heating up his sake. I want to know, should a person like me still be a hero? And of course not talking about my quirks defect, but can and should a person like me be a hero after trying to kill someone and pushed into a career be a hero? Duya took another sip before Izuku spoke. Then. What do you think? I of course feel that you can be a hero, but I can't be the judge of that, it's your choice. Endeavor wanted you to be a hero for his own goal, and that changed you and pushed you down a path. Izuku's eyes gleamed as they looked at Tuya. Sure, you're not exactly well, but you now have people helping you, Tuya. Heroes have to make some tough decisions at times where killing may be the only option, just don't kill if you don't have to or need to. Also, Tuya, it's your choice, and look within yourself and asked, why are you choosing to be a hero? Tuya's eyes grew wide and smiled. I think I know why many servants follow you, and I now remember why I agreed to this, it to help you out on changing this shitty society. Tuya gulps down his sake and turns in for the night. Don't tell mom I've been drinking up here, she'll probably get really mad. Good night, brother Hick. I won't. Tuya nodded and left the roof. Izuku sits down on a chair they had set up and looks off into the city he grew up in. Remembering something, Izuku. He turns to see Kin holding a bottle of liquor. Oh, Emperor Kin. Yes, it is us. Now what are you doing up here? I kind of wanted to know how people react to knowing the truth about me and the world. And your answer? Still unknown. After all, this is someone we helped and close to. So I don't know. We see. Well, answer are never gotten in a day and takes time, so sleep on it for now, as we'll be quite busy for the next few days. Would you like a drink? Haha. Thank you for the offer, Emperor, but I'm only 10, and isn't that Jinki's bottle? It is indeed, but after constantly trying to kill us, we feel this is a cheap price to pay, and we doubt she poisoned her own favorite bottle, not that poison really works on us. Kin looks at the night sky and then asks Izuku one more question. Was that perhaps all that was on your mind, master? Izuku fidgeted around before sighing. No. Do you wish to tell us? After a few seconds which seemed like hours, Izuku spoke up. It's the people who had died so far on our trip. And the dangers that I am dragging myself and everyone I know into. Is it my fault? Kin looks into the sky before shaking his head. You didn't kill those people, they were killed by a madman. He who seeks power and gained them somehow. Many of those who died aligned themselves with a certain side, and it brought their demise. Master, you didn't seek out all for one, you were caught up in the event last year, and so were your families. You made enemies, sure, but it wasn't your intention to seek enemies. Now tell us, Master, how was any of this your fault? But nothing, you became a master in hoping of making a better and peaceful society, so we'll help you. This is all just part of life, events beyond our control, and will always happen. So think nothing of it, and do your best to make things a bit better, that's all we can do until the threat's taken care of. Kin said as he pats Izuku on the head. Now it's getting late, go ahead and turn in for the night, we're sure many of the servants will tell you something of the same nature. Okay. Kin. Good night. Good night. Kin pours into 3 glasses after saying goodnight to Izuku, he takes a seat and calls out. Sun King and Old Man of the Mountains, would you two like to share a drink with us? HMPH, how could you offer contractor alcohol? It was just a gesture of kindness we share, and you Sun King. The drink, I'm sure, why not, it would be a waste not to on this beautiful night. And the 2 drinks while King Hassan looked on. The following conversation will be from eye contact between Kin and Ozymandias and written out in italics. So, you're interested in what's under that mask, Emperor? Indeed, Pharaoh, you know us well, he always had that mask on, it's too interesting to not find out what under that mask. So this drink and the talk were an excuse? No, not really, we originally just wanted to play a trick on Jinki and then overheard the conversation of Izuku. Then we knew by chance King Hassan may be here, so we devised this plan and called you here. I see, so this is what you call killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Indeed. The 2 stared intensely at King Hassan, who soon gave in. It would be rude of me not to accept this drink. Time seemed to be in slow motion as King Hassan reached for the drink, an unexpected visitor came in through the door. I sense there a meeting of kings here, so I have arrived, Yumu. That moment of distraction caused Kin and Ozymandias to miss the chance of Hassan drinking. This is quite smooth, Emperor Kin, well, I will be off then. Wait Hassan, we haven't even talked yet, how about another? Drinking on duty isn't what I wish to do, so I kindly decline, Emperor Kin. As for talks, I feel Emperor Nero and King Ozymandias would provide good company, so have a good night. There was silence, and then Nero poured herself a glass. Phew, that was good, by the way, what were we talking about? The 2 looked at one another before laughing. There will always be next time. Indeed, for now let us drink. Somewhere in Musatafa. Alright ladies and gentlemen, we got our pay, exactly 80 million yen, and if we pull off the kidnapping of all 3 targets we'll get double. The masked individual said in a room filled with his colleagues. From what we have gathered, it seems like all 3 targets are now in the building. We'll divide the team up into 2 to 3 group, one will focus on getting into the room of immobile father, while the other 2 or one team handle the son and mother. As for the other family members, kill them off if found out about, we will leave no trails. Yes sir. 40x. The more wary member raised her hand. Sir, if I may speak, but don't you think it's odd that our employer not only provide us almost everything for this mission, from specific drugs and poison to even weapons that is very hard to import into Japan. He even provided us with extra quirks. And these 20 shadow backups. Her words were cut off as she was lifted into air by her neck. Are you telling us to run? No. As she choked on her words and then dropped to the floor. We accepted this job and this payment, we will do it to the end. Now everyone, in a few days we will get this job done, is that clear? Yes sir. Chapter 24. The hunter is nothing but a prey. The day of the invasion. WTFK is wrong with this place. The man wearing full body armor said as he was putting pressure on his wound. Then the elevator filled with around 5 mercenaries and 2 shadow servants were all dispatched within a few minutes. His teammates were alive but injured from their friendly fires and all laid on the floor. The shadow servants both weren't able to put up any resistance as their heads were grasped and crushed. The elevator was stuck for a while, then it began to move once more and stopped at its destination. Soon step out a man in dark armor and a skull mask, walking as if nothing has happened. Few days before the actual invasion, after the roof talk. Ah Vinci, why are we going to the basement? Izuku asked as they were still quite early in the morning. Well, I have something to show you. They stopped at an unnumbered floor. It was large, but Izuku briefly remembered the layout of this room's design. Ah Vinci. Is this? Yes, a 50% completed replica of all of Chaldea's main systems. We will be able to have everything finished once we have enough clearance and manpower. but it shouldn't be a problem if we are able to summon specific servants to assist building the remaining 50%. Izuku looks around at the partially empty shell. So did Ichako's family build this? No, it was split in between multiple companies in order to maintain some secrecy, but that's not why we're here. Come to my new workshop real quick. As she opens the door, Izuku saw many of the books and inventions that Gilgamesh had carried over from Chaldea. Izuku looks at the amazing workshop until he heard something said on the table, a suitcase of some sort. Although that's what it seems on the outside, Izuku couldn't help but feel a connection to it. Da Vinci, what is this? This is a storage for Saint Graphs, something like a record for servants, but this one tied down the ones we know personally. If it were destroyed, well, the servants we know won't retain their memories and be a completely separate one. Da Vinci pressed a button and 2 chairs rise from the ground. Izuku, we technically don't need this anymore, as the servants you summon not only retain memories of the past, but also their alternative selves. But we still need it for you to summon some of the other servants, rather than trying by random chances when the time comes. Da Vinci brings up a few worn down Saint Graphs, some broken ones, and a few pristine ones. You must be wondering why some of these are like this. It's a fail-safe I made. I was worried that in the future someone else of ill intentions would steal this and use servants for their own volitions, and use Chaldea's gather knowledge to do so. To prevent this, I purposely made the more powerful Saint Graphs to deteriorate over time, as I was never sure when someone like you would arrive, and that was before someone else go to it. Izuku picks up a Saint Graph and examine it. So am I going to summon everyone back now? Da Vinci shakes her head at the question. No, that will take too much from you, and Izuku, just meet these servants at your own pace. After all, first impression is everything. She smiled as she collected back the Saint Graphs, and Izuku saw some familiar ones. Kin. Hassan. Ozymandias, their Saint Graph has been restored. Indeed they have, and it's thanks to you, but Izuku, have you noticed something? Izuku takes a closer look at each and every one of them. Kin's looks like a fusion. Is it because of the Lost Bolt? It seems so. Lost Bolt servant seems to be summonable, but in result of Kin he merged with our world servant self. I'm not sure about some of the others if it's possible. A few minutes from thinking, Izuku remembers something. Da Vinci remember Kisher's notes on servant's card. She looks at Izuku and nods at his question. Is it possible for me to be the medium where servants confuse with me, like a demi or pseudo-servants, except we share a control? It may seem possible as Galahad still allowed Mash to use his abilities. So maybe consent from a servant will allow you to wield their powers. After a few more minutes, Izuku fallen asleep during their discussion, so Da Vinci took him back to his room. As the elevator ride began, Izuku tiredly looks at Da Vinci and asked one last question. Are you building a nuclear reactor? The next morning, couple of days away from invasion. An email this early in the morning. Detective Tsukauchi didn't find it odd to receive emails, but this was his private work email, usually not open to just anyone. What really caught his attention was the sender. If this is really the Midoriya's emails, then I shouldn't refuse so easily, and it seems urgent. I guess I'll reply back. The detective got up and left his office to find his close coworker. Sansa. Is it alright for you to tell people I won't be here as of 2 days from now? I have business to attend to. The CAD officer look over. Sure, Detective Tsukauchi, but can't you just send a notice? I will, but just in case no one checks, they'll probably check up with you first. I see, alright then. But that Sansa went back to his desk while Tsukauchi heads out to work on the vigilante case that has grown rampant around Musatafa. The day of the meeting, invasion Midoriya's resident. Welcome Detective Tsukauchi, follow us please. Mordred says while wearing a butler's outfit, and beside her was Fran wearing a maid outfit. Thank you, and if it's alright, may I ask who are you two that's escorting me? I am Mordred Pendragon and this is Fran. Ah. After the brief introduction, the two guides the detective away and towards the elevator. Salieri stood there and selected the meeting floor. It still amazes me how much wealth is on the Midoriya side. With just a single year they have become almost one of the most prominent figures in Japan. Tsukauchi thought to himself, and Salieri spoke his mind. It takes conviction, hard work, knowledge, and a bit of luck to achieve something like this, dear detective. Wah. Cough. How did you? Simple, I just read the mood. Anyways, we're here, please do enjoy your visit. Oh, and please don't think I can read minds, I can just read the mood very well. I see, and thank you for the introduction and welcome Mr. Salieri, Antonio Salieri. The two did a slight bow as Mordred and Fran guided the detective to the meeting room. In the meeting room sat Inko, Da Vinci, Penthesilea, Asterios, and Lancelot Berserker, all wearing formal clothings. Kisher silently sat in the corner enjoying his cough, but stares at the detective. Hello, my name is Tsukauchi Namasa, and I am sure you know that I am the police detective. Hello, detective, my name as you know is Midoriya Inko. Yes, your family has made quite the headline rising into fortune after your husband's tragic injuries last year, but if I may, why did you call me specifically out of every police detective? Inko puts up an act looking at Fran, who poured 2 cups of tea for them. Thank you, Fran. Well, detective, to put it simply, you're the most trustworthy in the force, as we know, one that has grand accomplishment, modest behavior, and someone who isn't on apparel. Truth. What could she want? And these individuals here, I feel like nothing I can do against any of them, which is odd. Even this maid, who seemed frail, gives off an impression that she could overpower me. Only Midoriya seems normal. Are they hiding something? I mean, this wealth and status after that incident in Tokyo. Wait, who's on apparel? Inko's smile stayed the same. Detective Tsukauchi, you want the truth, right? Then I will give you the truth. Make what you will of this, and choose what your choice will be after hearing the world's real history. Wait. What do you mean? After 20 to 30 minutes, Inko spent time working with a detective about what truly happened in Tokyo. She told him about Izuku's powers, mages, how quirks came to be, and who is currently standing in this room. What the Hero Commission did and what some of the government were doing. She also told him parts of the real reason why he is here. Finishing the explanation, Tsukauchi downed 3 cups of tea. Sorry for my lack of manners, this is a lot to take in, and so far my quirk isn't going off, so this is the truth then. Yes. You'll need help on many events like these that involves magic and non-magic origins. Sigh. In regular cases I would have just called you all insane. Then again, how the government covered the events in Tokyo, how the hospital patients last year had suddenly healed, were quite mysterious, and this wealth. I give in about half, that's how much I believe in. Well, you'll just have to see then, Da Vinci, if you may. Da Vinci stepped forward and opened up holographic projections of the whole building, on the mountain, showed from different angles, and the mercenaries along with shadow servants. Tsukauchi's eyes widened as he saw the weapons these intruders were carrying. At least he now knew that they were telling the truth about needing his help. I call for backup. He was stopped by Da Vinci, who smiled. Detective, worry not, we'll handle this. There is over 40 people, and your group is just over 20, not even mentioning the weapons, but we also have an injured individual and children on our side. We can't go against this. Da Vinci's expression was the same, but with the rest of the servants they turned serious. Tsukauchi, sit down and watch the show. You said you only believe half of our story, now here's the proof for the other half. Oh, I forgot, this is a paper signed by Her Majesty, you can check the authenticity later. One of the many approvals we'll receive. The document was dropped in front of Tsukauchi, who was now too focused on the screen. Outside of the Midoriya's walled mountain. On the other side of the wall, 5 vehicles parked there. Alright, Alpha Team is in, along with Shadows, 10x people and 5 Shadow servants per team. Alpha Team approach with caution. Roger. Bravo Team. We're in the vents. Charlie. We're approaching the back. Alright, Delta, we will sit back for now and split into 5 vehicles for the getaway and recon what the situation on their cameras. Sir, we lost all our connections. What? Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, anyone report? I repeat, report. The radio transmissions were cut off suddenly. God damn it, send in the remaining Shadows. But sir, we only have 5 left. I am not risking 3 squad being wiped out, that's too expensive as an investment. But if they were wiped out, I hope we get compensated good. After a few minutes, the remaining Shadow servant were deployed into the mountain and towards the building. Alpha Team. They approached the stairs and headed towards the basement level, where from intel, should be where Izuku was located in. It seems this rich family made a playpen for their boy. How I hate rich people. Yeah, this building is way too big for just 20-something people. Hey leader, can we take the elevator? No, although we cut the cameras off from their side, we don't want to possibly give away our locations or leave trails. Recon should be managing it for us. But we're gonna kill them all anyways, so why should we care if they find out? The leader of the group, who was still running down the stairs, sighed at the childish tantrum. You've been in this occupation for almost 3 years, I expected more from you, now come on, and safety's off, we're approaching the floor. After kicking down the door, the leader walked in and was immediately kicked into the wall by a streak of red. Have your parents never taught you manners before? The elderly Chinese man says as he removes his glasses. If not, then it seems like this elder will teach the manners your parents failed to teach. Alpha Team all raised their Type 89 and fired at the old man, who came towards them at alarming speed and broke the barrels of 3 assault rifles. This caused the Type 89 to backfire, making the intruders drop their broken firearms. Shit. We're falling back, those of you who still have their weapons get ready, we're switching to side. Armsa. After barking out those commands, the man was grabbed by his arm and flipped to the ground. His teammates looks in disgust at the sight of their fallen comrade's bent arm. Ah. Arg. My arm. Ah. Oh, Drai was supposed to keep injuries to a minimum. This is unfortunate, although I am glad young master isn't here to see this. The man with broken arms broke into tears, but glares at Lee and shouts. You bastard. A stream of fire blasted out from this man's mouth. That's what you get, gotta thank our benefactor Huff. Huff. If it wasn't for him my nitrogen breathe would have just been useless Huff. Now, you guys get squad leader out of here and find the kid. Before he can continue, he fell to the ground from a neck chop. What he thought he hit was an afterimage, and Lee stood behind him. You have my respect, I thought you'll just be hollering in pain, but there's more to you I see. Lee, we should finish this. Emiya says as he appears out of thin air scaring the already scared mercenaries. Where did he come from? Never mind that. Shadows go buy us some time we're taking these fuckers down. But that the shadow servants jumped in, 2 sabers class, 1 lancer, and 2 riders. Standing in a protective manner to Alpha team. My, this is a surprise isn't it, to think this would be in our favor. Lee said as he got ready alongside Emiya. We're not fighting alone anyways. Alpha team members who still had their assault rifles raised their weapons ready to shoot, and the 2 who had theirs broken took out their sidearms M57, ready to take down the 2 wearing red. One of the younger members yells out. Well I hope y'all guys had y'all fun, cause y'all are dead meats y'all hear me. But that Emiya and Lee laughed. Dead they say, hahaha, dead, Lee am I hearing this correctly? You hear him correctly Emiya, ah the naivety of youth. This pissed the youngest member. That's funkin' it y'all dead right now. He shot 5 times using his M57 towards Lee's head, a swift gust blow by, and Lee was still standing. How? How are y'all still standing I shot you in the head. Lee chuckled. Perhaps your aim is off, perhaps I am just too fast. But that Lee opens his palm that was behind his back and 5 bullets rolled on the floor. Screw this, shadows you do what you can, Alpha team open fire. But wait what about the kid I mean the target? It's that or them I chose the later and we have 2 other targets, so what wrong with killing 1 out of 3? Fine. They opened fire into the room, shadow servants jumped into the air to avoid being hit. The 2 rider servants immediately dropped to the ground. Lee has gotten to them first as he punched them square in heart and letting Chiron and Atalanta shoot their arrows into the shadow servant's head. The FK they have more people. Shit continue firing. Hey they took out 2 of the shadows. Aren't they supposed to be super strong? Shut your traps, just focus on the 2 of them, hard my knee. 2 arrows busted through the padding of this person's armor and he fell through the ground in pain. Emiya was fighting and dodging the lancer when he saw this. Isn't it a bit of an overkill, Atalanta, breaking both his kneecaps? He'll live, how about you, do you need any assistance? Emiya dodges the lance and jabs his sword into the shadow lancer's throat. No need, 3 down and 2 to go. Make that 0. Jean said as she used her sword to finish off the 2 sabers that Lee and Chiron both helped take down. What the hell? The mercenaries asked in a scared voice. They wasted all their ammos into this room and these people who aren't known heroes or bodyguards have avoided them all. It also seems like they cared only about the shadows and not for any of the Alpha team members, as if they aren't a threat. Fall. Fall back, forget those teammates that can't walk themselves, we're gonna meet up with Bravo and Charlie and getting the hell out of here. You guys are not going anywhere. The young voice called out. YAG. 8x. The remaining members screamed as a collection of large tendrils knocks them down. One of the members was still conscious and looked to see a little girl, a teen with twin tail, and a green-haired boy walking into the room before losing consciousness. Good job everyone. Bravo team. This is odd. What is? We lost connections with all the other team. We're in the vents that probably why, try to reconnect when we get out. Yes, ma'am. As Bravo team opens a hatch letting them out of a vent they quickly spotted a blue-haired janitor. Should we shoot him? No that will be a waste let me just slice his throat. Why don't we send the shadows? They're emergency only, plus they're wild cards, don't know what they'll do. But that the team leader snuck up behind the janitor and was met with a mop in her face, making her fall to the floor. Oh, dear I'm sorry miss I didn't know we had guests today here let me help you here. The blue-haired man went to go grab a towel from his cart but accidentally kicks the bucket of water onto the team leader's face. Oh man am I clumsy today here let me help you. Fu dodges out of the way with a wide grin on his face. As the team leader was breathing heavily in anger, she retracts her knife and got into a combat stance. I was gonna say no hard feelings, but you asshole deserve this rag. Her flurry of jabs and slash were parried by Ku's mop and with a sweeping motion he knocked her to the ground. Careful miss the floor is wet, my co-worker's gonna grab the sign real quick and be right back. Enraged she yells out. He can go to hell too. As she grabs onto Ku's head she releases poison gases stored in a bracelet into Ku's face, pushed in with her air quirk to push it into his nose and throat. There he should be dead now, that's what you get for Hummel. Excuse me, but this perfume just doesn't suit you at all, and I know med, bye bye. Before she realizes she was struck in the head by Ku, and from the corner Achilles arrived. Sorry I'm late, but I got the sign for wet floors. Perfect, put it in front of our guest please. Before they could talk some more, Achilles and Ku were all targeted by the remaining members, all holding Type 20, aimed at the two of them. Any last words? One of the Bravo team asked, and Ku smiled and pointed behind them. Yeah, behind you. Spartacus body slams into 5 of them, bringing along one shadow servant which he smeared against the wall. Now what was that about last worlds to my pupil? Scathach asked, with her spear pinning one shadow servant to the ground and another to the neck of a mercenary. Do you yield? Scathach asked as she destroyed the shadow servant she has pinned down. Screw that. Within an instant his assault rifle was slashed apart by Spartacus's sword. I admire your spirit, but you dare to oppress this household. The wide smile scared the remaining members into submission. As for the 3 remaining shadow servants, they were dealt with by Ku and Achilles. Well, that ended fast. Achilles pulls Ku back and yells out to Spartacus and Scathach. One of them is glowing. Spartacus, seeing this, quickly bear hugs the glowing one and huddle into a ball, trapping the glowing mercenary. Meanwhile, the rest of the mercenaries desperately wants to run away. Get out of here, he is gonna blow run. Out of my way. Shit, why does his quirk need to be supercharged? It's already self-destruct, damn it. There was an explosion, but Spartacus absorbed the blast and held the now tired mercenary by the leg. Impressive, but it will take more than that to take down me, Spartacus, hahaha. The remaining members of Bravo team curled into a ball and cries. This house is full of monster, I say monster. Alpha, Charlie, Delta, I don't care which team, just help us. The sound of heels were heard walking down the hallway. Can you all please quiet down, the patient needs his rest. Sorry, head nurse Nightingale, will do. Ku answers as he waves his hands and menacingly holding up his mop. Not that I remember, I think head nurse likes cleanliness, so why don't I clean you guys up for making me dress like a janitor? No, please no. The scream of anguish followed by the laughter of Ku and the sigh of other servants. Charlie team. Achuo. Girl, you alright? Yeah, I'm fine, probably just these damn pollens. We are in the mountains, and man, I can't get this feeling that something is off. You guys too? What do you mean? I can't radio in any of the 2 operating teams, nor can I do so for Delta team. As the whole team continues to climb up the stairs, some of them grew tired. Huff. Can we take the elevator? Like 70 to 80 flights of stairs while carrying these equipment is hard. The older members sighed. Young folks like you are too relaxed, fine, take the elevator and 2 shadows with you, we can probably do a pincer if we need to. But that the 2 groups split off, and the younger members smiled as they rode the elevator until suddenly they stopped on a random floor they didn't press. They raised their Type 89, but begin to tremble at the sight of their opponent. If there was a perfect description of this figure, it would be the incarnation of death. The 2 shadow servants charged towards the tall figure, only for their heads to held tight and crushed. Is this how Cursed Arm performs, Abania? I will inquire on it next time I met them. King Hassan calmly moves into the elevator filled with shocked mercenaries who were still trembling. Hassan raised his arm over to the panel to close the door and stood in the center of the intruders. I hope you don't mind me sharing this ride. Open fire. And shots ranged out, but the results were horrifying. Bullet ricocheted off the elevator walls, and what's worse, the shot seemed to phase through him. Stop. My arms, fuck. Help. The first Hassan stood still and shakes his head. Foolish, if you allowed me to take the simple elevator ride with you, nothing would have happened. Then again, there is no mercy for intruders like you. King Hassan's eyes lit the elevator, bringing more fear from the mercenaries, and one man cursed his luck as the elevator was stuck. WTFK is wrong with this place. Charlie team that took the stairs. Phew. Boss, these stairs aren't a joke, but we're here. As the 5 members walk into the hallway, they were met by a maid and a butler. Oh look, they set us up a welcoming party, how nice, shoot them down. Hails of bullets shot towards Mordred and Fran, but Mordred steps in front of Fran and took the bullet. The leader paused as there was so much smoke being picked up. Was our employer overly cautious to be worried about these people? He looks to see 2 pairs of glowing red eyes. Before he could say fired, he was rammed down into the stairs. The shadow servants jumps to attack Mordred, but Fran blocks them both, and using her strength as speed, she knocks them both into the wall. Mordred then finishes them off. Perhaps shadow servants need their summoner near to be efficient, or they need set instructions to fight well. They are very weak compared to the rest we fought before. But still, being here I feel quite nice. Mordred thought was interrupted by the sounds of reloading. You're right, Fran, it's garbage day. I wonder if they're recyclables. No, you can't recycle actual trash. Using the blunt side of her sword, Mordred and Fran hammers down at the intruders, not giving them time to reload. Damn it, taste this you bastards. One of the intruders morph the walls into spikes targeting the two servants, but Fran easily bats it away. Damn it, all she batting away the spikes faster than I can make them, you guys do something. We are trying, but all our assault rifles got broken by those two, and our M57 is barely making a dent on that stupid armor. Then use your quirks. But that a pair of twins stepped forward and ran towards Mordred. Electricity sparks off both their fist. Alright, let's see if these strength enhancer quirk work with our electric fist. Ha. Ha. Fran jumps in front of Mordred, capturing both fist. What the hell? How is she so strong? Not only that she absorbing our electricity. After all this commotion, the leader of Charlie finally wakes up and walks back up the stairs. What's the situation? Sir, you're awake. Well, the situation is not good. I feel like they're toying with us at the moment. Do you think you can distract them long enough for me to reach the room of our target and use her as a hostage? I think we can, sir. Good. But that he ran past Mordred and Fran, who were currently still holding the intruders back. Fran, I know one got away, but hey, let the other earn their pay for once. Alrighty, playtime's over, kids, time for you to learn. Screams rings through the hallway and then complete silence. Hearing this, the leader of Charlie only ran faster and was about to kick down the door in front of him, only for it to be opened by Salieri. Seriously, you ladies and gentlemen already destroyed multiple articles in this house, so will we be billing you by cash or credit? Salieri said with a cruel smile. This pissed the leader off. He held the Type 89 toward Salieri's head, ready to blow it off, only for a black tendrils to grab a hold of it and transforming before his very eyes. The Type 89 was now a black assault rifle pulsing with a red glow held by a dark knight. Arg. Lancelot, please, we have guest here. Ah. The leader was panting, just what the hell is this situation, but that's when he noticed the hologram surveillance system and knew they were being played. You bastards were just playing games with us. Cutting off our communication and purposely separating all of us and picked us off. Well, to be fair, you were trying to kidnap my family, kill off the others in this household, and splitting you guys into different group was more of your own choice. Inko said as she drinks a bit of tea. The leader was now furious. He reached to grab his sidearm, only noticing it was gone. Looking for this? Inko held up his M57 and hands it to Detective Tsukauchi. This is evidence, of course, and well, I never had firearms training, so you'll probably use it better, detective. Oh, and if you must know, I took it from you using my quirk when you were too busy being angry. Inko said with a smile as Da Vinci walks over to her and chatted a bit on how she fitting the boss role quite well. The leader stood still, then begins to bulk and charge towards Inko. I make you pay for this. Ag. Asterios and Penthesilea stood in front of Inko, and Detective Tsukauchi, along with Lancelot, raised their guns, only for the leader of Charlie to fall to the ground as his tendons were cut open. I would stand down if I were you. Dinky said, coming out of the shadows with a dagger in hand. This is merciful and in the line of self-defense, so don't push us any further. The leader holds onto his cut tendons and used his muscles to apply pressure. In this moment he drops a flashbang grenade and made a run for it. TSK, should I give chase? It's fine, Jinky, I think Penthesilea may have beaten you to it. As everyone eyesight came back to where the Amazon Queen once stood, Penthesilea was long gone, and Jinky just sighed. I wonder which would have been safer for him, Penthesilea or I. Oh well. Hey, who was it that drank from my personal bottle? I swear it was full last time. But that Jinky went out to check on how everyone else was doing, along with replenishing her lost supply. Damn it, why didn't boss listen to that girl? She was right, this job is impossible. Despite giving me a quirk called Berserker, it's still not doing much. Shit, our time as mercenaries are over. As the leader of Charlie tries his best to run away, he was soon caught up and was met with a leg kick to his, causing him to get knocked back. Sigh. Holding back is so tough. At least he didn't splatter all over the walls. These people are monsters. What the hell, what hell, my nose, no, my face, it caved in a bit. Rog. He rolled around on the floor in pain and tried his best to stand up. Penthesilea cracks her neck a bit as she grins. It would be best if you give up. We won't kill you despite your intention were to kill everyone beside the targets. If you don't stop now, I can't promise you will have all your limbs though. As the leader of C-Team laid his back on the wall, he felt a button and a sudden ding of the elevator. He smiled, his other teammates are here. But it soon sank as he saw Death walk out, and behind him was a pool of blood and bullet hole-ridden teammates on the ground. Leader? Help. Help us, please. King Hassan stepped out and looks at the injured C-Team leader and then looks at Penthesilea. I just came out of a stuck elevator and I saw you cave a man face in, isn't this too much? I could say the same to you, Hassan. How did you shot them all, and why didn't you just slip out of the elevator? It's not like it had some barrier prevent your leave. I didn't shoot them, I simply finished off the shadow servants and joined them on the elevator ride, and they started shooting. As the two converse until they noticed that the leader had already fainted and Jinki has gathered everyone from the bottom floor along with the capture intruder. Outside of the Midoriya's property wall. I know the property is big. But isn't this taking them too long? Where are the shadows we sent? Sir, there were no ways to track them. We can just hope for the best. The vehicles begin sinking a bit. What the fuck, check all vehicles. Sir. All the tires have been burnt out. Green flames are way the tire as Tuya sits on a tree branch, smiling at how simply he burned these vehicles' tires and without doing too much damage to the actual getaway ride. Seems like May gotten better with these gauntlets control. Now then. Oops. Tuya ducks behind the tree he sat on as the mercenaries open fire at him. At him, don't kill him but cripple him, we may need him as a negotiation tool. Now go. Then suddenly a loud collision was heard. It sounded as if multiple cars crashed into one another, but it was actually shadow servants that were launched into the vehicles, and now we're dissipating. Who defeated them? The leading figure of all the mercenaries asked in fear, but no one was able to answer. They even stopped shooting at Tuya, who simply remarked as he ran. Someone who's older, stronger, and smarter than you all. On top of the wall stood three figures, two male and a female, wearing very exotic outfit. Like an entrance made for protagonist in a superhero film, Yumu. Well, these shadow servants aren't much, are they? Indeed, we outclassed them by strength, and it seems like they can only work around orders only a bit. So locations matter. And masters being close also matters for them, it seems. The three talked amongst themselves, which annoyed the leader, who forgot his fears and yelled at them while injecting trigger into his veins. You dare look down upon us? He grew into a giant minotaur and charged at the three of them, while receiving backup from his remaining members. Suddenly a giant sword and sphinx came and wiped them out. The sword sliced the barrels of the assault rifle and blocked them from their leader, and the sphinx knocked them out by simply putting its paws down. This is boring, isn't it, Emperor? In a sense, yes, but it's a good warm-up. A shame the shadow servants didn't put much of the fight, but we guess this is what happens when we don't have much to worry about. Emperor Nero, how goes the exercise? Yumu, it's boring, all he does is use brute strength and nothing else. Nero replied to Kin as she dodges and spins through the air, while the enraged bullman continues to thrash around. Let's finish this. In an instant Nero became a red flash as she sliced the bullman. Sigh. We're not supposed to kill them, Nero, even I held back. Ozymandias points at the crater where the sphinx landed its paw and Nero just laughed. I know, I just cut him up a bit to let the drug bleed out, currently he just a little dizzy from too much blood lost. Then we should take them in. Tuya, can you contact everything is under control? Already ahead of you, Kin. Back in the meeting room. Detective Tsukauchi wouldn't be considered an average individual as he was a detective of the Japanese police force. He solved many cases, fought and helped many heroes, negotiated, and of course protect the civilians. Years of experience made him see many things, but never had years in the academy prepared him for this day. The day was supposed to be just another day meeting someone who possibly needed to make a report about something and wanted a detective to take a look. But nope, Tsukauchi was hit with a trainload of info on the world not being what it seemed, being one filled with magic. As well as how the Hero Commission and some other government branches aren't what they seem to be. Also this official document showing that the British has already acknowledged Izuku and the servants. I get paid pretty average on a 310,000 yen monthly salary, but I don't feel like I get paid enough to deal with this. Would you need to be compensated? Oh, no, it's just this is a lot to take in, but from what I am getting at is you need me to assist you on future events. Tsukauchi was tired and drinks a bit of the tea to help. I understand about case regarding magics, but any other would be considered vigilantism, which is illegal. It's not like I don't appreciate the works you all have been doing so far. But Fisher, listening to this, laughed. I like you, a man of the law through and through, but the laws aren't always exactly right. Those in higher positions are always able to get away scot-free unless found out. So why not for us? We request no fame or fortune. And we'll keep damages to a minimum. Sir, I understand where you're coming from. But I cannot break the law others may have. But Izuku and his group enters along with every servant from every floor. A few stood guard outside watching the mercenaries who were tied up and knocked out. Hello, Detective Tsukauchi, my name is Midoriya Izuku. But that Izuku raised his hand for a handshake, and the detective raised his to shake the boy's hand. Detective Tsukauchi, define vigilantism please. Sigh. Due to the hero regulations and quirk restriction laws, civilians aren't allowed to use their quirks too. Exactly, my quirk isn't a quirk, although it registers as Throne of Heroes, an emitter-type quirk that summon familiars. We were given license to let the Ascension quirk move anywhere, but they aren't quirks. Tsukauchi rubs his brows. But your registrations marks them down as quirks, and I can't help but overhearing that you written false report on a government paperwork. Then will you be arresting 20% of the world's population for falsified reports? What? I'm sorry, what does this have to do with 20% of the world? Isn't that same as the quirkless populations? Izuku smiled and Kishore along with Rin chuckles a bit. That's when Rin spoke up. Detective, my name is Tasaka Rin, you may have know about the family name, and my quirk is register as energy gem, but that's not true, I am quirkless, but I am a mage. Truth, so what told me about the world is true, and these figures are real historical and mythical heroes. But I can't just break the. Yes you can, by changing it. Detective Tsukauchi, why was vigilante a thing? They were heroes before the regulation, and today they are heroes protecting their homes and helping the smaller folks out there that many heroes of today overlook. Izuku says passionately. And besides, Detective Tsukauchi, this won't be your first rodeo with vigilantes, isn't it? Tsukauchi knew words may have gotten out about this, but Izuku's tone made it seem like he knew much more. You're a man of the law, but first you're a man who joined the force to protect the people, and I'm not asking for you to allow us to do whatever we want, but to let us assist you. The world itself has many possibilities, and one of them is something no heroes, not even All Might himself, can handle. Tsukauchi was starting to agree with the boy, but hearing about something that All Might not even handle was beyond him. Then he remembered All Might just a human and a single man after all. With the reveal of magic. This indeed was complicated. Da Vinci, seeing this, decided to sweeten the deal. How about this, detective? All our servants' actions will be discreet, nothing will be caught on cameras, and our trace essentially be non-existent to the public for the moment. Hearing this, Tsukauchi nods and waits to hear more. We'll assist on lowering crime rates, property damages, and most importantly help catch two dangerous individuals. From what said earlier, a man named as All For One, the true culprit of the Tokyo attack last year. But I don't recall mentioning a second. Vinci, can you clarify? Yes, the second is Matthews Auken, an ex-mage student from the clock tower. Detective Tsukauchi was stumped. He knew only so much about mages, so he couldn't understand the power difference between All Might and All For One versus a mage. From what he heard, it was Izuku's first summon that won against a 200-year-old powerhouse. Even then he couldn't imagine a mage being that much of an issue. How dangerous is he? He has already killed multiple people. I wouldn't be exaggerating if I were to say he killed over 50, maybe even more. The answer was straightforward, and Tsukauchi felt a sign of frustration from everyone. Those shadow servants, that the hologram that we fought, were summoned by using his victims as sacrifice, and before you say we murdered them, there was no other way. One sacrifice, their souls turn into a mindless fighting minion. You can't lock them away, they have the power to get away, and even if you do, if they were to be freed, they will only wait for the next order from their master, or carry out the current one. Tsukauchi bit his lip. Then where's Matu? Elusive, and even more so as he possibly joined All For One. They joined forces. Matthew doesn't have true influences to hire international mercenaries, and those weapons, drugs, and poison aren't cheap and don't look like the mercenaries' usual gear, as they don't seem to use to it, not to mention how new they are. Most importantly, they all have multiple quirks, or at most two, and one boosted quirk by fusion. Detective Tsukauchi looks at Da Vinci in surprise. How did you? It's of course, since I'm a genius, but it's not hard to tell. Gun importations into Japan is almost impossible, but someone with a big influence and money can get them, seeing these are new ones, and are the guns used in Japanese Defense Force. It would be best for you to check the military's factory. It seems they made some extra without writing down their serial number. The detective sat there for a few more moments before giving in. Fine, I'll agree to it. This partnership will stay secret. Please give me all the information you can on a separate private network that can't be hacked, and I'll work from. Da Vinci smiled as she and Izuku hands him a suitcase and a few hard drive. You guys knew the result from the start. What? No, we're just good at preparing ahead, right, Da Vinci? Yep, it's as Izuku said. Oh, also a word of advice, detectives search for missing and deceased reports over this past 200 years. There may be some patterns. Detective Tsukauchi nodded and collected his items and called for a unit to arrest these mercenaries and begins to come up with a cover story. Few hours later. Detective Tsukauchi, we have loaded up all the mercenaries and are sending them to the stations. Thank you, I'll take my own ride back. See you back in the station. Alright, we'll see you later. Man, that boy's quirk is something. The police officer says in a low voice, catching Tsukauchi's ear. Izuku's quirk isn't that widely known, and a random officer shouldn't have known it was him. I told the station it was the Midoriya's bodyguard. Is he doing it on purpose? Have the police been compromised? Damn it, we'll schedule another meeting with the Midoriyas. Tsukauchi wants to make a move, but something held him back, or rather erased that portion of his memories. Later that night Tsukauchi called Eraserhead over for a drink at a local bar. Quite odd you would call me out for a drink, something on your mind. Ah, Eraserhead. It's nothing, it was just a busy day, but I was wondering you still did take up the job in UA, correct? Yeah. I've been a teacher for a year now, why do you ask? Tsukauchi just smiled. You're gonna be busy in 3 years. In the end Tsukauchi and Eraserhead just drank through the night talking about their work and frustrations. It was not until the next day when Tsukauchi found out all prisoners and evidence vanished without a trace, and the officer that he saw yesterday wasn't part of the force. But for some reason he can't remember. Somewhere in Japan. Ha! You all failed. All for one said with his hands resting on his face. Sir. With all due respect, you lied to us. That house isn't normal. Those people are way too strong. Stronger than those top 10s Japan brags about. You said it's a simple kidnapping. The mercenaries were held down by large beasts, they weren't shadows, but beasts that were palely white and their brains revealed. Bring them to me, I am taking back their gifts and getting back a refund. Screams after screams were heard as their quirks were ripped away. Kurogiri walks into the room awaiting orders. Take the 4 leaders and give them to Garaki, they'll possibly make some fine nomas, and bring in Matu. Yes, master. Kurogiri transported the leaders away and called in Matu, who was wearing a smile on his face. You didn't tell me everything. What are you hiding? All for one, it takes experience to understand. And now you understand their strengths and why you failed last year. As for what I am hiding, I'll tell you everything in return for your real cooperation. Also, you and I aren't equal. Chapter 25. Preparation on 2 sides. After Matu's declaration, the nomas within the room got in place to protect their master, and what remains of Matu's shadow servants did the same. The two faced off against one another, but didn't make any move until all for one broke the silence. Zouken. Matu, would you like to clarify your last statement? The light grin grew on Matu's face. What, 200 years past your expiration date that your ear has finally begun to rot? All for one, you will fully cooperate with me, but make sure you know your place. You aren't above me, nor do you surpass me. We aren't equals because the difference between our abilities. In an instant, all for one used his quirks to quickly pull Matu into his hands and begins to grow armor around his hand to crush the blue hare's neck. Now. Zouken. Matu. Tell me, what is your goal here? Before any answer could come from Matu's mouth, all for one hears 4 loud thumps. Using his senses, he felt the 4 dead corpses of the nomas on the ground and the shadow servant standing on top. Amazing. Your servants are indeed strong and fast to handle these low-tier nomas that even some new and old pro hero couldn't handle, but can they save you from Arg? All for one screams and grabs his arm while letting Matu go. Somehow one of the shadow servants sliced through his armor. A few seconds later, all for one's regeneration quirk kicks in, sealing his wounds. Ha. I see why you look down upon me, but is this how you want my cooperation? By force? Matu, if this is how you want to do things, then fine, but hear this, I won't go down so easily. But the click muddy portals opens up and many more Nomu came out, all pale in colors with only a few that seem stronger. Matu laughs and mentally gave his servants command to stand guard around him. He reaches the mercenaries who had their quirks taken and begins to turn them into shadow servants. Sensing this, all for one quickly gave his command to seize them, and the Nomu all attacked them, but it was too late. The mercenaries' corpses laid there, and new shadow servants came charging at the Nomu. Bodies of Nomu went flying, and a few weaker shadow servants were also sent flying. Very soon the room was in ruins, but not completely destroyed yet. Both sides halted, all for one did so to prevent the destruction from gaining notice by the public, and Matu did so due to him exhausting almost all of his mana to turn the mercenaries into shadow servants. Matu, I do see where I am lacking in strength to fight those so-called servants. But you do understand that you still need me in order to help you hide yourself. No. Said all for one as he put his hands on his face and leans back. Indeed, there is a lot I need from you, and in the end I can't keep running forever as they gather strength. Exactly, Matu, why must we fight when we should be working together for the same cause? We may not be exactly equal in strength, but we both have something that the others don't have. I need your strength against these servants, and you need my wealth and supplies for your own goals. No. Matu pushes himself to stand straight and glares at all for one. And what do you suggest? As you said before, full cooperation, that is all. I understand where you are coming from, about how we're no equal, but understand this, our powers may not make us equals, but other thing will make us equals. Especially now since we're business partners. So what do you say? All for one asked as he reaches out a hand for a verbal contract, which made Matu smile as he put his hand out. Find you, old fox, as a sign of goodwill, let me teach you some world history you normal humans never heard of. A few hours later All For One nods his heads to the history about mages and how quirks came to be. Although Chaldea's history were mostly kept secret by the mages and government, history lessons do have talks about their involvement and how they contributed to the birth of quirks. Interesting. I have heard rumors about magic, but to get a confirmation, this does explain why I couldn't take his quirk. Now what's my next step? It is troubling that mages know of me. Should I let Matthew handle the mages, but he is someone I will need to get rid of. Perhaps I can give him a self-destruct quirk as a fail-safe, but to get in contact with him while his servants are around is. Silence filled the room as the remaining Nomu cleaned the area and moved the bodies out. Matthew sits in a chair waiting All For One's reply. This old fox is probably thinking about how to deal with me. I don't know what would happen to the shadow servant if I die, but I will make sure he dies along with me. Since the shadow are summoned by the catalyst, person's soul, then it shouldn't disappear if I die. Then I will give them a kill order to go berserk once I die then. Both sides were plotting each other's demise, but All For One quickly brought them back on topic. Matthew, thanks for providing me this valuable information, but what is your true goal, so I can find a meeting point for the two of us to cooperate with one another? Power. All For One, that's what I want. The power given to Izuku Midoriya will be mine, and then afterwards you can do what you wish. All For One. All For One turns his head to Matthew's direction. Just simple power. Is it? Power, I see. Then Zouk and Matthew as partners. I will tell you my goals. To exact revenge on 3 targets, All Might, Gilgamesh if that is indeed the correct name, and the boy who summoned him Izuku Midoriya. Of course that's not my full goal, but you won't live to see that plan in action. Matthew looks at All For One, which made him quickly replied. Of course, Matthew, the boy will be left to you first to finish your plans, but I do hope you deal with those servants if you want my supports. The young man nods in agreement. All For One, I'll agree to this proposal, but may I suggest something? What? We need to move out of Japan as soon as possible. Hearing this, All For One sat up and frowned a bit. Yes, indeed, I too have that thought. From what you told me, these servants are quite capable, and even your shadow servant aren't full copies of these beings. Can you buy us time? I would need about 6 to 7 days to take majority of my subjects and important equipment, along with some funds. Matthew looks around at all his shadow servants and nods. But this many shadow servants, we can leave false clues all over Japan or to buys us time, but remember 6 to 7 days no longer. Or else they'll find us. Understood. I will inform Garaki, Kurogiri, and the rest to prepare. Any ideas where we should head to, since you know where the association are located? Being asked this question, Matthew thought for a few minutes before answering. America, we'll head there. Anywhere in Europe or Asia the association will be there. If it's not them, it will be Izuku servants, and I would prefer to not deal with them yet. Very well, then I have a few coastal properties and inland properties we could switch around to, so we'll begin the preparation to move out. Once All For One finished his sentence, the Nomu all disappeared back into the muddy portals, and Matthew left, letting the shadow servants to disappear from the room. All For One quietly waits for Matthew to leave further before calling in Kurogiri, Garaki, and his successor Tamura. Garaki was trembling. Master, I apologize for the rudeness of that brat. I had no idea he would do such a thing. The man raised his hand. Garaki, it is fine, you brought him here because you saw he was of use to us, and I agree he is of great use to us. Only problem is he is a major wild card. Now then, Garaki, about last time when I asked for you to give Matthew some Nomu to make his servants, did you? No, master, I did not, as tests weren't done about what the difference were between regular human and Nomu that are turned into servants. Once I extracted the quirks from those hired heroes and conman, I gave them to Matthew for the invasion, so they were all just regular humans. My sincere apologies for going against your orders, master, due to my worries. It's fine, we don't know what would happen if we were to give him Noma, so hold off for now. Also good work. Anyways, you all know the reason why you're all called here. We'll be moving out of Japan. Tamura, who was surprised by this since he wasn't part of recent event, asks. But master, why? From what I've heard it's just some low-level family, can't we send some cannon fodder to end them? A small chuckle came from All For One at his successor's declaration. No, Tamura, they are like a secret boss, and we are too low level for, so for now we'll go elsewhere to level up if you will. But, master, enough, end of discussion. Kurogiri, get in contact with Jiren and see what assets we can get rid of through him that we can't take with us. You have 3 days, and then you'll go to a few coordinates in the US to memorize them to help Garaki carry our equipments and experiments. Yes, master. After his declaration, Kurogiri took Tamura out and headed straight to work. Garaki, announce your retirement at the hospital and give them a false retirement home location. Do we have a Nomu capable of transforming into others yet? Yes, master, although it will take at least 24 hours until it can come out of the tube, it will have full capabilities to disguise as others. But then use this 24 hours to come up with a good retirement speech to your staffs, and since Kurogiri will be finishing up work in 3 days, test out that Nomu as well. Yes, master. As Garaki turns to leave, Kurogiri's portal opens up for him to walk through. The room was now empty with All For One thinking to himself. So it came to this, all those years ago you escaped my grasp to America, now it's my turn to run. What are the odds? But Matu, I need to deal with him sometime. A quirk that would explode inside of him. Mind control. No. I don't know how powerful magecraft is against these types of quirks. And what should I do about these different mage group? And the church? Sigh. 200 years and you've seen it all. Outside All For One room, Matu was barely holding himself up as he struggles down the hall to his room. He was struggling, the breath and sweat poured down from his face. He also seemed sickly paled, since Matu and All For One weren't exactly trusted allies. He had his shadow servants cover all the cameras till he made it back to his room. Damn it, making so many servants at once is too much, although they don't run on my mana, summoning them do, and all at once over 30 of them. Huff. Huff. Matu knew the servants didn't need his mana to stay, rather they are held down by the souls that were sacrificed to summon them, and since Matu in such a short period summoned so many at once, his own body's mana were running dangerously low. During his struggle, Matu begins to hear a disembodied voice calling for him. It wasn't his other self, no, that part was long gone, but a very unfamiliar voice. Zaukin Matu. Who are you? No reply, all there was that remain is a splitting headache. Erg. It will be over soon. Once I found a way to replicate Izuku Midoriya's abilities and find his secrets, it will be over. Sigh. It's a shame I can't fly to Chaldea to get what I need. I don't feel like dying, so I will hold off on that, but soon Izuku Midoriya, I will take your abilities and use it as my own. But is that my true goal? Yes. The voice in his head screams as he continues to walk back to his room. The team that once wanted to bring back only his family's abilities as a mage and to wash away the past, as well as reviving it, now is slowly fading. Something within his mind grows once more. The more he summons, the more it takes from him. As he lays on his bed, he thought about why Izuku Midoriya was so unique that Chaldea somehow was able to reach him 200 years after its shutdown. But in the end his mind was forced to be turned off, not only due to him being exhausted, but the other thing in his mind forcing him to do so. A few days later, Midoriya's residence. Izuku, don't push yourself, it's already been 3 days. Da Vinci called out from her laboratory. The servants and mages were currently testing Izuku's idea of equipping, or rather fusing with a servant. The new form of magecraft and usage of heroic spirits. After news of the prisoners disappearing and Tsukauchi memories being wiped during the transferring of prisoners, Izuku wanted to go after them, or rather stop the ones behind the whole problem. Ginki trailed the fake officer only to be stopped by multiple shadow servants. By the time Hassan and Jean arrived, the shadow servants and the fake officer, who was actually Matu, already went through the same misty portal back in Ireland and left. This solidified the theory of All For One and Matu in leagues with one another. Da Vinci had to calm everyone down on why they shouldn't go after them. The reason was that splitting up would make them vulnerable, as Matu possibly already made more shadow servants. The reason behind this idea was the number of shadow servants that appeared in the break-in was a match to that of those missing heroes in common. This would make any groups under 6 at disadvantage when doing searches. Nero argued that they are stronger, as shown how easily they dispatched the shadows, but Da Vinci shot her down by explaining why they had an advantage. Within the perimeter of Izuku's property was not only Chaldea's mechanics that supply servants with battery-like mana for them to maintain their physical forms and activities, but also a natural ley line. During last year, Gilgamesh used his abilities and clairvoyance to scout out the best properties. This was where it landed them. The ley line boosted the servants' abilities without draining power from Izuku nor Chaldea's system, so that's why the shadow servants were easier to deal with. Once outside, the servants will only be supplied with Izuku's mana and the world's natural mana flow. At that point, servants will need to be careful not to kill Izuku by taking too much mana from him. The meeting ended by Da Vinci suggesting their next plan to summon back their previous allies. Not all at once, but within a few years' time. This way they can send a proper team all around the world without too much of an issue, in search of Matu and All For One. Back to the current state of things, Izuku was currently fused with Li Shuwen for the past 2 minutes. He grew in height and his face aged to that of a young adult, hair straightened and slicked back, and was wearing a grey suit and a jacket over it. Think of older Izuku with Li's haircut and his third ascension outfit. After a while, Izuku and Li was separated. Izuku was very tired and Li looked slightly pale. This was considered the first success after 3 days, as many of the early experiment were either no reactions or both sides launched away from one another. Huff. Huff. Da Vinci A. Again. We almost got it. Da Vinci picks up Izuku and hands him off to Inko, who just came down to this floor. No more Izuku, sweetie, you did good, just rest for now. But mom, people will get hurt, they are still out. There we. Huff. Must. As Izuku was trying to speak some more, Inko, Da Vinci, Kisher and Rin all bonks him on the head lightly. What was that for? Sweetie, I understand you want to help and save others, but overworking and possibly getting sick or worse isn't the way to go. Inko says as she carries her son into the elevator. Izuku, like what your mother said, once your body is overworked, what will you do then? Rin followed up while walking beside Inko. As your mentors, Izuku, we will share this burden with you. Well, I feel Da Vinci and the other servants more so than I. So for now, rest up. Fisher says while Da Vinci and Lee walks beside him have a thumbs nod as they walked along. The elevator ride was quiet as Izuku was thinking to himself. As they arrived on one floors, letting each person off, they saw Tuya, Mordred, Fran, Ku and Achilles all gathered around a console playing F-Zero. Fran wasn't playing but cheering on for Mordred. Hey. Got it, Fran, you all can eat my dust. Not so fast, Mordred, you're against me, one of the fastest servant there is. Atch. I mean, Ryder, you do know this is a game, right? Our attributes play little to these things. What? How are you this fast? Ku yelled in amazement as he see Achilles surpass not only him, but Mordred as well. Agility, Ku, by choosing the right turns and boost, combine that with my vehicle, the Green Amazon. I am the fastest on this track. Sigh. Well, there goes my summer. Oh Izuku, how was your training? Dewey asked as he accepted defeat. He lost all the rounds against these servants. The servants all turn. Yo hey Master Izuku. Hi everyone. And it was fine. It was going. Izuku answers and Inko sighed as she lets him down. How's everyone? That's what we should be asking you. Teach told us how you overworked yourself, and I have to say that's not good. But that Achilles picks up Izuku and puts him on the couch, where Ku passed him a controller and begins to talk. We'll take it from here. Oh, Penthesilea is in your office, I remember you wanted to her. Oh, is that so? Then please everyone, Izuku will be in your care, and sweetie, please take care of yourself. I will see you later. But that Inko left, leaving the servants, Kisher and Rin there. For the next few hours they gave Izuku a lecture and reasoning of why they can't immediately go after the two threats. While he knows he just couldn't help it but want to stop them, Rin pats his head once more. It's tough, I know, but they aren't the only threats the world will face for now or in the future. Challenges will arise, but you have to be in the right condition to face them, and remember Izuku, you aren't alone. Rin is right, Izuku, through my long life. Well, through all our long life we have seen many things. Those who shoulders everything usually will follow, along with those who feels they are responsible. Nothing good will come out by pushing yourself well beyond your limit. Fisher says with sincerity in his voice. Da Vinci came over to Izuku and patted his head as well. Trust in us adults, we aren't trying to prevent you from becoming a hero, but protecting you until you can do it yourself. We are here for you and in this together, so Izuku, trust in us to help protect others as well. The green-haired boy looks at everyone and nods with a bit of tears rolling down from his eyes. Tuya seeing this side. Being alone, Izuku showed me people at their worst, so don't shoulder everything, although your situation is a lot different from mine. What similar is the possible situation you might run into. The night ended with Izuku getting some lesson from his servants. Each one gave their own opinions, lessons, and ideas. In the end, Izuku understands what they are trying to do, so he agrees with them. Izuku's dream. Who am I going to meet this time? Izuku asked as he jumps from platform to platform. Within this realm we're just large chunks of floating debris and temples, all floating in what seems like outer space. Throughout his time traveling through this new realm, he thought about his servants, mentor, friends, and family. He thought about their words and how much they care for him, and he accepted their help. He remembered the All Might's weaknesses, being alone to fight against everything. No one is invincible, you'll always need someone with you to face some unimaginable challenges. As Izuku finally lands on a new platform, as he landed a long stairwell appears. Seeing no other open routes, Izuku begins climbing the stairs until he reached a massive throne, and sitting within the throne was a man who is constantly shifting between two different people. Hi. Hello. My is Izuku Midoriya, sorry for coming here uninvited, but can you tell me where we are? The man looks at Izuku with a blank expression before shaking his head. No, I've been here for a long time, and I don't even know how I've gotten here. Oh. If it's not too much trouble, can I ask what's your name? Silence was the answer that was given. The man looked lifeless, or rather just unnaturally still, with no facial expression. I don't know. I have a name perhaps. But it seems like they were all wiped away, my existence was wiped. The answer wasn't something Izuku was expecting, but he didn't want to dig into this person past. Before Izuku can talk within anymore, he noticed that he was fading, meaning he was waking up. The boy looks up only to see an empty throne and wonders to himself who was this person. Was he a servant, a lost soul, or… Izuku's thoughts were erased. It was as if this wasn't meant to be for him, so the temple and the mysterious man within it wasn't something Izuku could ask Da Vinci or anyone else. Weeks passed and it was finally time for Izuku to return to the clock tower. During this time Izuku was given different topics to study on as a regular student. His magecraft studies were put to rest for a short while. Meanwhile the servants assist Detective Tsukauchi searching for All for One and Matu. But as Da Vinci have concluded they were long gone, there was barely any clue except for the doctor's records that were left in his old workplace. The records were falsified reports about individuals' death and cremation records. Other than that there were no further trails. As the two parties said their goodbyes, Inko couldn't help but sigh as her son was leaving once again. Well, here we are again sending you off, but still Izuku, why didn't you want to see Ochako or Mei these past few weeks? Mom, we're kind of dealing with some stuff I don't think we should involve them in, so it's for the best. Izuku says as he fiddles with his fingers. Many nods in agreement. As of now it's too early to involve other people who aren't connected to their world just yet, especially if they can't even protect themselves as of now. Although All for One and Matu may know those who are connected to Izuku at best, if they don't show how close Izuku and the rest are to them, as they would like to avoid any hostage situations. After a few more minutes Izuku headed off with Kishore and Rin to their private plane. The usual servants followed him. They were Da Vinci, Shakespeare, Chiron, Scathach, Atalanta, Abigail, Jean, and Achilles, who has to go along or else Penthesilea, who is now working with Inko, was going to hunt him down at home. The rest remains with Inko to help her around the house and their business. Some will assist Tsukauchi on possible leads, and some will remain in the shadows protecting close associate of the Midoriya. Izuku asked them to teach and train his friends, just in case they are targeted. As they took off Izuku looks out the plane's window and cheered himself and his comrades on. We can do this. On the airport's roof 2 figures stood there watching Izuku's plane take off. Your Majesty, are you sure you don't want to meet up with Master Midoriya yet? I'm more than sure Siduri, he needs more time to grow, but that doesn't mean we'll stand idle. Siduri, book us a few locations in US. We will help Izuku and the others out through there. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 26. We're back. Time skip 3 years later. For the next graduate majoring in quirk studies who is also the youngest of our institution, Izuku Midoriya. Rin calls out to the crowd of students, faculty and family. This was Izuku's graduate class for normal institution. The true clock tower graduation would be held later that night. Despite this Izuku didn't go up on stage. Izuku? Rin looks around and then turns to look out Luvia. Where is he? I don't know, asked Headmaster Kishore. As they looked over to Kishore who was shaking hands with other graduates, he just simply smiled and mentally told them they'll talk later. The graduation ended with only Izuku missing from his class. Later on that night he missed his mage's graduation. Rin had enough and rushed to Kishore home where Queen Elizabeth was there talking with him. Your Majesty, sorry for barging in. It's fine dear, I am assuming it's about the Midoriya boy. Rin and Luvia both nodded their head as the Queen looks at Kishore who just laughs a bit. He left for the States this early morning, right after he and Atalanta went out to retrieve Jack from the old Whitechapel district. Jack ran as soon as the summoning was completed. This made Luvia more interested. He summoned Jack the Ripper. I've heard the throne has many different spirits, but to summon an infamous serial killer. What was he like, or was it rather a she? Calm down Luvia, it's in Chaldea record which servants they've summoned before, haven't you read it before? Rin said in a slight tone which slightly annoyed Luvia. Of course I have, I was just surprised that Chaldea actually asked such individual to help save humanity. But from I've read, wasn't there another possible version of Jack, so which one is this? Fisher drinks his tea, while the Queen watches the two young ladies bicker on. If you two must know, it's just the little girl, or rather the wraith that formed to be her, so no, it isn't that one. But still, isn't she dangerous? Have to agree with Luvia there. From the collection of information, Jack is still an interesting one, but then again each servants are interesting in their own way as well as dangerous. Fisher just smiled and shook his head while the Queen watches the two ladies continue their thoughts. You two, it's fine and over with anyways. Izuku is heading to the States to start his first task. Over these past years, they were finally able to send out servants to scout for Matu and All for One. Izuku never was able to join due to worries about his safety and his age, so we made a deal he wouldn't be able to join until he graduated. My words, Kishore, I feel like you motivated that boy even more, you know how he is. The two elders simply laughed it off as that indeed was the case. Yes, that's possibly what happened, but you shouldn't fear for him to be in troubles, after all he has servants and teams all over the globes. If need be he can call for more backups. As Kishore finishes his tea he looks back at the two ladies. Shouldn't you two be finishing the paperworks for incoming and graduating students? After that the two of them immediately ran out of the house and headed towards their office, where they found Gorodil half dead stamping and inputting information into the computer. Ah. Where were you two? You just told me to fill in for a while. I wasn't expecting the whole day. Gorodil falls out of his chairs foaming from his mouth. I didn't expect us to be gone this long. Rin, how much do we have to finish now? Let's see, around 10%. Gorodil seemed to have finished a lot of the other work already. After calling in some staff to move Gorodil to his quarters, Rin and Luvia continue on their work. Early that morning. Izuku, our plane is here, we can head out now. Atalanta declares as she picks up a few bags. Thanks Atalanta. Jack, are you ready? Yes mommy. Jack answers as she finishes the donut that was bought for her earlier. Jack is currently wearing a white dress and straw hat picked out by Atalanta. Izuku sighed. Well, his servants gave him all sorts of nickname or just called him master. This was a first. He was only 14, but to be called a mommy is odd in the public eye, so he may ask Jack to change it, or maybe just call him that when they are with other servants. Sigh. Only 14, unmarried, and already have a daughter who looks only 2 to 3 years younger than me. Well, technically she is way older than me. As they board the plane, Izuku was hugged by a very forward flight attendant. Welcome to our flight, master. Kiyohim. A surprise cry came from Izuku as he tries to get himself out of her death grip. Master, you shouldn't be surprised, after all this is our private jet, so Kiyohim, who else will be with us to America? Also please let go of Izuku, he'll either die in your hug, or he'll die of embarrassment from being so close to you. Atalanta spoke as she guided Jack away. HMPH, well. Let's see here, sorry master. Kiyohim drops Izuku and pulls up a list. Currently staying with Izuku are you, Atalanta and Jack, and meeting up with you guys will be myself and our captain of this flight. The reason why only Atalanta was with Izuku was because almost each country has a small base where Izuku's servants are stationed at. The cover story is that they are offices for Midoriya's different companies. While the servants do work there from time to time, they also do different services for the locals and police. England has quite a few offices and servants, and that's why Izuku only has Atalanta with him to stand guard. But majority of his servants still were in Japan. As Izuku and his servant settled down in their seats, he quickly remembered something. Kiyohim. Yes, master. She answered with great enthusiasm. Izuku, who was used to her being close, continues his conversation. Who is the captain of our flight? As if to answer Izuku's question, the intercom opens up. Arg. No. Way, it couldn't be. Izuku said in shock. Atalanta, after hearing this, buckled up Izuku and Jack to their seats before seating herself. Cough. Our captain says. Welcome to Flight of Camelot, we're happy to have you here, master. Kiyohim translate Captain Lancelot's message. Kiyohim, why? Why is Lancelot Berserker the pilot? Couldn't we have any other servants or rider class? Not that I'm doubting his abilities, but even Lancelot, Saber, would be. As Izuku begins to be worried about their situation, Lancelot was beginning to talk with the tower for his clearance to take off. Alrighty, Flight of Camelot, you're ready for takeoff. Air. Lancelot replied. Must have not had his morning cough. As soon as the tower finishes his statement, the jet flew off. During this time the jet's color changed. From what used to be a jet of white and red turned into a full misty black with crimson red vein. Did you have to deploy your noble phantasm? Izuku cries out. Arg. Cough. Lancelot says. I don't want to be rusty the next time I deploy it, plus we can get to New York faster this way. Also Penthesilea still won't allow me to buy my own fighter jet. Izuku and Atalanta's sweat drops, the two thought to themselves. So that's the reason. The jet soared through the air at its max speed, and Izuku just got used to it as he trusted his servants. Kiyohim passed out some snacks, and Izuku went to take a quick nap. After all, spending a whole night in search for the Ripper was no easy task. As Izuku slept, he returned to the voided space and the single throne. Hello. Hello, Izuku. It's been almost 3 to 4 years since Izuku first met with the doctor, but only in dreams can he remember him when he wakes up, and Solomon are wiped from his mind. The good news was that only in dream can he maintain his memories about the good doctor. So you're finally able to go out on missions now. Yep, and thanks to everyone who helped me get here. Hopefully it's not too late. I understand. They have hidden well for all these years, who knows how many people have fallen to them, but Izuku, it's not your fault. I'm sure they have told you that if you had headed out early you may have fallen. Then who else will take your spot? Says as his body shifted to Solomon. Like they who were humanity's last master, you are as well, someone who is willing to put themselves in front of others. What kept you from doing that was your age. No one wished for you to die so young, so understand their intentions, Izuku. I know, but I'm now more motivated than ever to stop them because I have the power to do so, and companions who are with me. Smiled and nods his head in approval. I think your flight should be ending soon, so I won't hold you here. Thanks. Oh even though I can't remember you outside of these dreams, it seemed like the queen still knows that you're somewhere, last time she asked me to tell you. Take care. After that Izuku disappeared from the dream world and the doctor who was left alone smiled a little more. She knows, I wonder who else also knows. Master? Wake up. We're here. Kyohim says as she shook Izuku awake. Good morning Kyohim. Wait, how fast did we travel? I thought it took 7 hours. Well, Lancelot did use his NP on the jet, so it was pretty fast, maybe 3 to 4 hours max. Ag. Lancelot says as he packs his bag off the jet. Cough. Lancelot says. You're welcome. Izuku and Atalanta laughed as they head off the jet with Jack and Kyohim in tow. They were met by a limousine outside the airport driven by one of 100 Persona. So is 100 Persona also here? No, Master, she is current with the great founder, she just split us up to the most important locations, that's all. I see then, thank you. I'm sorry, but do you perhaps have a name? You may just call me Driver, Master. Alright then, thanks again though. The group arrived at the Midoriya's office in New York, or rather Semiramis's Garden of Babylon. The field was a garden made for guests as their vehicle parked there. As everyone stood in place after leaving the vehicle, they were soon taken into the floating building. After that they were guided through the building into Semiramis's control room where 2 people stood. Welcome Master. Semiramis and the Queen of Sheba says, as they put down some paperwork. It's fine, sorry for just coming into your office like this, but how is the current situation? Ara. Master, the current info I can give you it, but for a cost of course. Oh Semiramis, why? Sheba says as she rubs her head. Enough with the jokes, and Castor, you shouldn't be so greedy, you're already managing quite a fortune already, so just tell Master the information he needs. After a few minutes Sheba returns with a stack of documents. Here is a list of new tenants' activities all over the US that has massive cooperation to government size changes to them. We were able to square down the suspects into a few categories. Kyohim takes the stack and gives it to their master, Izuku, after looking through a few decided to chime in. I am to assume the speed correct? Yes, it's as you say. You see, we originally suspected the slower ones to be our target, but with the warping quirk, we feel that it wouldn't be the case. Well, it was harder to track, the paper trails or rather names that were left behind are what we traced back to. But that Sheba hands Izuku a map. This is a field in the Midwest. A few house. Izuku continues to analyze the location before handing it back to Sheba. Okay, so who will be the ones to enter with us? Semiramis was the one to answer Izuku's questions. Of course Master, it will be you, Lancelot, Berserker, Atalanta, Sakata Kentoki, Ryder, Geronimo, Billy the Kid, and Abigail. Kyohim gave Semiramis a glare and looks at Izuku, hopefully she'll be included in the team, but Izuku was too focused on other tasks. I see. Then I guess we leave Jack here in your care then. But mommy. Please Jack, it's not that I don't trust your abilities, it's just we haven't had time to see how well you fare in this current team setup. But in the future we will. Try it out, okay? Jack looks at Izuku, face unchanged. Okay. But once I get to know you more I can discuss with Da Vinci, Holmes and everyone so we can see where we place you, but for now who is your best friends to be with? Nursery Rhyme, Little Jolter, Paul and the Quiet Persona are my friend. Izuku didn't know who she meant by the Quiet Persona until he remembered the driver and remember 100 Persona's unique persona. Okay, I promise once we're done here we'll go to Japan and see them, okay? Yes. He gave Jack a smile and Izuku turns to Atalanta. Then Atalanta, when we get back to Japan can you see that Nursery Rhyme and Jolter, Santa, can be there and I may have to give 100 Persona a call to see if her persona can join them. Oh, and is Paul in the States currently? Semiramis looks at Izuku and nods. She is currently in the Hanging Garden. I am to assume she is in here smaller form. Correct, her regular size is still a bit too massive and eye-catching and we wouldn't want her to always stay in her spirit form, so this was the best option. I see. Then Atalanta, is it alright for you to take Jack to Paul and Semiramis? Castor, I wish to speak about our plans. After hours Semiramis and Sheba went to work on calling the servants on the list to the garden, meanwhile Kyohim follows Izuku out. She wasn't on the team, but she'll find a way. When it was all said and done, Izuku left to take some rest as the Queen of Sheba watched him go. Semiramis noticed her looks at Master. Is something wrong, Castor? No, but I see he is doing well. Not knowing who she was talking about, Semiramis just simply nodded, thinking she was talking about Izuku. The next day. All ready? Billy says as he tapped his hoisted revolver. Geronimo gave a slight nod, Lancelot gurgles out his usual scream, and Kentoki was on his beloved bike ready to head out. Thank you guys for coming. Izuku says as he walks in with Abigail and Atalanta. The plan is simple, we will all be airdrop into our target's location. After we land we're going in at full speed into their base. Geronimo will see the surrounding areas for anything suspicious, and Billy will support from the rear with Atalanta, the rest with me into the base, with Kentoki taking the lead in his rider form, then berserker form if we need help. They all sound off in agreement before leaving the garden and heading towards the airfield, but not before Izuku stops Lancelot from calling dibs on the pilot's seat. Lancelot, I will let one of 100 Persona's persona handle the flight, you just stay put. Please. There. Lancelot looked down for a few seconds, and then an energetic voice came from behind them. Master. How could you forget about me? Kyohim. I want to join as well. Master. There Kyohim stood very close to Izuku and her gaze pierced through Izuku, knowing majority of the servants he has summoned Kyohim wouldn't be a bad choice. So after some thought Izuku reluctantly agreed. Fine, I guess it wouldn't be the worst to have a few backups just in case, so I'll be in your care, Kyohim. Yes. She says with a smile, as everyone left the garden driver took them to the airport once again and prepared their operation. Within an hour they were above the targeted area and everyone jumped off without care, and Izuku was held in the arms of Kyohim. Geronimo used his abilities to scout the surrounding fields, before giving everyone the go-ahead. Kentoki was first riding in on his bike and bursting down the door. This was immediately followed by Lancelot and Kyohim as backup. Nothing happened, no one was there. Geronimo arrived and looked in the house once more to find a hidden door. After checking for cursor traps he allowed Lancelot to break it open. This is odd. Geronimo says as he touched the walls of the long hallway. He felt that the power were just cut, and the magecraft that set up traps as well were also erased not long ago. Geronimo, is something wrong? Abigail says as she walks beside him. Go tell Master that we might have been expected. And to tread carefully, I will go ahead first. Okay, be careful, Geronimo. In an instant Abigail creates a stair made of her tendrils to report back to Izuku, leaving Geronimo alone. As he begins to walk down the long hallway he found a stairwell leading down. Using his abilities he looks through the empty room of each floor and memorized them all. Strange. There's barely any dust here, that mean we were definitely being expected if the evidence from before didn't prove it, but these marks left on the floor means they were definitely a large tube containing those things. In the past few years Izuku's servants have met many shadow servants and all for one's minions, or rather the pawns known as Nomu. This was the first major base they found in these past years. Previously they were all small facilities or even throwaway locations. Geronimo shakes his head as he continues down the level, and sending back his spirits he contracted with to tell Izuku and the rest where to go. As he turns a corner he narrowly dodges an orb that made a clear cut through the walls. Who goes there? Geronimo yells out, knowing that his position is already given away and trying to send a warning to Izuku about the possible threats. You are a nuisance to my world. No. Just beggin'. Geronimo hearing this immediately had his mind in overdrive. Wait, a shadow servant can't speak, Nomu aren't know to speak, or they can but just minimum words. What is this? Before Geronimo could finish his thoughts, of black and gray horses charge towards him, and Geronimo summons a few spirits to fend them off, but the power was too much of a difference. What are you? Geronimo yells out as he dodges out of the horse's way. Just when he was about to be trampled by the follow-up attack the black and gray horses were gunned down. Arg. You alright? Billy asked as he and Lancelot charged into Geronimo's position. Could be better, haven't been trampled by a horse in ages, but wouldn't want to. Is Master coming? He should be coming soon, so Geronimo, sit back for now, we got this. Billy said confidently, and Geronimo shakes his head as he holds himself in place, while Lancelot fought of the two horses. Geronimo takes out his knife and was ready to charge in if things got ugly. No, the opponent is a bit unknown, and this immense magical energy coming off of him is a bit. Gotcha, well here comes Master. Izuku ran over followed by the rest of the servants and a hologram of Da Vinci. Geronimo, Billy, Lancelot, are you all okay? Fine at the moment. Same. Arg. Da Vinci, can you tell who we're up against? In a few seconds Da Vinci nods her head with a look of disbelief. A signal. It's Arjuna altar. But that's. No, shadow servant appears to be similar to normal servants, but it was slightly weaker to the real one, but this false servant is almost identical to that of Lostful King and Chaldea's summon. As Da Vinci hologram moved closer to inspect the situation she was obliterated by Arjuna altar's emergency beam. Since it was only a hologram she reappeared. This is definitely Arjuna altar, but something off for him to be a real servant, but for a shadow servants. He is. And this strength is something else. It's almost like the original. Da Vinci was interrupted by Izuku, who quickly asked for her assistance. Da Vinci, do you have a plan in mind? Yes, Abigail is a foreigner, so she has resistance against Berserker class to a certain point. If Abigail can hold down Arjuna while everyone attacks him, we should be able to take him down. I am to assume it's because he's a lost blood servant and was once the king of another realm, that's why it's harder. That is the case, Izuku, and don't forget, if your servant use mana up to a certain extent they will start draining from you, so until we can finish a working mana battery, we'll need to hold off on you going all out. He nodded his head at Da Vinci words and called for Kentoki and Abigail. Kentoki and Abby, are you two ready for this task? Sure thing, master, seems like hell of a ride, what do you say, little lady? Sure, and don't worry Izuku, we won't fail. Alright then, Lancelot, Atalanta, and Billy cover fire for them. Kiyohime, you stand guard around Geronimo, and I, Geronimo, stay alert at Arjuna's every move as they head out. Is everyone clear? Yes. Kentoki got on his bike with Abigail sitting behind him as he lets his bike start a bit before he tells Abigail a few words of advice. Now listen here, Miss Abby, I feel like this may be your first time on a motorcycle, so hold on because I don't have a spare helmet on me. Not that I myself have one. I'll be in your care. The blonde rider smiled and took off with Abby sitting behind him. Sparks of electricity came off the bike as he closed in on Arjuna, who sent out more of his horses and beams of energy towards the approaching threat. As Arjuna's attacks came closer to them, it was destroyed by Atalanta's arrow and the bullets from Lancelot and Billy. Haha, you're gonna have to try more than just send your horses at us. Ag. Talk less and cover more for Kentoki and Abigail. Also, Izuku, are you sure you should be standing behind us? Atalanta asked. It's fine, Kiyohime and Geronimo are here, and I need to see well enough to give support and proper instructions if need to. Atalanta to your left. In an instant, Atalanta shoots 3 arrows at the new horses that Arjuna shot out in a frenzy to take down them all. As Kentoki got near, he skids his bike to a halt, launching Abigail into the air and allowing her to be airborne above Arjuna. Using this open space, she summoned tendrils to grab a hold of Arjuna and hold him in place. Kentoki, using this time, jumps off his bike and ran towards Arjuna. His body shines as he changes out of his costume, he slightly bulks up and his spiky hair became a bowl cut and his arms became red, now holding an axe. With one swing he slashed Arjuna Alter's chest, in which made him grunt as he glared at everyone. Arjuna was caught and the servants from Izuku's side tries to close in on him. Only to be surprised as the servant deploys his noble phantasm, the surrounding began to change and a sword forms. Izuku orders everyone to fall back and leave the place, in which they did. Atalanta wasted no time to grab Izuku out of there, and Kentoki did the same as he returned to his rider form and grabs Abigail out of here. The rest of the servants ran as fast as they could. After reaching a presumed safe place, Da Vinci reappeared in her hologram. But thinking, Izuku, that noble phantasm, although incomplete and considerably a weaker one, it's still a threat to you all if caught up in it. Like most noble phantasm. Da Vinci? Was that Ma Pralaya? Yes. We could have never imagined that shadow servants. No, a full servant be able to deploy something like that. It seems Matu also has gained a new skill set over these years. Before Da Vinci could finish her sentence, the hideout they ran out from warped piece of earth were formed and the whole structure was reshaped. A few minutes later, Arjuna flies out of the remade hideout and flew off into the night sky. Smart move. Da Vinci, if Ma Pralaya at full power can remodel the world in Arjuna's image, then that means. Yes, Izuku, it's exactly as you imagine. The hideouts and traces of All for One and Matu activities will be erased. These past years we have gotten close on many occasions to where they were, but now with Arjuna, they can simply erase their trails. Da Vinci sighed as she grabs her tablet and sends Holmes updated info. Do you think Holmes will know where they're at? Come on now, Izuku, it's Holmes we're talking about, and with all the great minds of humanity at work, I doubt it'll that hard to find them. But in reality, it's actually getting rid of them that's the main problem. Their regards of innocence life isn't top priority, so if they were cornered, it would be hard to not cause more casualties. Izuku clenched his fist. Yeah, so we'll do our best then. Da Vinci, do you think this hideout was an elaborate plan for Matu to taunt us about how far he has come? Possibly, or serve as a distraction. But Izuku, for now head back to the garden and rest up. We'll see you in a few days. I know Inko and Hisashi will be glad to see you. Izuku smiled a bit. Has Dad waken up yet? Sadly no, Asclepius said that something was missing from him, as Asclepius could even heal death itself, but since Hisashi isn't dead, he couldn't just do so. Asclepius and many other servants are currently finding ways to awaken your father, but worst case scenario, it will all depend on himself to wake up. For all we know, it may be due to trauma from the force taking away one's quirk and later on almost dying. I understand, at least I'm glad that Dad gonna be able to get right back up thanks to you all keeping his body in good health. Izuku says as he smiles and awaits for their pick of pride. Flight back. After spending a few days in New York, Izuku left with the servants that came with him, but this time Abigail and Paul returned with Izuku. I'm surprised that you can actually become smaller than 3 meters, Bunyan. How does it feel? It feels nice. 3 meters was still quite big back then in Chaldea, and Blackbeard was 2 meters, so I was still very tall, but King Pradya probably had it worst. I see. After Bunyan's answer, Izuku thought about the Sakura Fives. Out of all the servants, many outer world servants were some that he hasn't summoned or even met. So the likes of Mysterious Heroine, Sakura 5, and many Lost Bolt servants were some of the ones he hasn't summoned. The situation was mainly due to the deterioration of Saint Graph, causing Izuku to not use them to directly summon the servants, but without any sort of connection, he couldn't randomly summon them either. I guess it'll be all up to luck then. What is it, mommy? Dak was interested at what Izuku has to say, and Izuku just simply smiled. Nothing, just thinking about the future and how to call back some more of your old friend. Jack, is it possible to maybe not call me mom, mommy, or mother? Why? Nothing, it's just a bit awkward when others hear it. But we say it all the time in base. Well, that's because the servants are used to it and not strangers. How about calling me big brother or just Izuku? How about Papa? Jack N. Izuku was about to reject, but then he knew how persistent Jack is, and the look he gave him just made him give in. Well, I guess I will try next time to change what she calls me. Wait, Kiyohim, who's piloting the plane? Oh, it's… Arg. Oh no. A familiar color change and the jet soared off into the air. Chapter 27. Old Acquaintances. It was late at night when Izuku finally arrived back in Japan, though it was around midday when they left New York. As they began walking out of the airport, Izuku looked around hoping to see some familiar faces. It feels good to be back home. Weird, I don't see mom or any other servants here. Do you guys see anyone or sense anyone? Nope. No papa. No master. Arg. Just when Izuku was about to give up, a familiar little one appears waiting for them holding a sign that says, Izuku and crew. Nobu. The little creature called out. With a smile, Izuku picks up the mini Nobu. How are you, Nobu? But where is everyone? But that mini Nobu digs into her hat and pulled out multiple letters. Nobu, 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 Nobu. Izuku takes the letter and puts mini Nobu down. After delivering the letter, mini Nobu waves goodbye and dashes off into a car driven by the other mini Nobus. Izuku and the others watched this unfolds and just blinked a few times. I'm a bit confused, but did anyone understood what she said? No. Nope. No. Sorry, master, I only understand what Berserker class Irvin says when shouting or speaking nonsense. Kiyohim says while pointing at Lancelot. Right, well, let's see what these letters are about. First one was from his mother. It reads as such. Hi sweetheart, welcome home and congratulations on your college graduation. Sorry I couldn't be with you. Penthesilea needed me to be with her to make a deal with a few different companies, so I couldn't pull myself away. But I will be back soon. Love from your mother. I guess we're expanding. Well, Atlas, the money we earn goes to charity or fundings for different projects. Let's see who's next. Izuku, we left food in the fridge for tonight. If it's not enough, you may eat out. I know a few good places, but please eat fast food only if you have to. Amiya Shiru. Wait, why is Amiya out too? That's not like him. Izuku thought to himself. The next few letters were the same, telling them what to do and what not to do. From what it seems, some of the servants were out of the house that day, even Da Vinci. What's going on? Atalanta, Kiyohim, can you two get in contact with other servants stationed outside Japan to see if they know what's happening? Yes, master. I'm on it. As they walked to the parking lot, they all got in the car that one of the mini Nobu left them and drove back home. Somewhere in the Middle East. First arm, get the childrens out of here. It will be done. Great founder, children come with me. King Hassan gave out his orders as he vanished into the shadows. The Hassan and a few other servants were stationed in the Middle East. Their job was to assist locals in different tasks and secrets, while helping the Mage Association handle some troublesome topics. They also serve as a branch of the Midoriya's businesses during the day. Currently, Cursed Arm and King Hassan were on a task. After gathering evidence on an illegal underground quirk fighting ring, they decided to put an end to it. This was especially the priority since the fighters used were kidnapped children that would one day be raised to be used in these rings. What the hell do you think you're doing to my property? Yelled a well-dressed man as he was escorted out of the building by his bodyguards. Get your hands off of me. If we lose those tools, we'll be broke. You know how long it is to acquire such fighters. All the time and money. He stopped as he saw his bodyguard all drop to the floor. They weren't dead as he saw their chest moved up and down, indicating they're still breathing. Now. What did you say those children were to you? King Hassan said as he raised the man to his eye level by the collar of his suit. The man now knew fear. This thing in front of him was a monster. No heroes that he know of in these parts could scare him, but this thing in front of him was a monster. What? Are you? Something that you should fear. Those words brought chills to the man's spine as he raised his hands and starts echoing and screeching words of plea. During this time the man used his quirk to scream louder in a desperate attempt to hopefully blow out Hassan's eardrum. In the end it was for nothing as Hassan raised his giant sword and throwing the man up in the air. And slice. The man now had his knee up to his chest and rocked back and forth. Hassan didn't kill him. Although the Hassan has been always known to kill their target, he didn't do so this time. The reason why he didn't kill the man wasn't because Izuku asked them not to, no, it was so Hassan can dish out a true punishment. Hassan would have killed him, but felt death was too merciful for the likes of him. So Hassan severed the man's hope, dreams, and pushed him off his throne, now forever in a constant state of fear. Someone who thought he was untouchable was simply a shell of what he used to be. Broken and hopefully be serving his time. Great founder. I delivered the children to our offices, some were using magecraft, so the Mages Association will talk to their parents about future studies. As for the rest, they will be returned home if they have one, if they don't we can send them to a few of our orphanages. Cursed Arm says as he returned. Good, now let's return. Serenity and Persona should have. A call from Atalanta. King Hassan opens a hologram of Atalanta. It's been a while, Archer. It has. First Hassan, by the way, have the servants back in home base spoke of any odd activities to any of you? No, not at all. Cursed Arm. None whatsoever, great founder. But that Atalanta sighed in bitter farewell. Is Master in trouble? Asked the smaller assassin. No, if so she would have been more worried. Let's return now. As you wish. But that the two vanished, leaving no trace of their stay, except for those lying on the floor who have been broken due to their sins. England. I'm so bored. Mordred said as she lays across the couch. Maybe getting some fresh air will help, and getting a healthy amount of sunlight while you're at it. Gawain said as he continues to make a meal for his fellow knights. Gawain. It's literally cloudy here all the time here, and we don't even need to stay fit. Is that potatoes again? Yes it. Ah. My potatoes. Gawain screams as he watches Mordred tossing the boiling potatoes out the window. But damn it, Gawain. I'm sick of eating potatoes. Meanwhile outside the building, Lancelot, Saber, and Garrus cries can be heard. Ah, Sir Tristan, wake up, it's just a pot of boiling water and potatoes. Ah, Tristan, wake up. On the floor laid Tristan, who was laying still in a prayer pose and was being held by Lancelot. His face was still steaming from the hot water. Mordred, seeing this, immediately fled the house, and Gawain just came to window to see what just happened. During this chaos the phone rang, but no one picked up except for Fran. Ah. Fran, is that you? This is Kyohim. Master wanted me to ask if you all received any news from home base. Ah. I see, well enjoy your stay. Oh, Moriarty was wondering when you'll. Click. Fran hangs up her phone and followed after Mordred. Soon someone came out of his office entering the chaotic event. What is the meaning of this? Ah, Sir Agravain. Well, it's a pleasant day. Gawain asked as he smiled at the serious knight. It would be pleasant if you were all focused on the task at hand to make Britain great again, even though under a different monarch we should. Agravain begins his long rant about the ideal and perfect Britain for when their true king return. At this moment Shakespeare and Bedivere walks into the house looking at the scene very confusedly. My goodness, Sir Bedivere, are they alright? I think they'll be fine, after all we all have been through worst, haven't we? Shakespeare gave a hearty laugh before nodding and taking out a quill and pen to record what had just unfolded. Back with Izuku. After a series of phone calls to almost every servant, Atalanta finally answers to Izuku. Master, apparently everyone outside of Japan never received any notification of any events. Except Salieri, he seemed oddly quiet. Atalanta reported with Kyohim nodding her head. Izuku was a bit worried, but since it seems to be happening only in Japan, but if that's the case there shouldn't be too much of an issue. Looking around the car he noticed that the mini Nobus have left him some old newspaper articles from a few months ago. In the article it reads. All Might continues to work hard all over Japan as he arrives in Musatafa to stop a hostage situation. Local heroes' quirks weren't suitable to save the young Aldera middle schooler, but with only one punch, All Might turned the tide. The article goes on for a while. There is shots of All Might versus the slime villain while he held a hostage, although the eyes were blurred out due to him being a minor. Izuku could tell who it was. Bakugo. Bakugo. Master, isn't he that rude person from when you were young? Kyohim smiled coldly. Atalanta didn't show any emotion, both were kids after all, and she feels there's more to the story than it seems. However, for the moment she too disliked the boy. Abigail disliked Bakugo from what she know of him, and the rest of the servants shared somewhat of the same emotions, but reserves their final judgment until they see him in person. Kyohim. It's all in the past, let it be. For now I just hope that he is alright, because if it's like the article states, the slime villain was crawling through the sewers. And by taking Bakugo hostage that mean he also had swallowed the filth of the sewage. Assuming that the villain can't separate the liquid from themselves to that of the filth he was running through. But that every servant in the car gave a look of sympathy for the poor victim, and somewhere in Musatafu a blonde boy sneezed. Somewhere in Musatafu. Achuo. Yo, Bakugo, you alright? Yeah, after that villain attack have you finally caught something? Asked the two cronies of Bakugo. Shut your mouth, you extra don't know anything. After that day I went home to clean my mouth for hours just to get that stench out. I'm pretty sure I am clean as possible. Don't you need to see a doc? I said shut it. Bakugo yells as an explosion happens in his palm before walking away. Back again with Izuku. Upon their arrival it shocked everyone, servants from almost every class lays on the floor passed out. Atalanta and Kyoham along with everyone else got into position as Pole grew in her height. Izuku gave the orders to follow him as he noticed a pattern of where everyone that is fallen came from. They went up to one of the halls where a door was closed and saw a single servant laying against it. Romulus, normal class Lancer, are you alright? Hearing this Romulus turns over and gave a tired look. Master? Welcome back, I'm sorry. Romulus, what happened? Wait, why aren't you in Italy? Ah. Salieri gave me this note that he'll trade days with me. Wait. This was a trap. Romulus, who noticed the pieces, finally fainted. Romulus. What is the trap? As Izuku got near the giant figure of Romulus he noticed a paper note laying beside him. It reads. My dear colleagues of Italy, Rome. I understand that you all may want a break, so I wish to switch with you all on this day. My students have worked hard and wishes to show you the fruits of their labor. Signed. Salieri. Izuku rereads the letter again until he noticed what this meant. Everyone take the servants that are down and get out of here. Then the door burst open. Standing there was Nero, in her bride form, and Elizabeth Bathory. Yumu, long time no see Master, rejoice for we have been practicing your graduation song. Yep, Nero and I have asked Salieri and Mozart for lessons to get better, even Queen Marie Antoinette gave us lessons about our dance routine, so sit back. And relax Yumu. For this is a performance you'll never forget. Izuku was frozen stiff as Nero and Elizabeth grab his shoulders. He looks back at everyone before being dragged into their home's karaoke room. Worst decision ever made. What he saw was both alter egos of Mecha Elizabeth and a bunch of mini Kabuki Nobis dancing to the room's song. He thought the two servants must have improved if so many of them were still standing and still here, but he was wrong. Both alter egos had noise-cancelling headphones, and so did the Nobu. That made sense as that explains all the servants laying around the house. Izuku looks back for help, but everyone gave him a look of prayers and pity before running away. Izuku reached out one hand and mouthed out the words I trusted you. Everyone mentally apologized to Izuku as they ran while Kyoham's brain was fried. She wanted to help Izuku, but can't put up with the duo's demonic singing. Then on the other side she didn't want to run away, it reminded her too much of him. I'm coming master. Kyoham was added to the victim list. Later next morning. Commander, are you alright? Nightingale asked as she positions Izuku upwards from the infirmary's bed. Izuku, who was dazed, smiled at the head nurse. I'm fine, but how's Kyoham and everyone else? They'll be fine, no physical harm, mostly just the mental damage from their horrible singing. Asclepius answered from the curtain separating Izuku from the other patients. As Izuku looked over he was happy to see that Asclepius who was still helping his father. Thanks Asclepius. Is my dad getting any better? No need to thank me. Years ago Nightingale did well on forcing out the poison and tending to your father's wounds. But these quirks that you human have these days are odd. I know they're byproducts from the incineration, but to be this essential that if ripped out it can cause a coma like this, while his body is kept at peak health, he still can't wake up. Master, apologies for asking you to recall the past, but tell me, was your father awake when the quirks were removed? Yes, he was. The doctor nods as he listens to Izuku recounts that fateful day. I see. Thank you master for telling me this. Well, most of us tried to awakening your father through magic or more scientific means. It seems like we were missing the essentials. Knowing how it happened. Didn't know the details, and the medical records were simplified due to the Hero Commission along with the reports. But the Greek doctor begins scratching up a new formula. Thank you master. Now if we were to replicate a quirk along with a revaluation on your father's brain, we may be able to send a strong enough signal for him to slowly wake up. You mean? Yes, we can wake your father up. We always been able to, just didn't know where to start from or started in the wrong place. Before Asclepius could finish his sentence Jack ran in. Appa. Are you okay? Hey Jack, yes I'm fine. Izuku answers as he got out of bed. Is everything okay? Jack gives Izuku a nod as they left the room, but before they leave Izuku gave the two medical servants a wave goodbye and good luck for all the servants that were currently there. Luck isn't a factor, it's all because of dedication to our fields and the patients themselves that they can get better. Indeed. Speaking of which, did you wash your hands? Of course I did. What do you think, I am some sort of heathen? The hooded doctor asked as he went straight back to work. In the streets of Musatafu. Sigh. It will be a while before everyone return. I don't understand, why didn't we call Mama or Mia? Or even everyone that wrote a note first? Izuku asked as he walked with Jack holding his hand while Atalanta follows. I think we were all just in a hurry, after all we were always on guard. But yes, I do call this a blunder upon our part. With an instance, they came into a supermarket to buy their meals, or rather the ingredients. As Jack ran in first, she almost hits a person if she wasn't fast enough. Just as she almost made impact with the man, she weaves aside, and the man also did some fast maneuvering to avoid colliding with her. The figure later also tried to help Jack, but due to her speed he misses. So he turns his head and asked, "Young lady, are you okay?" Dax nods and returns to Izuku and Atalanta, who was surprised. All might. SHHH. Wait. Young Midoriya, long time no see, would you care to join me for some coffee? Sure. A few minutes later, All Might drove Izuku and his servant to a cafe he frequented when he was in Musatafu. He ordered himself a cafe americano, while Izuku ordered himself a frappuccino, for Jack a matcha and for Atalanta a matcha iced tea. So. It's been many years, it's good to see you again. Yes, it's nice to see you too, All Might. It was a good thing that this cafe offers private rooms for business meeting, or else this place would have been swarmed. The group was silent for a while, besides the occasional noise of drinking, that is until All Might decided to break the silence. Young Midoriya, I would like to apologize for that statement I made years ago. I'm sorry for tearing down your dreams. But in the end I wanted you to be realistic. But these words, Atalanta slightly cracks the cup she was drinking from. All the servants knew how this man Izuku once admired and looked up to greatly almost crushed his dream. But to hear it again was something Atalanta didn't want. Sure, she understands where he was coming from, but in the end it's not up to him to say what Izuku can't do. The field is still very dangerous, and before another word came out of All Might's mouth, Izuku stopped him. And what field isn't All Might? Those occupations also have dangers to them. Nothing in this world is 100% safe, no matter how hard we try, and you know that. All Might said nothing but gave a small nod. I've always wanted to be a hero as a kid. Even till now, when the world would tell me no. You were my inspiration for that. I don't want to be famous, I don't want the richer glory that comes with this job. All I wanted to do was to reassure people that they are safe and help people with a smile. My goals are still the same, and I want to push myself to reach everyone that I can, even those who are silenced or voices aren't heard from. But young Midoriya, this dream of yours, while good, isn't realistic. Think about your parents. Your father. He gave his life for you so you can live. You shouldn't just. Before All Might could finish his sentence, Izuku stood up. All Might, I respect you and all you have done, but do not bring up my family and especially my father. What do you know about my father anyways? Did you know that when the world turned on me and told me to give up, he gave me hope to be a hero, and I will do it. All Might, I'm glad you still remember me, and thank you. But that Izuku finished his drink and walked out with Jack immediately following while still holding her cup, and Atalanta gave All Might a stare that seems to pierce his body. This made All Might jump back and begins to check and see if he was alright. When he found nothing was wrong with, he looked up, only to see that Atalanta had somehow left without making a sound. He sat down with one hand covering his face as he sighed. What am I doing, Toshiniro Yagi? Why am I doing this? To apologize for those words years ago. To face my mistakes. All these years trying to make up for all those lost in my fight with All for One. Damn it. Sigh. Right, UA. Let's see if there's a possible candidate within my own starting line. All Might picks up his cup and finishes it off as he left to pay for his table, only to find out that Izuku had already paid. Izuku walks down the streets followed by his servants. He continued on toward their home, even though it's quite a while away by just walking. He then stopped and turned towards a different direction. Jack and Atalanta didn't say anything, feeling that he needed some time. Sometimes later they arrived at a park and there Izuku sat on a swing. Up, are you okay? Yay. Jack. I'm just tired and slightly angry. Atalanta, did I do the wrong thing? Izuku asked as he stared off into the sky. Izuku, I'm in no position to tell what you can't and can do as times are different. I feel that you're right in the fact that no one can say what you can't and can do until you've proven yourself, but even then you can still work hard so you can do certain things. As for All Might, I do see where he's coming from, but in the end, he also has his fair share of trouble. A man riddled with guilt and responsibility, you could say. Izuku nods as he got off the swing and helps Jack on the swing set. We servants follow you not because you're our summoner, but because we feel you're the right person to aid. So Izuku, don't back down, but if you do, then it's still not up to any of us to force you to continue, but we will try our best to continue to guide you. I won't, that's a promise. But that Izuku gave Jack one last push on the swing, in which she jumped off landing with a backflip. That was fun, Papa, let's bring Bunyan next time. Sure, Jack. Speaking of which, Atalanta, where was everyone else after the concert? Well, Izuku, most of them went back to their rooms, since we really don't need that many servants following you around currently. If you're asking about Bunyan, she was last seen practicing her logging skills in our backyard. But that they decided to head back home. On the way back, Izuku decided to talk with Atalanta some more and about the topic of Achilles and her relationships with him. You two known each other, right, from a Grail War and from Chaldea and from your past? Are you two? Atalanta gave him a small chuckle before looking up at the slightly taller Izuku. You have been hanging out with Shakespeare a little too much, but to answer you, it's no. We shared histories, yes, and Achilles had always looked up to me since he was a child. We shared the same battlefield, and he has shown interest towards me. But in the end we aren't as what you would call a pair. Izuku and Jack held hands as they continue to listen to Atalanta as she walks forward a bit more. Sure, it's because what I choose to be, but at the same time it's because we're not the same ones who shared those moments during our summoning in the past. Izuku looked slightly confused until he was reminded how the throne works. Because you're copies. Yes, well, not exactly copies, but just pieces of the original. We may have somehow unlocked our other selves' memories, but in the end we are our own person, you could say. And our experiences will all differ on its own. Izuku nodded at Atalanta's explanation. But we're still good comrades, and Izuku, if we were truly our other selves rather than another aspect of the original, then you may have a lot of problems at hand. Such as Jean and I, during the Grail War Jack was killed by her, and that enraged me. If I were still like that, I doubt I could still talk with Jean. And many of the other servants who served the other factions. Or even those I fought against while still alive. This made Izuku remember that some of the servants are enemies, while some are even the reason why some of them died in the past. If they were like their other self, then they could barely stand each other, and just like that Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Atalanta gave a small laugh. Although if we do have to say a love-hate relationship, it may be Penthesilea and Achilles, knowing their past and how Achilles handles his way with her is just. Izuku shuddered at the idea Penthesilea is a berserker because of Achilles, and the two don't have the best of relationships. He could only imagine what Penthesilea would do if she heard this. Oh. We forgot the groceries. UA. A knock was heard at Principal Nezu's desk. The quirked animal finished typing the final few lines before calling in the person who knocked. Come in. Thank you, Principal Nezu, for having me here. Nonsense, you're one of our alumni and the symbol of peace. What good would it be to turn you away? You flatter me, sir, but about the proposal. Ah yes, about that. Are you sure there is no other way? You're still technically in your prime, age aside of course, so why search for someone to succeed you now? All Might still kept his usual smile, but Nezu was still able to see the faint frown. You are one of the few that knows about all for one and one for all, and I believe it's important to secure someone to pass down the torch if the worst were to come. For many generations this quirk has been passed down in rapid pace due to the user dying too soon, with only a few being able to train and cultivate it. But even then it's not enough. I was not enough. I let emotions cloud my judgment that I couldn't finish all for one off that night. Even when it was one-on-one. I could have, but I couldn't due to me being clouded by my own emotions. But that All Might expression became a full frown, and he clenched his fist, almost drawing out blood. Nezu said nothing as he passed over some tea to All Might. Now, don't be like that, All Might. Even though you're the symbol of peace, you're still just a human, and about your proposal I already have a few students in mind and more. The light sip was heard as Nezu smiled at his finely brewed tea. The tea will get cold if you don't drink it now. Besides, All Might, the people of today aren't weak as you imagine. Sure, All for One is strong, but together we can try to fight him. So put a bit of trust into the future. As for One for All, keep it for a while, until you see someone who seems fit for the spot on your own, rather than our opinion. Nezu's words made All Might think of someone before he decides to push it aside and continue on his next proposal. Then if that's the case, then Principal Nezu, I have another proposal. I will help teach the future generations by applying to be a teacher at UA. Nezu's face was still. I see, but why here? I understand we're top in the nation, and this was originally the school you started from, but why here? Have none other institution students or individuals not interest you? No, nothing of that sorts. Many are fine candidates, but the issue would be how to explain their quirks, sudden mutations. Sure, some would be easier to explain while others would not. Another issue would be that they already adapted so well with their current quirks that adding in One for All may cause a burden and issue for them. Final issue would be ideology. I understand that not all one for all users carry on the same thought process, but we at least shared something similar that was to be a hero and stop all for one. With all this power of one for all, it could seriously change a person, so I have to play it safe when choosing a successor. But that the white fur principal went into a thinking pose and smiled. I see, but about your teaching occupation, I do have a few terms that you must agree to, All Might. Of course, and what would they be? Nothing much, just promise me that you'll get your teaching license and that you'll have your full attention to teaching the students and being a teacher. As for hero work, I wish to ask you to hold off till your free time. All Might looked surprised and wanted to protest that there should be some leeway on the hero work he usually do. But Nezu saw right through him. The teaching license necessary, and as a teacher, you should be more focused on the future generations more. After all, they are the future, and at the same time it's because I want to show both our society that even without you, All Might, not all is lost. We still have capable heroes out there risking their lives. All Might reluctantly agree and soon left to give his agency the news about taking some time off to get his teaching license. Sigh. I do hope Mirai understand what I am trying to do. Nezu gave another smile as he watched All Might leave, thinking about all the possible candidates that UA may possibly receive next year. Principal Nezu. You seem to be in good spirits. Something happened. The voice was tired and seemed to have come from below Nezu. The principal looked down and he saw a yellow caterpillar slowly rising up. Oh, Azawa, it's the end of the day. I am assuming you're done with your work, seeing how you essentially expelled another year of your students. Azawa, also known as Eraserhead, scratched his head and yawned. You know how I do things. And those latest batch will only get themselves killed in the fields if I let them by so easily in their first year. But was All Might related to your current mood? Eraserhead said as he looked out the window towards All Might's departure location. Oh, so you did hear. Well, I wasn't going to keep it a secret from my staffs, but All Might next year will be joining you all as a teacher of UA. A slight TSK came from Eraserhead. Great. Just great, another trouble at hand. Still couldn't solve the issues of these vigilantes that's been appearing all over Japan, and now I have another trouble in hand. Haha, Azawa, I'm sure it's no problem at all seeing you barely have any students to teach, and besides, All Might won't be here till next year, so relax. By the way, tell me about these vigilantes. Eraserhead raised a brow as Nezu shouldn't need to be told about this, as he already have many of Japan's heroes, villains, vigilante, and many other cases memorized. So a bunch of famous and mysterious vigilante that appeared just 3 to 4 years ago should have already made it to this quirked rat's ear. So Eraserhead told Nezu all that he had, leaving Nezu to his own thoughts. 4 to 5 years ago, that event in Tokyo, the mysterious man who fought off All for One and then a supposedly quirkless boy, gaining a unique abilities such as sentient quirks. Then a group of mysterious vigilante who used to be active in Musatafa, now all around Japan. Cough. Principal Nezu, if that's all, can I leave? I've got patrol later tonight. Oh, yes, go ahead, but before you leave, do you have any description of some of the famous vigilantes? Eraserhead slightly glares at Nezu for asking questions he himself probably already has the answers to, but he agrees. No, not really. The main ones are about a red clothes figure with a hair of silver, or a blue suited individual with blue hair. There are more, but oddly enough the information became more blurred for some reasons. I see. Now then, I will be in my office then. Hopefully I'll be able to see more of one for next year. As Nezu closed his doors, Azawa just turned away, thinking to himself that unless these kids show potential or that they won't get themselves killed first, he won't be keeping them around. He slowly walks away, but immediately books it after hearing his longtime friends calling for him. Yo, Shota. Just called. Ara, is it finally the season for our Shota to find someone? By the time Midnight and Present Mech turned their corner, Eraserhead was long gone. At a dock outside of Musatafu province. A man lights his cigarettes as he waits for someone. This warehouse was busted by vigilantes and heroes police a few months back, so no one comes by here, beside a few prospective buyers and a few other rift-raft. Just when the man checked his wristwatch, a portal opens up. Speak of the devil, if it goes over another hour, I would have left already. But how's my old favorite customers? A young man with long grayish blue hair weave out of the smiling man's way. TSK. So the NPC who bought our place is still around. Great, I hope you updated your wares for us to browse. Haha, young people these days. Sure have, but please remember, future leader I am, but a mere info broker. Providing goods aren't really my style, but as they say, all can be bought with the right price. Tamura Shigaraki gave another TSK before walking into the warehouse. Behind him followed 2 other figures. Well. If it isn't my favorite bartender Kurajiri, how's the time in the States, and how's the old man? I do hope he is feeling well. It's good to see you again, Jiren. It wasn't too bad within the States. Customers and people are usually somewhat the same wherever I work, and our master is fine. Now tell me Jiren, is it possible to buy our bar back from you? Money is no problem if it's. The offer was stopped as Jiren scratched his cheeks. You see that may be a problem, I sold the place. Be what? Tamura lunges at Jiren ready to use his quirk to decay Jiren before Kurogiri portals its away and into the ocean. Tamura let Jiren speak first, there must be some misunderstanding. The broker breathed a sigh of relief before speaking. So. 2 to 3 years ago I sold the bar, I hadn't had the intentions on selling it as I knew one day you may all return. It's just that this individual was really troublesome. I can handle tortures, interrogations and other things just fine, but this man somehow talked and sent my whole body into a cold sweat. Kurogiri lifted an eye. He blackmailed you? No, nothing of that nature, or rather a easier way for me, but no, he made me somehow feel guilt, gave me images of my past. And in the end I felt as if I had no choice but to give him the bar. I'm sorry. But there was nothing I could have done by myself. At this moment heavy dust could be heard hitting the ground. So what, we'll just beat them and threaten them to leave? What's the matter? A random encounter shouldn't give us this much problem. Tamura, you should really stop talking. Said Matu as he walked forward. I am to assume you tried then, Jiren. The info broker nodded his head, he couldn't force the man out himself, but he tried other ways. I've tried everything within my abilities to get him out, but it all ended in failure. I bought some thugs and they harassed the bar for a while, and 2 days later their spouse either broke up with them or divorced them. Some people were straight up arrested due to evidence of their previous crime found. Some ran out of the bar crying and sobbing. Kurogiri and Tamura stood there dumbfounded by this revelation. Only Matu stood there and asked the next question. Can I ask about the buyer's name? James Moriarty. Even stranger was I couldn't find anything about this guy. Identification came up several results, but none were him. And I tried looking into foreign database but still found nothing matching him. Matu gave a small smile before looking at Kurogiri, who looks at him in a questing glance. Kurogiri, go ahead and work for this James Moriarty, as for us we'll make do elsewhere. I hope it's no trouble, Jiren. A hand with one finger extended grabs Matu collar. Who gave you the rights to call out the shots, you companion NPC? Before any words came out of Matu's mouth, Tamura found himself surrounded with knives, katana, and blades of different kind. Tamura, after all these few years I do hope you understand where we stand, your master, Kurogiri, and the doctor all know. And I do hope you do too. It would be a shame for me and All For One to part ways before we achieve anything, but trust me, if you don't back down now, All For One will be asking why they're 100 pounds of hamburger meat and a new servant soon. But his tone, Tamura knew it was not a simple threat, but a promise, so he lets go and stormed off, but not before he slammed his palms into a wall, disintegrating it. Yeesh, that ain't cheap. The boy still has the same anger management issue, I see. But yes, Matu, I can give you guys a new place, no trouble, call it a compensation if you will. Kurogiri and Matu nods as the shadow servant slowly fades into the night. As they walk towards the car, Jiren drove off into the late night. Meanwhile, a figurine of a plague doctor falls back into the night after witnessing these transactions. Kurogiri, Jiren, we were being watched. Matu said as they rode in the car. This made Kurogiri, Jiren, and Tamura widens their eye. And you didn't do shit about it? How useful. Kurogiri. Tamura was hushed by a black mist as Kurogiri turns to look at Matu from the front seat. Excuse me, Tamura, Matu, I am to assume this is your plan, or rather you see them as no threat. A bit of both actually. Jiren, tell me what organization has a crow or a bird as their signature sign? The info broker smiled a bit before finishing his cigarette. Why am I so soon to be in need of my service? Hahaha, just kidding, with a simple research anyone would find out. Villains may have been a word that's been around forever, but it was the rise of heroes that truly made villains so ever prominent in the world. But before all of that we had the gangsters, mafia, triads, mobs, and of course the Yakuza. The one you're probably talking about is the Shiha Seikai. Kurogiri seems to recognize the name before speaking up. Isn't it the group who is heavily trading triggers all over Japan these past years? I think I remember there was a transfer of power. Jiren snapped his fingers. Exactly as you said, but from what I've gathered it seems like they're selling some new goods lately, something that could cost quite the pretty yen for something that's only in the testing phase. Tamura looks at Jiren tiredly. That to the point. Right, well from what I heard it was a quirk erasing drug. Shock expression came to the face of everyone except Matu, who was seemingly interested. I wonder how it would affect mages or anyone who has the ability to perform magecraft. I may request All For One for a mage to test on. Well then, Jiren, if you can, is it possible to get your hands on one of these quirk erasing drugs? I will pay for the cost. Jiren thought for a sec before replying. Sure, it shouldn't be too hard using my connections, money-wise we can talk about this later. Noted. Now Kurogiri, I understand that All for One has you watching over Tamura and act as in case of emergency getaway, but until necessary, you'll be working under James Moriarty as a bartender to collect intel. That too I understand, Master already given you some command over me, but if they're connected with who I think they are, then wouldn't they know of me already? Don't worry. We'll just alter you slightly like the doctor, so apply for a position by next week. At the same time Jiren drives further away from the dock. Around the same time the figurine that was watching them returns back to his base. He was flanked by several members of the Shai Hassaikai before reaching what looks like a surgical room with 3 people inside, one which shivers in fear, while the other 2 emotionlessly clean their equipments. Overhaul, I have something to report to you. The figurine known as Mimic announced, which made Overhaul stopped and raised a brow. What is it? Is the warehouse usable again? No, sadly it currently still visited by random people and was slightly destroyed by a short-tempered individual, but I found someone with an interesting quirk that we could use. Go on. The warp-type quirk. Overhaul puts down his syringe and walked towards Mimic, leaving the occupant in the chair breathing a sigh of relief. Do go on. Yes, the info broker Jiren was there, and 2 young adult males were there as well, the warp quirk user, Kurogiri, a disintegration quirk user, Tamura, and some type of shadow quirk user named Matthew. The pair walks into a quarter, where Overhaul begins to clean off his hands and sits on the opposite end of Mimic as he listens to his report. Fascinating. Quirks are part of the problem, but it can also be the solution for my goals. Mimic, go ahead and keep watch of these individuals. We'll get in contact with them when the time is right. Chapter 28. Mandatory celebration. Da Vinci's lab in Midoriya's home. Alright Edison, begin the transferring of Leline's mana into the crystals, and Tesla help maintain the mana from going out of control and from leaking out. As Da Vinci gave the instruction, she stood over near the opening, where they created a hole towards the earth to bring them closer to the Leline. Bridges were built to support this experiment, and there on the bridge stood Edison, holding within his hands were a large crystal. The mana surrounding them were vast and pure that anyone can see, as he tried to apply pressure into the crystal in order to make what they needed. Tesla on the side was forcing current of electricity around Edison to form a layer around the mana that prevent the energy that would escape from the process. Other servants such as Paracelsus von Hohenheim, Qin Shi Huang, Charles Babbage stood around and collected data while help preventing the mana from reaching a dangerous level that would cause an explosion. That's it, maintain it at this level. Edison, don't lose focus. Babbage, please close the valves, that's for the Leline, we're reaching the point. Paracelsus calls out as he and Da Vinci begin setting up a container for the crystal. If it were just our memories from when we were only an emperor, we wouldn't have known much about these works, but this along with our lost both selves memories has given us quite the insight for this little jewel. Da Vinci, how long can these last for us? Qin asked as he looks through the container while writing down his observation. Although these are not finished yet, by our current calculations, if we were to separate these into smaller pieces and into 2 categories, such as a mana prism and a quantum piece, it would be enough for a servant to fight at full potential when outside of our base. And of course even more so within the base, reaching potential that's near the true heroic spirits. But only the mana prism can allow the users to immediately release one noble phantasm. The quantum piece would only have enough mana to supply its users to their potential, but not enough to immediately release a noble phantasm. Da Vinci explanation clears Qin question, and he nodded his head, making a note of this. If I remember correctly, Chaldea had these things before, no? Were they always used for this? Tesla asked in interest. No. Chaldea, while it did use these too, we were always using them for simple magecraft, so we did produce them, but not in great quantities that we would still have leftovers after so long. That in servants didn't really leave Chaldea beside within the Shadow Border and within the Atlas Institutes. She closes her eyes and puts a hand on her forehead. Even if we did, I doubt other mages would just let them sit there for 200 years, and it's a good thing not many things were taken besides materials due to both the Animisphere and Music family's name. But I didn't think about using these for our extra mana source until a few years back, after all these were just used for almost basic magecraft. It's not like we just gave these to servants in the past, as back then we all were ray-shifted to from place to place, and Chaldea supplied the mana to the servants. As Da Vinci begins to calculate how many pieces these should be split into for everyone, Edison wipes off his sweat and walks towards the group. That reminds me, before now, how has the Berserker class never affected Izuku when they were active, such as in a fight or within their usual fits of rage? Don't they use tremendous amount of mana? Da Vinci finished her calculations and takes a sip of coffee before answering. Intakes, like breathing, it would seem that for Berserker class, they can intake more of this current world natural mana flow. And from what it seems, many did it unknowingly, so it was no wonder that no one brought it up. I did think it was strange, but soon forgot about it. After all, many of the first few berserkers Izuku has summoned were on the stable side of things. Thinking back at it, Izuku hasn't shown sign of tiring, so the servants may have been in taking more mana from the world itself. This was also a sign that the mana generator built all over the globe for our own headquarters is working just fine. As they cleaned up the laboratory, Da Vinci's rider self came in. "Hello everyone and myself, Izuku is done with today's summoning." Da Vinci, caster, smiled as she was handed the list of who Izuku summoned before asking her rider self where is their master. "By the way, where is Izuku, is he alright?" "Oh, Izuku is fine, just tired out. Let me guess, he was training in combat against one of the servants." "Yes, but also tried fighting well fused with a servant. The modified pseudo-servant Izuku is using seemed to be working out just fine. But the mana drainage is still quite high, adding with the additional combat training." The servants hearing this either gave a chuckle or just sighed and shakes their heads as they finally finished cleaning up. They each head out through the elevator, leaving only Da Vinci, caster and Ryder in the lab, and Ryder spoke to herself. "So I think if I am correct, the reproduction worked out quite well, did it not?" "Yes, it did. Ever since the shadow servant of Arjuna altar appeared, I feel it was needed more than ever. Shadow servants were just copies of servants that only barely managing to copy the original, and even then only a swarm of them would cause us an issue. But now this one who seems to show not only intelligent but also being able to use the original's noble phantasm is troubling. So it was definitely good. This set of reproduction seems to work." Ryder turned to see her caster self. "I'm sensing a but. And you're right myself, but we lack the ability to mass produce these. You see, finding a crystal or any sort of medium that can withstand such amount of mana isn't exactly hard, but harnessing and trapping it perfectly into a medium is easier said than done. You see, we need a series of personnel like the group. We just have to perform and maintain everything. One wrong move, and well, let's just says it's the Hatsume's result." Pastor smiled slightly as her rider self lets out a small laugh. "Well then, I guess we'll do this whenever we can then. So do we know who will be receiving these crystals?" Da Vinci caster cuffs her fist under her chin and thought out loud for herself to hear. "As of now, the leaders of each headquarters and those who can be more versatile in different scenarios, as they can decide when to use it or pass it on to those better suited. Those are for the mana prism. As for the quantum piece, I think there should be enough to go around, but still allow the leaders to take hold of them to split." And with that, Ryder took out a holographic tablet and sent the information out to servants everywhere around the world. Speaking of which, Izuku's birthday has already passed, and so did his graduation. Should we celebrate it? A small nod was given by the caster Da Vinci before she gave a smile. "We will, and make it grand, as the boy needs a wake-up call to get a break. Invite Tsukauchi, the Uraraka, Hatsume, and of course Kishore, Rin, Luvia, and Gorodolf. Also the other servants as well." Ryder turns to her other self. "And I'm guessing their servants' roles will be filled in by the golems, undead, familiars and mechanical dolls we have produced over the years." But that question, caster smiled. "Of course, and have the mini Nobus take charge if need be. Tell them that paid vacation days will be given to those who do well." "Noted." With a few taps, Ryder sent out the message to everyone. "You know, my smaller self Umarin is gonna either give us a earful." "Yes, she will, after all isn't with us yet. Is there an issue?" The Ryder self asks as she begins to scroll through the notes. "You could say that. We will discuss this when everyone gets here." Few days later in the Midoriya's home. "Alright everyone, get to where they're needed, also with Kat, Bidika, Raikou, Beanie Emma. Come with me to work on the main dish, appetizers, and desserts if you're free." Emiya calls out to the Chaldea's cooking crew as they begin the task of preparing Izuku celebrations. Each servants headed out to put the house into a place fit for a festival as they began to decorate and put up different items. Some servants were sent out to follow Izuku, making sure he doesn't find out, as Inko gave him a task to buy something from a few prefecture away. Master and Tuya have arrived at the Osaka prefecture, along with all the Genes, 3, Atalanta, Abigail, Jack, Nursery Rhyme, Paul, one of the 100 persona, and Kiyohim. Yuma Kadaro announced as he kneels before Inko, with one knee on the floor and his arms resting on the other like those shinobis from the old televisions. Inko smiled as she told Kadaro to get up and no need to be so formal. It'd only been a full year after his summon, but Inko grown to treat him like family, just like almost many of Izuku's servants. Although some do tend to frighten her and makes her keep her distance. "Well Kadaro, why don't you take the day off?" "But it's fine, after all majority of the servants are here in Japan today. And if I remember correctly, the Hassans are with him, so he should be fine, not to mention the little group he is with. So take the day off, they got it from here. If you don't mind, Danzu will be taking a stroll into town, so why not go with her? If you insist." "No Kadaro, it's not what I want, but rather what you want." Kadaro thought for a moment before bowing again. "Yes, ma'am." But that Kotaro left the room and went with Danzu, who was patiently waiting outside of Inko's office within their house. Inko just smiled at the two as Danzu gave a bow thanking her for this moment to bond with Kotaro. Inko then reminisced the time that she, Hisashi and Izuku shared and only wishes to go back to that time if possible. It's not that she doesn't like the current one, but at times simplicity is truly the best thing in life. Just then a knock came from her door and Inko came out of her daydreaming. Why? I mean yes. You may come in. There she stood was Penthesilea, who was in her usual business suit that she begins to wear ever since Inko had kept Penthesilea alongside her 4 years ago. Penthesilea's job was being the CEO, that is within their group, but to the outside world, Inko was the true CEO of all Midoriya's businesses. Inko, about my proposition a few days ago. Are you sure we're ready? I mean it's only 4 to 5 years, and so much has already been done. But Inko was worried. She knows that's it only been in few years, but her company has grown. The issue is Penthesilea's ambition here. I assure you Inko, we not only have one of the world's most advanced technologies, but also in the medical fields, outfits that fits the newest fashion, and of course new literature that's being written and published by us. We have almost every field cover, so what do you say about my proposal on opening the Amazonas? Inko took a deep breath. Are you really sure? I mean you're trying to go against the Amazon which been around much longer than us. I mean shouldn't. Trust me Inko, we have what they don't, we're first to many of the newest items since they're made by us, and true access to the biggest part of the world, the continent of Asia, thanks to different servants that we have. I am sure, and under my watch I will make sure that everything and anything will be of quality and delivered at maximum speed. We will surpass this Amazon. Inko thought to herself as she looks through the notes Penthesilea provided and just give her a nod. Well, I trust that you know what to do, then go right on ahead, of course, and your proposal to the other branches first before we begin. Inko thought for a few seconds before remembering what she had in mind when she saw Penthesilea. By the way, how goes the training for Izuku's too little friend? Penthesilea grinned. The Chako is a fine pupil of mine. I taught my combat style and training, so you wouldn't need to worry about her. Da Vinci and the other servants who deals with mechanical and more technical areas have been trying to help May on trying to fix her more explosive habits. Even Edison is getting a slight headache, but overall she is a genius in her own ways. A small chuckle came from Inko before she sent off one of her most trusted aide. Before Penthesilea closed the door, she had one last thing to say. From our medical wing they told us Hisashi has shown signs of waking up, or rather movements in his hands and feet. From time to time he also spoke of your name and Izuku as well. Congratulations. The Queen of Amazon closes the door to leave Inko alone. She begin to tear up. After all these years her husband may wake up once again. Osaka Prefecture. Master, what are we here for again? Byohem asked as she stares at her master and her fellow servants chowing down assorted food. Tuya was with them in his civilian clothing as he requested for his day off. For the past few years Tuya has been the Emerald Flame hero Noah's Inferno, though he wanted to pick Dabi. Nezu smiled and said otherwise. But back with Izuku he quickly swallows some takoyaki before answering. Well, mom did say to pick up some Osaka ingredients for meals tonight, but she didn't say what we're making. So I'm not entirely sure, so I guess taste test everything. Izuku answered as he along with Jack, Paul, Little 100 Persona, and Santa Jalter ate takoyaki. The servants all wore street clothing to not stand out as they continue walking from food stands to food stands. Dean tried to get Jalter to try some her food, but Jalter refused as she eats her own and moved away slightly. Abby shared some sweets with Jack, and Paul looked around to see what else she could try. Overall it was a pretty relaxed errand even though they were going off course. Meanwhile the group were followed by the Hassan, who watched from the shadows, or rather in their civilian tourist disguise. Great founder. Do we have to follow them in such disguises? After all, with our skill we should be able to hide from the crowd. First Arm says as he pushes the first Hassan, who was playing the role of an elderly tourist on a wheelchair. That's not what's necessary or what is necessary. We do our jobs while at the same time allowing you all to be at ease. These few years you all worked hard for not only the innocent humans, but also within our organization, so it is what's right. And currently with Serenity's mood I doubt we could be quiet as we like to. As first Hassan points that out, Cursed Arm turns to see Persona comforting Serenity. That should have been me. There Serenity, you'll get your chances. After all, we're summoned here for quite some time. You'll get your chances. But, come on now. The Hassan tour group disappeared into the crowd with a sad Serenity. Izuku almost noticed the Hassan only to be distracted something else as he saw a crowd of fangirls and just fans in general pointing at their group, or rather at just Tuya. That and some people who seemed to be interested in his servants as Izuku heard the whisper about the cute girls he was with. DCH, how annoying. Well, this is a bit embarrassing. Both Jean and Jalter said as they walked away with Izuku. The green-haired boy smiled about seeing how the servants really seemed to enjoy themselves. He then looks over at Tuya, who was doing his best to ignore the fans. Hey Tuya. Yeah? Something wrong? How's it in being a hero so far? I mean, you definitely built a fan base. Tuya looks around before giving a grin and answering. Not bad really, helping people out and fighting off thugs isn't too bad. Oops, sorry, I don't mean to say I enjoy the fighting, but it isn't that bad. I mean a different goal from what I once wanted to strive for. Being raised to be no point want to be the best. Haha, what a joke. Although the last part was spoken in a whisper, Izuku just looks at his adopted brother and just nods. He knows the struggle Tuya been having ever since they got him out of the streets all those years ago. While he's seen changes in the older teen, Izuku himself still saw someone struggling. Perhaps it was with some truth, or perhaps it was just him not being able to truly understand himself. He won't pry into it, after all Tuya did the same, so he should too. As the group continues to shop and eat, Kyoham and Tuya quickly stops Izuku from doing taste testing, or else the dinner for the night would be ruined. Hey Izuku, I understand that you're maybe hungry, but mom probably wouldn't want you to spoil your appetite. Yes master, what Tuya said. Kyoham looks inside as she won't be able to give her master a taste of her own delicious cooking, but slightly smirk at spotting Serenity, giving them an envious stare. Before they finish off their trip, someone called out Tuya's hero name and came up to him. Inferno? Is that you? The man alongside a teen ran towards the group. This man was possibly in his late 20s to his early 30s, while the teen seemed to be the same age as Izuku. Tuya turned to see the one calling his name and tells the man to be quiet. Shhh, it's my day off, Ingenium. Just call me Ida, well since my brother is here just call me Tensei. Tuya nods as he looks at the teen who seems to be very stiff and gestures like a robot. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida. It is nice to finally meet the young and uprising hero like yourself, and of course all of you. The perfect 90-degree bow was performed, making everyone break a sweat at the sight. Kid, no need to be so formal, you can just be like yourself. He paused as he hears Tensei laughter. Sorry, my brother's just like that, always so formal, hahaha. Anyways, is this your brother? I haven't heard you mention about him, and these are. The slight cough came from Tuya. Sorry, Tensei, but we aren't really too close to talk about our home life, but if you must know, this my younger brother. There was a pause as Tuya looks at Izuku, wondering if it's okay to talk about the servants. Seeing this, Izuku decided to speak. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and these individuals are my familiars made from my quirk. Before Izuku could even finish his sentence, he was cut off by a chopping motions from Tenya. Public quirk usage is illegal. How old are you to not know one of our basic rules of our society? Jalter looks at the blue-haired teen and begins to roll up her sleeves, only to be stopped by her younger self and regular Jean. Why Iota? Let go of me, you two. Calm down, he just a bit serious. Yeah, older me, you don't want master to get in trouble. Izuku panic as he struggles to stop Jalter and explain himself. It's okay, I have all my familiars licensed, so they're free to walk around and even act without me. That part was a half-truth and lie. Well, over the years many of the summoned servants have been registered under Izuku's quirks for their individual licenses, some haven't. Those who work within the industry or act in more public spaces are usually registered, but servants like assassin class or those who need to stay away from the public to handle certain things usually aren't registered. Since most government's officials don't know of magic, it's easier to sneak under the radar for these type of things. Worst case scenario, Izuku would need to pull some strings or his servants would handle their own. Being called licensed made Jalter tch, as she didn't like the term that made them sound like pets. Izuku wasn't pleased either, but it was the best way to explain the appearance of the servants without any major issues. Hearing this, Tenya apologized for jumping right to conclusions, and Tensei apologies for his brother's actions. I'm terribly sorry for my early conclusion. My apologies everyone, my brother is a bit serious when it comes to rules and regulations, I do hope you forgive him. Tuya looks at the two before nodding, and Izuku accepted their apologies. To repay the rudeness, Tensei offered to buy the group lunch. It was a terrible mistake on his side, as by the time they finished Tensei's wallet was almost empty. How is this possible? I'm sorry, Tensei should have warned you about these guys' massive appetite, but you should have known looking at our groceries. Tuya and Izuku opened their wallets to pay Tensei back, but he respectfully refused them, as he did say he was repaying for Tenya's earlier act. The group parted ways as Tuya scratched his head. Well, there goes the plan on not eating too much before going home for dinner. Atalanta, why didn't you stop us? Or Kyohim, why didn't you stop us? The two looked at Tuya. Well, as servants, eating isn't going to exactly fill our stomachs, it really just gives us a bit of mana, and well, the kids like to eat, so I let them. Kyohim smiles. For me, well, it for master's happiness. If Izuku wants to eat, then so be it. Although I did try earlier, master wishes wins over his mother wish. A few hours later the day was coming to close. The group finished their shopping and took the train home when Izuku noticed something. Guys, is it just me or is the whole train just filled with Chaldea's servants? Sweats dropped from everyone as they stared at the other servants who were collecting gifts or just grabbing some food from the other prefecture who are now heading back. Jalter glares at Elizabeth, Lancer and Nero who were pretending to whistle and they were horrible at it. What the hell are you all doing here? Jalter somehow screaming and whispering at the same time. We weren't needed back home, too many people were decorating and, well, cooking isn't exactly our specialty, so we wanted to do some singing. But Mozart and Salieri both told us they'll handle the musical aspects. Elizabeth answered as she also whispers back, but something seemed to be left out in the end. Nero proudly puffs her chest out. But fear not, as Marie Antoinette told us we could dance along the music, so be prepared. I fist you eyes at our. Before Nero could finish, Jalter and Elizabeth covers her mouth, leaving Izuku confused. Hi. Why is everyone here? Many servants within the train quickly looks away, and those who brought gifts quickly hides them and their clothes are behind them. Only Blackbeard Edward Teach carried as freely. Drake seeing this jabs him in the guts, making him almost vomit as he kneels down. She quickly goes towards his ears and slightly scolds him. Are you mad? Why are you still holding that thing? Teach looks at Drake and spoke a few words. Because. I can just tell him. It's for me. Mary and Anne both laughed a bit and so did a few other servants before Izuku asked again. So I guess it's a day off for you all. Then that's great, I'm glad you guys are having some free time after all. You guys do work quite hard. Many of the servants smiled at their master's praise, while a few, Blackbeard, coughs into their hand. Yes. We work really hard. But then that's when Izuku remembers something. But I don't remember Blackbeard, Mary Ann, Bartholomew or Drake usually being in Japan. If I remember correctly, you guys usually hang around the Atlantic Ocean or in US and England, so. What? Blackbeard eyes gleams like stars as he ran straight up to his master. It's because I am teaching them, my fellow servants, the greatness of Japanese culture. The 210 centimeters tall man ran towards Izuku as he began a live but heartfelt speech about the greatness of the Japanese, otaku, culture, with a brief mention of real culture. Because of this man, servants stared out the window, truly breathing in a sigh of relief. As Izuku still didn't suspect a thing, meanwhile Tuya just stares and grumbles to himself. Seriously, how do you guys even keep yourselves a secret if this is how you guys are? And plugs in his headphone as he goes to sleep. Midoriya Residency. The detective known as Tsukauchi looks at the crowd of people in amazement, knowing many aren't actual living human. It still amazed him after all these years, but he didn't show it. He looks around before approaching a man with long silver gray hair and a pink-haired teen. Hi, I'm Detective Tsukauchi, nice to meet you. Is it okay if I ask where I can drop off this gift? The silver hair man turns along with his friend and give him a polite smile. Hello, my name's Siegfried. It's nice to finally meet the detective that we work with, but I do apologize as I don't really know where to drop the gifts off as well. So I was having my friend Astolfo here show me. Tsukauchi although wasn't a history buff, but he have heard of these names before, and if you remember correctly, Astolfo was one of Charlemagne's paladin. But he quickly shook the thought out of his head when he saw this Astolfo who seemed to be very different from his book. Cough. Hello, my name is. Hi. Tsukauchi, right, well worry not, I'll take you and Siegfried to the correct spot to drop off your gifts. Follow me. The pink-haired paladin drags the two away as Kisher, Rin, Sakura, Luvia and Gorodolf watches this unfold. Gorodolf ate some of the snacks that are provided and speaks about Siegfried. You know. Something about that servant seemed familiar. Crunch. And Rin followed up. Well, you could say that to a lot of these servants. It's possible that due to our blood ties, that we feel a connection with them even though it's not from our universe or reality. Or just from Chaldea's database that we look up from time to time. Sakura nodded as she stared at Medusa, who earlier on came by to both Rin and herself and commented. You two both look like your great-grandmother. Sakura looks that Sakura and Rin just like that Rin. It's nice to see you all well, and it looks like I'll have to talk to him. Sakura really wanted to ask who she meant, but Emiya, Archer, came and rushed Medusa off. During this time, Kiritsugu Emiya, Assassin, Irisviel von Einspan, Caster, and along with three girls who looked very similar and smiled at the two of them as they followed along. Rin. Do you know what they meant? Sakura asked, puzzled at what just happened. I don't know, it's been that way for a while. But I keep thinking. Doesn't that silver-haired archer seem familiar? If I remember correctly, they called him Shiro Emiya. Hey Sakura, you did bring the pictures, right? The picture in question was something that Rin wanted to see for years. Her cousin Sakura stayed in Japan to become a teacher, so she had the old house in which their many grandparents lived in. Oh yes, here it is, but since you're back in Japan, let's go visit the family's grave one day, shall we? It's been a long while. I will, but let me see those. As Rin looks back and forth, her hand trembles slightly and Sakura came to do the same. Luvia was interested, so she also took a peek. Rin. This is. I knew it, hey Arch. Fisher covers Rin's mouth, slightly amused he simply shakes his head, telling her whatever she wants to ask can be after the celebration. Rin meanwhile glares at him, giving him the eyes that say you knew about this, didn't you? The old vampire just smiled as he released her and walks off to greet Da Vinci and Lee, who came around the corner. That damn old man. Rin pouted as Sakura tries her best to calm her cousin down, while Luvia laughs a bit. You should have read the notes on Chaldea's servants. I did. But they don't go this far into detail. Damned it, servants having all of their memories is sure hard to keep note of. Sigh. The two mages stared off at one another before Sakura broke up the possible fight. She does a simple bow towards the Urakas and Hatsumes before returning. Oh boy. A few years since we actually been here, this place sure gotten crowded, huh? Ichako's father Shuhei said as he and his family walked about. Yep, even though Izuku let me train with his quirks, I've never seen them all here at once. He's usually my trainer, so I don't know all of them. Well, I suppose they're fine people after all. Asterios looks like a brute, but does seem to be gentle. I think. Ichako's mother adds in as she too looked around in amazements. Although she quickly turns away at the sight of some servants who were dressed a bit more uniquely. Those few were Leonidas, Romulus, Normal Lancer, and Spartacus to name some. Who were wearing their traditional servant's outfit rather than everyone's more modern one. It was the same for who looks over to find the female servants also dress less than anyone imagined, and he quickly turned away. A few moments later Raikou came in and took the servants who were dressed in their usual clothing to be changed into something more casual or fit for the time. She didn't bother with Iskander as he wore a t-shirt and jeans while laughing and talking with Zhu Lian, Al Meloy. Mei along with her father and mother were also in the same boat, but the young inventor quickly take out notes, making her father sigh as he and his wife tried to snap her out of it. Mei, you're being a bit rude. Dad, don't stop me now. Look at all of these familiars summoned by Bossman and think of this, that's only part of his quirk. If I can make a support gear that can be so versatile, our names will be known throughout the industry. Just think of all the possibilities and babies I can create. Mei's words didn't get unnoticed as the servant, who never met her before, gave either a joking laughter or a very confused look. Some just nods as they grew up marrying when they were young, even had a few families before they were in the later years. Mei's parents along with Ichako went to clear up the misunderstanding and after a while even questioned themselves, why did they have to do the explaining? As the crowd continues to grow, filling in with mostly returning servants from either their station or those who went out buy gifts for their master all came in. Alrighty, is everyone here? Inko asked as she looks through the crowd gathered in the ballroom of their building. The two Da Vinci tells Inko no as some servants were still out gift hunting. That's when Penthesilea came into the room and relayed the message from Kotaro, who told them that Izuku is now stuck with a group of servants who accidentally met up with him. Inko, I apologize for not seeing this earlier, but it seems they have accidentally met up, but from what was told to Kotaro, the Hassan say Izuku haven't noticed anything as of now, so the party is still on the go on as a surprise. There was a sudden ruckus coming from one of the upper floor when Da Vinci Caster went to check who, Lancer answered. Yeah, it's Med, I've got her under control. A muffled cry could be heard from the line as Ku took away said individual. Meanwhile outside. So I guess everyone is staying here tonight then. That's great, it's been so long since I've heard from all of you, so how's it been? Izuku asked as all the servants that were with him carried groceries back and the ones that met up with him desperately tries to hide their gifts. We didn't think this through, did we? Nobu whispers to Akita, who were following behind their master and the servants who went out with him. No, we did, but you decided to say let's go to Osaka as well when we were already in Aoi picking things up. So this your fault if we mess up. Akita says in an aggressive manner. Nobu was about to yell back when Chacha and Nobikastu muffles her mouth. Sister, please, I'm sorry for this, but we can't ruin it now. Yeah, auntie, it's not time yet. Think of the treats we'll have if we don't behave. Those scary people will get mad at us. The slight scuffle was being drowned out by the other servants who tried their best to keep Izuku from looking back. Blackbeard continues his wonderful and cultured topic with Izuku as everyone else begin to hurry their footsteps closer to the front doors. Jalter meanwhile just covered the ears of her younger self. Jean did the same with Paul, Atalanta with Jack, and 100 Persona who just joined the group covered her youngest Persona's ear. Nursery Rhyme wanted to ask what's going on, but Kyohim came by and did the same to her ears as Blackbeard's topic has become too colorful. The conversation was only meant to be a distraction, but the King of Pirate went too far into the cultural section. Izuku was beginning to blushing more and more. That's when Drake uppercuts Blackbeard. Watching this, Bartholomew puts his hands over his face as he shook his head along with Mary and Anne. You overdid it. Izuku watched in shock as Blackbeard flies into the air and spins a bit before landing towards a tree. Drake, why did you do that? It's fine, Teach didn't mean to do anything wrong. Izuku sputtered those words out as he put his groceries down to help Blackbeard up. Before he could, Bartholomew put his hand in front of Izuku, gesturing him to go ahead to open the door, as he will be the one to help Teach stand back up. Confused, Izuku returns to his bags and opens the door to his house, where he was immediately blindfolded and lifted up by his feet and carried princess style into the ballroom. Uriel took off his blind, and Izuku saw both her and Asterios. Before he can ask what happened, a crowd screams towards him. Happy birthday and congratulations, Izuku, Master Lord, Izu, Sweetheart Commander, etc. Confetti were thrown around before lights swirled around Izuku, and birds created from lights flew around him. Later the ceiling and walls became that of the night sky where stars shines brightly. The floor then became that of a snowy wonderland before changing to a beautiful ocean that shined brightly from the rising sun. A few moments later, after the initial shock, Izuku was tossed gently into the crowd where he was tossed around before Heracles caught him. He looks past Heracles to see Ilya, Chloe, Miyu and Satoni all clinging onto the massive berserker's back, Satoni aside as she sat on Shiru, her polar bear. The four of them smiled as they put on a hat for Izuku before Heracles sat him down at a table. It took an entire minute before Izuku fully realized what just happened. Thank you. Guys. Thank you. He choked out those words, so touched that the servants and everyone in their busy schedule pulled time out to celebrate for him. Sure, these past years they've all celebrated, but something this grand was something he didn't imagine. Everyone smiled as it seemed to work out just fine. Before long, drinks were given out by Moriarty, and he smiled before calling out to the servants who preferred a heavier drink. Everyone, before we celebrate a toast with those who want whiskey, wine, or any assortment of heavier drinks to come to me. If not, then these drinks will be all that given. Holmes looks at his drink before dumping into the nearest pot of flour and smiled when he saw what happened. The flour immediately wilted. During this time, Iskander, Leonidas, Kin, Ozymandias and many servants ran for the heavier type drinks. And Mr. Hatsum joined, only to get an earful from both their wives about drinking a kid's birthday. Tsukauchi was tempted but wasn't liking the idea that he will have to wake up from a killer headache, so he stuck with his sodas. A few moments later, the servants that Izuku have summoned up until now, along with his friends and family, gather and gave him another cheer and toast. The party went on for quite a while, although later it was more about eating some quality food that Amiya, Archer, along with Kat, Boudica, Raikou, Beanie and many others helped cook. After all, cooking so much food within a day, it's a bit much even for servants. It became more so when Amiya noticed how many would be showing up. The child servants enjoyed the sweets and played some party games. Jack sliced open the pinata within the first second and Paul chainsaws the second one. It was safe to say that Atalanta gave those two an earful. Jalter looks on and turns around to give her younger self a pat on the head, telling she did good. Salieri and Mozart, although still had tension between them, begins to lead a beautiful small concert as a celebration. Marie Antoinette and Elizabeth stood on stage. Seeing the sight, a few servants backed away while Romulus restrains Nero down. It's not fair, I thought I could also performance, how come she gets to? Nero, calm down. Caligula says as he frantically looks at Romulus and then at his dear niece. Izuku looks at the sight and hopes that nothing too bad would happen. Soon it began as both Mecha Eli performed a dance along with some mini Nobus who begins to dance as well. Izuku takes notes that the other servants were fine with Elizabeth and wonders why. As he look up, he then knew why. Well, Izuku didn't exactly understand art, he knew what things made from the heart were, and this was something truly heartfelt that in the end everyone felt warmth within their hearts as Marie and Eli finished a simple happy birthday. There were many applause for such simple song, and Nero even joined in on giving them a cheer, even if she still mumbles about doing it better. Once the party was concluded, Izuku said goodbye to his friend and bids them good luck on finishing their last middle school years. Achako smiled, to her it will be easy thanks to Da Vinci and everyone's tutoring. As for May, Izuku understood her, but was confused at why she was writing down notes on all his servants. That when he realized she wanted to make support gears for them, he didn't have the heart to tell her it won't be needed. But it may be if one day he can tell everyone the truth, May can become someone like Cheldia's non-mage technician in the past. Tsukauchi offered to drive the two families home, as it seems that the two adult males gotten a sneak of some strong wine or whiskey, but the two wives declined and thanks him for the offer as they walked out with their husbands, who Spartacus helped carried out in his arms. The cleanup was fast as there were plenty of people around, and just for the night every servants went into their specific rooms that they had personally made. Rin, Kishore, Sakura and Gorodil stayed in a few guest rooms, while Luvia was escorted home as she had a place to stay. She complained a bit but decided to just go through with it. Later that night, Izuku was heading towards the kitchen when he noticed a light still on, and Emiya stood there cooking what one would assume a late-night snack. Emiya. Izuku, what are you doing up so late? I'm guessing for a quick bite. Yeah, I guess I had been training a little too much these past few days. Everything I eat just seems to vanish very soon. But Emiya, why are you making something to eat? Would you believe me if I said I'm improving my cooking? Izuku shakes his head. Ha. I see, well, you know of my relationship to Rin and Sakura, right? He nods and gave a brief repeat. How in many of the alternate timeline you were Rin's great-grandmother's servant in a Grail War, correct? And Sakura was also a master in the conflict, but she was not acting in most of those events, right? Emiya nodded. Correct, and you know of Shiru, Emiya. Izuku already know about this and answers. That's you, correct, your true identity and of a master in the same Grail War as Rin's ancestor, well, not exact timeline, as you won't always become a nameless counter-force guardian. I guess the best way to put it. Emiya plates 2 sandwiches as he sit at the countertop with Izuku. No need to feel that you're offending me, I already accepted the truth, it's an endless fight. At time it still makes me regret, but at least during then, and now I can still have some rest and ease. The archer in red smiled as he ate his sandwich. Then what's on your mind? It's nothing. Emiya. I still haven't told Rin or Sakura about my relationship to them. Although in technical standpoint I'm not their great-grandfather. But ever since coming to this world, memories are shared with me from this version of my past self. I'm sure this version of me never joined the Guardian nor made a contract with the world. But it's still odd to have his memories. And why did he marry them both? It was silent as Izuku ate his sandwich before looking back at Emiya. I'm pretty sure you're fine, I mean take your time, but don't you think after 4 years they probably would know by now? I mean, like you said, you're technically not there. Well, ancestor. As 2 continues to talk it out, a creak came from behind them. That's when they saw everyone was there. It turns out that Tuia was eating some chips as he listened, and Asakabaham leans over to grab some chips. She was the one who caused the creaking. Fisher, Da Vinci, and Inko gave him a sign that says they're sorry for not being able to stop the crowd. The Kus held in their laughter or smile, while some servants gave him, Emiya, a thumbs up. All in all, it was a story time for them, and they all just listened. The knights of the round table begin sharpening their weapons as they stared down Emiya, for their king was all they said. Rin and Sakura hid behind the sea of servants, although they were a bit far they still heard plenty of the conversation. Behind the 2 stood 4 servants who seemed identical to them, but they stayed quiet. That night Emiya went out for a walk and didn't return until 4 days later. But things weren't all so calm, as this gathering of servants and sudden surge of mana due to the crystals have drawn some attention. Within the deep space in another dimension. This familiar feeling, I wonder if we can reach them after all, it's been over 200 years. Somewhere in the mincel of another world. Well, it seems like things have just gotten more interesting. Please wait for us, senpai. Chapter 29. Not Emiya Archer's best days. In Tokyo. Tashi. Sir Night Eye says as he adjusts his glasses for the 20th time this past hour, as All Might continues to take down notes and trying to prepare himself to become a teacher for the new semester at UA. Mirai, I know, it may seem impossible, but I promise you I can do this. Night Eye shakes his head before adjusting himself in his seats. No, I do too believe you can be a teacher, but it doesn't help that you literally burst out of this room every 10 to 15 minutes to be a hero. You have been overworking yourself these past years, so that's why I thought your proposal is totally valid to not only search for a successor at UA, but also for you to take a rest. This way you as the symbol of peace will still stand, as you teach the future generations, and at the same time other heroes may also cement themselves as fellow pillars of our society. So when the day something does happen to you or when you retire we can still stand strong. There was a pause before a gust of wind returned to the room. Did you hear anything I said? No. All Might said as he looked down back to his notes. Night Eye stood up and began to reach for his phone. That's it, we will sadly tell the dear principal that we're not up for the task. All Might, get off my phone. The 2 stands in place as All Might nervously holds onto Night Eye's hand, which was just about to press Principal Nezu's personal phone number. Can I have one more chance please? I mean, after I become a teacher I can't be as active as I am now. The pause continues as Night Eye reluctantly agrees. After all these past years All Might has slowly gotten back his normal smile. Or rather gotten away from his constant frown that he would only show around his closest friends. So it wouldn't be right to just deny him something that simple. Fine, but I do wish for you to sit down and really study for at least 2 hours a day before doing your daily duties as a hero. After all, Nezu is pulling some tough strings just to make you a teacher in these short times. All Might smiled at his sidekick's understanding. Thank you Mirai, if you don't mind me asking. But have you personally found any interesting candidates? The simple question made Night Eye smile tirelessly at his piles of paperwork. Sure, All Might also helps, but his efforts take too long and were a bit inefficient, so the sidekicks and the staff at Might Tower help finish most of them. After all, the end day reports were quite massive, as All Might tends to work a lot, but back to his partner's question. No, not really, although you have an agency, we generally don't have other sidekicks here besides me, Centipeter, and Bubble Girl. Those two were hired by me to do our usual hero paperworks while you serve the people. The staffs are of great help here and there, but aren't really hired to do these types of paperworks. But I did have time to take a look at a few interesting candidates from UA, that is. I still wish for some time before we actually pick them out as a successor. Night Eye then looks back at All Might. Are you still sure about this? It's been 4 years, there hasn't been any news of him. The sidekick felt that although All Might is in need of searching for a possible successor for his quirk, but does he need to anymore? All for One was possibly dead, although the body was nowhere to be found, but All Might is still in peak condition. Does he truly need a successor as of now? Before Night Eye finished his question, All Might made a serious request. Then use your quirk on me once again. I can't wait until he appears and then just suddenly drop this quirk on someone. We need to be prepared or else something like that event will happen. His declaration made Night Eye freeze as Night Eye looks and speaks to himself while looking down on his hand. Should I even do this? Last time it failed the events, the date unknown, I saw Tashi's downfall, but he lived in a terrible state. But now that future changed, he lost but still maintains his health. Well, mentally perhaps not. Seeing no other way to possibly turn down All Might's plan, Night Eye used his quirk foresight to see All Might's future. Perhaps what he could see may stop or even change All Might. But he could never have imagined what he saw next. Cities all around the world sent into chaos, like when quirks first appeared. No, perhaps much worse. There was no riots, but rather people falling onto the ground struggling to breathe. Some people's quirks went out of control, others exploded, while some just dropped to floor dying. Those who survived fought off beast of fiction that came from out of a strange crack that appeared through thin air. The monster covered the ground and sky, attacking everything, and All Might was there fighting to the best of his abilities along with everyone. He seemed to be weak, and possibly a sign that One for All has been passed on. But where was his successor? It wasn't long before he saw many enormous and monstrous-looking structures burst into the sky, covering the world in a dark mist. Before Night Eye quirk ended, he saw something, a drip of blood, and an explosion heard globally. Although this was a vision from his quirk, something strange happened. A strange being grabs a hold of Night Eye, and it stares into his eyes. How did you get here? No one should have been able to foresee this moment. But human know well that you can't change what's to come. Night Eye fell to the floor, blood came from his noses and eyes as he gasped for air. Mirai. What's wrong? Night Eye holds out his hand, telling him it was fine. It's okay, but I have to tell you something, and it's not looking good for the future. In Izuku's dream. It's nice to see you again, Izuku. Solomon Ramani spoke as he sit upon his throne. Dr. Ramani. It's been a while. Haha, not really, if you think about it, we talked just not so long ago, or perhaps not. After all, time within this place, time seems to be non-existing. Izuku ponders a bit before nodding. The times he has been here, he was never able to make heads or tails of this place. It all just seems to float as debris, and no sign of time whatsoever. But suddenly Izuku decides to ask a burning question within his heart. Doctor, do you perhaps know what will happen in the future? For Matu and All for One to be exact. A slow shake of the head was given. No, I am afraid not. As you know already, you won't retain any memories of our meeting, and even then I can't say for sure. I once threw away my title to live like a normal man. So I wasn't able to use my clairvoyance to see into the paths. And now my current status makes me more like a fragments of memories than a servant, so I am afraid I can't provide you too much help. I see, thank you, doctor. No, I am sorry for not being able to provide more insight, but I do have to say happy birthday to the current last master of humanity. Izuku looks at the doctor, who gave him a kind smile. I know Da Vinci and the others are planning the next step, so talk with them, and this may be just the instinct of an old man, but something tells me you won't need to wait much longer. Your paths will collide once more, and as always one side will win, even though one of you have won something new, but yet old will arise. The doctor finishes his words before turning into Solomon and smiling as Izuku awakes from his dreams, before he could ask question about the doctor's words. My head. Sigh. A nice calming tea would probably help. I wonder if Amiya or Binyenma has some tea leaves that I can drink. Wait, where is Amiya, Archer? Narahata. So this was one of the location Kajiro helped out in. He did say it was a unique place, brimming with interesting individuals. Quite the numbers of vigilantes I see. Well, I feel it's no harm to assist. Sigh. Again. Emiya was on top of a building looking around to find anyone needing help and let some time pass, but before he could even start, he turns to let a white scarf past him. "Aren't you ever bored of doing these?" he asked as he dodges again, elegantly letting the scarf pass by him once more. "Then why don't you make this easy and turn yourself in?" the tired voice says as he walks out from the shadows, retracting his scarf back to his sides. "Ha. After all these years you still look like a walking zombie. Are you eating well? 3 meals a day is definitely better than those juice or jello pouches you eat," Emiya says as he walks around the edges of the building. "Have you been spying on me?" "No, but it's easy to tell because every time I see you, you would be throwing those away." Emiya point down towards a trash can filled with the juice pouches down below. "That being said, I can ask you the same, are you spying on me?" Eraserhead grabs his capture tool and begins to position himself. "You're a vigilante, by law you're supposed to be turned in." Pretty self-explanatory, so yes and no, it's not like I really want to, just doing my job. Vigilantism. Yes, I do see where you're getting at, but hear this, I am merely just doing community service. I don't claim fame or fortune, so if you can be so gracious to turn a blind eye. After all, I will be having quite the long nights and maybe a few more days ahead. After that, Emiya hops on top of another building and was about to disappear when he ducks under a sound base attack. Good evening. Emiya disappears and reappears behind the attacker and thought to himself. Never really cared for the hero's outfit, but this one seemed like something Kentoki would appreciate. But thoughts aside, I seriously don't have the best of luck, do I? Before Emiya could knock his attacker out, the zombie-like man came from behind, throwing his scarf at Emiya, but misses once again. The noise of the scarf hitting the fence causes the DJ hero to turn around. "Yo, Eraser, you think we're enough this time?" Eraserhead, using his capture tool, jumps over and goes after Emiya. "DSK. Nick, if it was so easy, you think it would have taken us this long to get any of them? Besides, if we don't stay close, we'll barely remember him. Is this your quirk?" Emiya smiled a bit at the questions. "And why do you think I will tell you?" "It's a hunch, but from all of your past action, I don't think you're or any of your friends are truly any dangerous individuals. So it was worth it trying to see if we can get anything from you." Eraserhead honest words made Emiya laugh a bit. He walked towards the edge of the building and said, "No, but it was worth a try from you." He leans forward and falls off the building. "But an A+ for your attempts." Emiya disappears just as Eraserhead and Present Mick came to see where he went. "Hey Shota, isn't this a bit much for a single quirk? I mean, from I heard from you and what we are able to recall now, he not only has enhanced speed, strength, summoning weapons, enhanced durability, and disappearance or some sort of teleporting quirk. You think he has his allies around here? I mean, for the disappearing act and memories erasing quirk." "No, a big portion of what you mentioned is defiantly his quirk, but as for some others, it seems to be from others. It only takes effect when he is gone. Tell Midnight she might be meeting him soon. Come on, we'll take the stairs." "Gotcha." Both heroes ran into the building to get to the street level. Meanwhile, in the alley, Emiya sighs as he ran into Midnight. So you?" The hand was raised by Emiya as he face-palmed himself. "Good lord, my luck is the worst. I should have stayed around my usual place. But because of something that happened a while ago, here I am. Getting confronted by a lady of the night. Right, I meet a DJ and an old zombie." This was slightly unexpected for Midnight, though she used to all sorts of insults or even comment about herself. She always enjoyed or played along with it to a certain degree. But this silver-haired vigilante just straight up denied her intro and didn't even batter an eye while calling her a prostitute. "Excuse you, I will have you know that I am indeed a pro hero. This costume just serves a distraction and great practical use, if you must know." Emiya looked at her tirelessly before turning away to walk off. Seeing this, Midnight smiled as she released her quirk. Pink and purple gas slowly flows through the air until it reached Emiya. Midnight smiled as she saw Emiya sway a bit, only to be surprised to see him shaking it off and continue to run off. "What? But how? Is this what Eraserhead means when he said quirks doesn't exactly work on them?" "Eraser. Mickey's headed your way," Midnight says as she chased him. "This is quite interesting. Her quirk works on me only as much as Eraserhead's. So that's something worth telling Da Vinci." Emiya thought as he ran, while reflecting on his experience of these past years as vigilantes. But Midnight's call. Present Mick screamed once as more, letting out another series of sound shooting towards Emiya. He stayed still until he felt it was time, and using his surroundings, Emiya jumps from wall to wall, avoiding all the attack. He lands right behind Present Mick and quickly turns off his equipment. "Hey, that's no fun, yo Eraser now." But that Eraserhead's capture tool springs out only to grab Present Mick. DSK, he disappeared again. Cough. "I know it isn't the time to say that's great. But Shota. Can you undo this bind? It's making me hard to breathe." Athi. Cough. Eraserhead loosens the bind and turn away into the street. Sorry Midnight, Mick dragging you both here during your usual schedules. You may leave if you want. It's alright, but Shota, why are you so uptight about these vigilantes? I mean, you are pretty lenient about them. Well, usually. If they're obeying the laws. Besides being the vigilante part. Present Mick stutters at his words until Midnight came along. What Mick probably mean is, why are you so focused on him or rather them? Eraser, because something feels off about them. They're too organized and their activities rival that of many top pro heroes, except they're at times more efficient. I'm worried that they are part of something bigger, until I can clear that doubt, I probably won't stop trying to catch them. This was one of the few times Eraser had ever teamed up to try and pursue these vigilantes. Over the years he tried confronting all of them, but this was proven futile as they all avoided capture. In the end he only recently asked his close friends for help, as he believed they could hold down even one of the famous vigilantes, with their quirks combined. He tries to avoid using his friends to keep them out of danger, but even with their help, it bore no fruits. As Eraserhead walked further away from his two colleagues, he felt a familiar presence. At first he couldn't recall who it was until he looks at the figure once again. TSK. Your quirks are annoying, messing with people's minds like that. DFF. This generation all about quirks, huh? Well, I can't help it, as it's not part of my areas of expertise to turn that aspect of our abilities off. The man replies as he taps his head. He later walks alongside with Eraserhead. Not a moment ago we were trying to capture you, and here you are. Now let me ask, you are so confident as to avoid our capture? Yes, and even at my worst state I can still avoid a whole city's worth of heroes. Or perhaps render every hero in the city to be unable to work, but let me ask you, if I were to tell you what we are, is it true you'll stop bothering us? This caught the pro hero's attention as he immediately stops in his tracks. This isn't the best place to talk about it, follow me. A few minutes of walking, the man and Eraserhead walks into a raiment shop. Really, a raiment shop? I don't think this place would be a. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Eraserhead turns around to look at the man who was with him. After seeing nothing was wrong, he helped himself to a seat and gesturing the other man over. The vigilante, or rather one of many that Eraserhead chased after, sat across from him. Eraserhead didn't know what to say, as it seems that he, vigilante, was distracted by the ramen chef. I don't suppose you dislike ramen? No, it's not that, I was just wondering. Why here exactly? Aren't you afraid others would intrude into this conversation? Eraserhead stares at him dead in the eye. Not like it matters anyway if we can't remember any of you. So just tell me what all of your goals, yourself and the organization you're with. I guess we can start with a name. You can call me by my class, Archer. And for my goals, well, it's to be a hero for those in need. After finishing his opening statement, Eraserhead's eye narrows in on the man called Archer. Archer? So I guess we won't be going off by names then. Tell me, Archer, if you want to be a hero, why not get the license? These past years your skills, along with many other ones that are out there, I am going to assume that your associates' skill have also been proven. You all are very efficient. There was a moment of silence as Archer reluctantly wrote down what type of ramen he wanted, but he quickly gave an answer. Tell me, do you believe the world itself is perfect? Eraserhead shook his head. Hardly so. But that doesn't. Then there you have it. I don't trust the so-called hero society, or rather we don't trust the hero commissions. Too much restrictions on just some basic task. Along with their ideals of maintaining the hero-based society. But even so, I know what's it like to put too much trust in something, and even more so about trying to be the one to save other. It's an endless job. Archer's voice sounded tired. Eraserhead knows of the tone that voice came out in. It was the voice of not someone who isn't only physically exhausted, but of one that was of both mentally and physically exhausted. The pro hero now see this vigilante not as the average person, but for some odd reason a war-torn veteran. Who's truly done with it. I see it's understandable that when the topic of trusting anything, not everyone should give the full 100%. But if you know this is an endless job, why do wish to do it? Why not just hang up and go home? Archer laughed. Home? I've called many place my home, and done many things to stop doing what I am doing. Even some quite drastic measures. In the end I guess it's my nature. What, to be a hero? Eraserhead's remark was quickly cut off. No, being a hero means many things, but if you were to ask me about today's term of being a hero, then no. I am long gone from being that ideal hero. I am simply but a man doing what's right. Alright then, Archer, you all distrust the hero commission, and being a licensed hero isn't on the plate for your group. So what is it you all are truly after? Like my last statement, to do what's right. Eraserhead eyes glow. Are you playing games with me? If so, this conversation is over. No, these past years that's all we've doing. Eraserhead, think about, even if we have heroes like you who choose to stay hidden and fight in those less fortunate areas, can you do it alone? Majority of heroes care about ranking or gets called to huge conflicts. But not enough for those who are in the minority or away from the populace. Then what? There are only so many underground heroes and only so many vigilantes who actually can do something for the smaller folks. Archer drinks his water as he awaits for a response. That is true. I've seen how things are even under the law, those areas that are neglected or just flat out ignore. I can't say for sure I agree with everything that you all do, but I can agree that you all aren't villains. I'm glad we can reach an understanding. Eraserhead nods only to say one last thing. But don't think we'll stop going after you. After all, the law's the law. Understand? But you can turn a blind eye every now and then. Also, what is this? I thought I ordered ramen. Archer stares at the bowl as red glow came off of it. The bowl was still steaming hot, but ramen was nowhere to be seen on it. It's mapo tofu. I thought I ordered ramen. Ramen is just the garnish. But I ordered tonkatsu ramen. I used the tonkatsu as the meat sauce for the mapo tofu. Eraserhead smiled under his scarf as his dumplings came to him. Wait. I thought I ordered dumpling. But you did, and here you are. But this is also mapo tofu. Yes, the dumpling are just the side. The chef then turns and continues his work. Archer and the pro hero reluctantly finished their meal, but before he leaves, Archer stares at the chef once more. Gire Kodaman. Several days later. So I've been just around in Narahata, nothing else really. But it's good to be back. The Miya return was greatly needed. After a few days out of the kitchen, the other servants were getting a bit tired. Indeed, it's great to have you back, Amiya. Have you seen anything related to them? Inyenma says as she prepares another onigiri for a series of bento boxes. No. But I've seen a descendant of Kodaman. I've forgotten a possibility to see others' descendant, but to see his is. Ah, I see. Well, I do hope you don't feel too disturbed, as I've also forgotten some things here, and I will be returning to the inn. I hope these few days off didn't let my sparrows run wild. As she left, she gave a bow to Amiya before leaving to tend to her inn. After the break, all servants were given. Many returned to their stations right after Izuku's birthday, but some stayed after to help around the house. Before she left, she gave a stern gaze at Amiya. Under no circumstances are those individuals allowed in the kitchen unless someone once supervised them closely. Kiyohime, stop trying to add in your special ingredients for master. The little servant yelled down the hall, causing the dragon princess to quickly hide away. I wasn't going to. Plus I improved. Sigh. But you have, but you get things over your head and then you revert to your old self. Amiya pats Binyenma's shoulder as he gave her the sign for her to return to the inn. He will handle it from here. The shorter servant looks at the two before nodding and walking out of the home. Izuku was able to see her off before he came into the cafeteria. Welcome back, Amiya. How are things? And good afternoon, Kiyohime. Izuku, things went well. Master. Good afternoon. The trio finished setting bento for servants who remained here with them in Japan, and for Inko, who was traveling abroad with Penthesilea to create another business. As they walk around, Amiya noticed Izuku was thinking about something. Izuku, is something wrong? No, it's not that. I just wanted to see if we could visit my ancestors, or rather the Fujimaru's burial site. Since Rin and Sakura will be visiting theirs soon, I was wondering if I could too to pay my respect. The names spoken by Izuku brought a smile to Amiya's face. He remembers the past of the old Chaldea, where many friends and foes stayed to assist humanity's future, as well as the little free time to be themselves. That doesn't seem too hard now, does it? I'm sure we can find the site. Oh, no need, since Gorodal's family was the one to place the site. It's actually surprising where, since it's near. Your site. Amiya paused at Izuku's words. Mine, as in? Oh. Please don't tell me we will all be going on different dates. Actually, it's Rin and Sakura idea to ask me to join them, along with any servants. Cough. Especially you to come. It's like a picture of thunder flashing behind Amiya as he processes his past few days, and then looks at Izuku. Master. My luck has never been great, but why do I feel it's dropped even more? I'm sorry. But it shouldn't be all that bad. Just tell Rin and Sakura who you are and we'll be on our way. Easier said than done. Amiya replied back. Meanwhile, Kiyohime tries a bit of her own cooking in the back. I don't get what teacher Enma mean. They taste fine. As Kiyohime looks up to ask the two to try some, she saw that they were long gone. Where did those two go? The two in question ran out the house. As Amiya sighed, he decided to head somewhere to calm himself and asked Izuku if he wanted to come. The boy agreed, since he wanted to see what else could be the thing that calmed the servant down after a series of events like these. Before leaving entirely, Amiya sent a text to Kat telling her she is in charge as he and Master will run a few errands. But I just got my break. Kat says as she screams from her room. Later that day at bar in Kamino, Yokohama. Welcome to the Devil's Lounge. Amiya and Master. Well, this will be a bit tough, going to give me an earful now for letting Master stay past his bedtime and at a bar at this hour. Oh dear me. Moriarty says as he cleans a glass and made a fresh drink for the two who entered, but the drink was quickly taken by a rowdy customer who was clearly about to pass out. Hey. Who do you think you are? Wow. In here. Like ya own this place. I'll be taking this drink. Within seconds after stealing the two drink he fell onto to his face, Izuku went over to pick him up to see if he was alright. Moriarty. Did you plan this? Whatever do you mean, I just simply had prepared him some more drink like he asked, who knew he couldn't hold his liquor. But anyway, sorry ladies and gentlemen, but the bar is closed for the night. Moriarty's declaration made some of the patrons unhappy as the night just started, but many were easy to ask to leave. As this bar provided not only a few wonderful drink, but also advices, informations, jokes, and surprisingly therapy. It's also due to the rumor that this bar's owner can be truly a demon, so many feared and worried as they left. The bar quickly emptied out, leaving only Emiya, Izuku, and Holmes who sat in the back of the bar. TSK. I'm sorry sir, but the bar is closed. Moriarty says as he continued to pick up the glass and mess spread around the bar. And I'm sure that I am an exceptional patron, no. Izuku, seeing the slight tension, stepped between the two of them. Alright guys, easy now. But just as Izuku stepped in between the two, he suddenly remembers something and wanted the thoughts from the one of the two smartest minds in Chaldea. Holmes. Moriarty, what do you think about our current operations? We're efficient, that's one. I am assuming you're asking about our two targets, not our businesses. Say even though we are efficient, it is worrisome on how well they hide these past years. The detective of Chaldea takes a sip of his own tea before Moriarty gave a sly remark. I thought the detective would be better than that, bringing outside drinks into an establishment that already sells beverages. And also for such a detective you sure give a poor remark. My due apologies my dear friend, but I would be most upset if you wasted your best on giving me some of best kept surprises. Keep them for a more deserving costumer. And about that I had a feeling you would wish to speak in my place, so go ahead. The reply from Holmes only make Moriarty snort before turning back to Izuku. Right. Cough. Master, I've some slightly interesting news if you would like to hear. Do go on. Yes, Jiren, the man I bought this lovely little space from a few years back, seems to be looking for a new space to live. For someone, that is. Izuku thought to himself a few times before looks up at Moriarty. Jiren, isn't he a broker that works with different people, or rather mostly just villains? Correct, and usually finding a spot by Jiren's standard isn't hard, but for some reason he is adamant on getting this place back. Looking through this bar history, it seems that Jiren was not the first owner. Meaning the original owner is coming and isn't someone Jiren would want to lose. There was a long pause before Izuku clicked the pieces together. Since you're not gonna tell me, I'm guessing it's them. If it was someone else, I'm pretty sure there will be a stack of papers with their personal history laying in front of me. But All For One, from what we know, is good at hiding his tracks. Do you think they will come back to Japan? Holmes spoke first. It's quite likely, after all Matsu's main goal is Izuku, while All For One probably wishes to settle his business with Gilgamesh. But since the king is elsewhere, it most likely he will return to finish business with All Might. There was a sudden sound of cooking as the three turned to see Emiya beginning to cook a very late meal. Sorry, it's getting a late, and seeing that we've skipped dinner, it wouldn't be the best to discuss these things on an empty stomach. Do continue. The three turn around and Holmes continues. As we were, it very likely after that display in the US, Matsu somehow improved the shadow servants, and All For One is more confident, or rather have an abundance of nomas at his disposal. Any evidence to support that? Izuku knew the cost of those two creations, and both cost many people's lives. Over these past years we've seen the rise of missing person cases, individuals being put into comas, and those who wakes up losing their quirks. It's hard to say that these aren't concrete evidence, but it's here. The tablet with the said information was presented to Izuku. He looks at the statistic and put the tablet down. Holmes tell Da Vinci to send out notice to all our areas of operation to start a full-fledged invasion on All For One's assets. We're going to. Emiya. There was hand that held on to Izuku. It was Emiya. Izuku, that's why we've hidden the numbers from you. Since you were young, the first second you heard lives were being lost to those two to create these abominations, you've wanted to jump in or asked us to do so. I truly understand what you wish to do, but listen to us. The Red Archer closes his eyes before opening it. A full-fledged attack on All For One will gain nothing for us. We don't know his exact location, just his hideouts and laboratory. With that doctor and the transport quirk user, it makes them harder to track. Matsu has also contributed greatly to their hidings. After all, this is the man who somehow is able to use a human to summon a shadow servant at the cost of the catalyst's life. They're also not exactly alone. All For One has made many allies during his life, although none are confirmed to be mages. He himself has minion and friends within almost every branches. military, police, officials within the world government, and many elites within the business worlds. Emiya raised his fingers to list out all for one's power at his disposal. We servants respect your decision and would carry them out, but remember what we've said to you, we'll also be the ones to guide you back into the right path. If we attack them now and reveal to the world or the official, you know well they will cover it up for all for one. If we were to make any moves too huge, the mage associations wouldn't just sit around doing nothing, they would cover for us. But worst scenario is we would be making more enemies. I know you wish to reveal magic to the world someday, but doing an attack like this wouldn't do well as good start. Holmes joined in. What Emiya said is correct, we although do have influence, but it isn't as large as all for one. While the mage association seems to be on our side, it's only because of Headmaster Kisher who runs the clock tower. Along with Ms. Tasaka but not all mages are still just complying with Kisher. One wrong move and the mages may all just turn against us, after all those who hide secrets tend to keep it that way. Without enough preparation, Izuku, your reveal may have just made you more enemies than you wish to. I understand that. But we've also saved almost around the same amount too, as many as there are gone we've also saved many. I understand that numbers don't make it right, but we are still doing what we can. We haven't only focused on all for one and Matu, but also other activities as well. So Master Atlas, believe we are doing what we can and when we can. Also wait no longer, the time is about to come, all for one return or Matu will be what we wanted, no more chasing them around, but rather luring them out. Like a prey attracted to a bait. The topic didn't continue as the teen knows the path he has taken and understood what was happening. The servants await for his next words. Thanks, I would have made a big mistake if you all were to carry out my words. My family and friends would be in great danger. I may also have made more enemies as well. Moriarty. Holmes, I wish to have a meeting with all servants currently summoned about our next move if possible. The two both nod in understanding before starting to work. Emiya passes everyone a bowl of warm beef stew and some piece of toast. They all eat, but before they left, Moriarty passed a bill to Emiya. This is the bill, of course, my fellow archer, you can take care of it whenever you wish to. James. Are you serious? Very much so. The bill was a very much exaggerated amount, but it's because of this, Moriarty was able to get many people within his reach do these types of bills. Although it wasn't that much that Emiya couldn't pay, he knew what Moriarty wanted him to do. Izuku came back to see what was going on and offers to pay for Emiya. I can pay, Moriarty. No, my dear master, Emiya here is a grown man, he can pay. How about this, you can work here from now on as our extra help. Emiya places down a business check and turns to leave with Izuku. Yeah, no, I'm fine, thank you, I don't feel like overworking myself. The two left for home while the detective chuckles at the bartender's trick on getting a new employee. Emiya, sorry about tonight, I know you were probably going for a drink to actually relax yourself. But it turned into this whole discussion. No problem. I knew I couldn't have anything going smoothly for me after seeing what's happening these past few days. But when are you planning this meeting? Izuku stopped before he looks to the stars. Soon. Chapter 30. Hello from the moon cell. Somewhere in a hidden location, Japan. Shit. Where is she? How the hell am I supposed to know? The man yells within a room as they threw around clothes, toys, and shelves to search for someone. Boss is gonna kill us. Us? More like you. You were in charge of watching her. Seriously, a few minutes in the FKN bathroom, and this is what happened. Flashback to moments ago. Hey, I will be back soon, gotta go take care of something, keep eye on her, K. Yeah, whatever, she just a little girl, not like she can run past everyone. Don't mess it up, remember the last guys. And the ones before. Sheesh. The two exchanged words as the girl they spoke about looks saddened as she stares down at a storybook. The book was so hopeful, full of colors, full of dreams and without pain. She didn't know much of the world, but she knew she was a cursed child, a monster that needs to atone for her sin, according to the bird-masked man. She stares at the pages of a happy home and family. Something she used to have until that day. Her quirk. It took her father away and made her mother leave her in the care of someone else. The grandpa that took her in was gone after a short period and she was left with nothing but emptiness. The toys and things left for her didn't make her happy but made her feel more alone. Most deserving for a cursed child like her. Just like what the bird-masked man said. Are you alright, little one? An unfamiliar voice spoke to her. It sounded like someone slightly older than herself, but it carried a mature tone. She wore a green kimono and has purple hair. Who are you? I suppose an introduction wouldn't hurt. My name is Kazuradrop, an alter ego class servant from the other side of the moon. A member of the Sakura 5. Cough. Enough about me, but what's your name? Eri. The now named Kazuradrop sit across from Eri and pats her head. Eri, I see, what a nice name. I don't think you're my master, but it's interesting for me to appear here before the others and away from a master. Would you mind telling me why you're locked up here?" The girl with white hair and a single horn, hearing her name called out so kindly, was taken back a bit. It's been so long since someone called her name in such a tone, and as such that she hesitated a bit before she told her story. "And that's why I am a cursed child. I took Papa away. And made Mama mad." The Zura dropped expression slightly and frowned a bit, but didn't show to this girl named Eri. "Quirks. Sigh. An imperfection. A bug of this current world. If I were to fix it. No, then I would stoop to the same level as that man. What shall I do? BB isn't here. But I can feel the presence of servants not too far from here. Why aren't they here to help this girl? I'm sure that some of them and their heroic hearts would come bursting in here. Yes, I will be the unlikely hero this girl needs." The strange girl stood up and grabs a hold of a few toys within the room and tossed it towards the door. The one remaining guard came right in after hearing the noise. He was surprised to see a second occupant in the room. Eri saw this and grabs a hold of Kazura in fear. "Hey, who the hell?" The tendril-like figure knocks him out. It moves closer to them and Eri grew more afraid. "Don't worry. This is something I am familiar with. But I'm still surprised I can still use, but it is a shapeshifter. An ability from my dearest mother." Before Eri could respond, she saw Kazura jabbing her hand into the man's head before smiling at her. "Don't worry, he is fine, just changing a few things here and there. After all, we can't have him remember this now, can we? Now then, let's go." The shapeshifter wraps itself around the man, turns into a sphere before disappearing from the room. Back to the present. Oh god, can't let boss find out or else." The man who was tasked with watching Eri jinxed himself as he ran into his worst fear. Boo. Boo. Boss. Filthy. Can't you watch where you're going? The man wearing the crow mask begins to disinfect the spot where his minion ran into before he looks back at the said minion. "Wait. Aren't you one of the men I assigned to take care of Eri? What are you doing here? Frantically running around. Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened to the last one who let her get away." Memories of the said comrades who failed the task of watching Eri came back. The walls of blood dripping right after the dreaded pleas all came from those who failed, and their bodies collapsed to the floor. They all begged for forgiveness. "Please boss, give me a chance, let me find her, I promise. I won't be causing you any more trouble." The crow masked individual sighs and let the minion run past him to find Eri. "Mimic. Take a team with you and find her, I will join later after a shower." "Yes, overhaul." Mimic disappears into the walls and reappears in his plushy form as he quickly assembles a small search party for the missing girl. "Camino. Well, this place should do." The Zura says as she plops Eri down on the floor right as the shapeshifter released them. "Where are we? Let's see, this place is Camino. Well, to put it easily, it's somewhere safe from those horrible men. Now then, I'll see you later, Eri." Just before Kazura could leave, Eri grabs a hold of her sleeve. "Wait. Sigh. Will this girl ask me to take care and watch over her?" was the thought that Kazura has before Eri had the courage to say it. Will I see you again?" The alter ego was slightly surprised by this, but smiled. "If we're destined to, then maybe." "What does destined mean?" Eri asked, making Kazura smile a little more. "It means if it's meant to be. Which I'm sure we will. But Eri, let me ask you this, why do you wish to meet me again?" Because. You're kind. Well, much kinder than those people, and you didn't look at me as a monster. Because you aren't. You're just a little girl who was just caught up with something bad. So don't worry, your path is just getting brighter from here on out." Before Eri could react, Kazura disappears from her view. The only person she has built a connection to was gone just like that. Although it was short amount of time, she still missed the interaction with others. She begins to tear up, but rubs it away as she continues to walk forward towards the brighter path she was told about. Just as Eri ran forward, she runs into a leg of an elderly man. "Oh, dear, are you alright, sweetie? Did I hurt you? Where are your parents at this hour?" Eri was frozen with fear, a stranger. Just today she met two new people. What should she do? Before she could answer, her stomach's growls. "Haha. Perhaps I should get you something to eat first, what do you say?" She wanted to refuse, but for some reason she feel like she could trust this individual. "Who are you?" "Oh. My apologies, too caught up in the moment, but allow me to introduce myself. My name is James Moriarty. I run a local bar. Diner I mean, and you are my dear." "Eri? Mori. Haha, you may call me James if you like." As Moriarty laughed, he couldn't help but notice a few things about Eri: her hospital-like gown, the bandaged around her arms that slightly fallen to reveal heavy scars, and a long hair, although washed, seemed to be not brushed. Most importantly, no last name. Most children would have said their full name, and she didn't answer where her parents were at, nor even seem to be panicking to find them. Well, she does seem to be afraid. It would seem to be a fear of meeting true danger. Moriarty kneels down and gestures if it's okay to pick Yuri up, and she hesitantly allows it. Thank you, now let's get you fed, how about it? The elderly man gently covers the little girl's eyes and jumps high from rooftop to rooftop, avoiding cameras, people, and Hero that patrol about. James, where are we going? It's so high. Yuri, who had her eyes covered, felt that they were flying as winds blew towards them, and the feeling of walking disappeared with it, replaced by jumps. Some place with good food. Sadly, I am a bit lacking in that department, so we'll head to somewhere that serves tasty food. Hold on tight. In a burst of speed, the servant head towards the new Chaldea in Musatafu. In Izuku's home medical wing. Ah. No. Please, I don't want to go back. Yuri's scream was heard throughout the hall as she desperately grabs a hold of Moriarty's sleeve. Everything was fine upon arrival. Few servants gave James few questioning looks, while some adore Yuri. He asked Kat to prepare something for the little girl as he took her to the medical wing, but upon arriving, Asclepius turns to meet them. All hell broke loose. Moriarty, who is this child, and why is she acting like that? The question from the doctor also puzzled him, as he had no idea why she had such fear, so he took her out of the room to calm her down. Yuri, dear, what's wrong? Do you not like doctors? If that's the case, then I'm sorry to bring you here, it's just that the scars on your arm. Moriarty spoke no further as the bandages that were once loose has completely fallen off. The few heavy scars he saw were actually more than he imagined. Those closer to the wrist were recent, also signs of being held down by straps to prevent her from running, and most of the scars seems to be surgically performed. His eyes of warmth turned icy cold before he snapped back. I'm sorry if I scared you, how about this? Let me bring you to our master, he is very kind individual, and even have kids around your age too. Yuri fear didn't lessen. Master like boss, like young master, did she unknowingly fold back into the Yakuza's hand, specifically back to the Shai Hasekai. No, please don't take me to him, please, I don't want to go back. She grabs Moriarty's arm tightly and avoid the two servants' gazes. I think getting rid of this works. Would you like some candy? Asclepius says as he removes his mask and hands over in green apple candy. Are you with Overhaul? Over? What? I'm sorry, little girl, but I'm Asclepius. I am affiliated with this man over here, or rather everyone that's called forth by our master, not this person called Overhaul. The doctor explains as he extends his arm forward to give Yuri the candy. She didn't reach for it, rather she turns away, still shivering as Moriarty picks her up to comfort her. Poor child. It's going to be alright. Overhaul. The name, or rather alias, of the young leader of Shai Hasekai. What is your relationship with this girl? As Moriarty mutters to himself, a few others approaches them. Moriarty. I heard someone crying, is something wrong? The familiar voice calls out, this followed along with a few tiny footsteps. It was Izuku and Jack who heard the cries of Yuri. Appa, who is that girl? Cough. As Jack said, Moriarty, who is this girl? Izuku asked as Jack was hyped to see a new person. Ah, Yuri, look, this is Maya, rather our master, he is a kind person. Moriarty's comment made Yuri look over. She was not expecting to see someone so young to be called a master. But then again, the way they used the word master didn't hold a tone of that was given to Overhaul. Moriarty put her down as he crouched right beside her. Hello. Her tone was light, but Izuku heard it, and he crouched to her level and gave a warm smile. Hello Yuri, I'm Midoriya Izuku, it's nice to meet you, and this girl here is Jack. Hi, we're Jack, it's nice to meet you. Jack said as they came closer to Yuri, who ran behind Moriarty due to the sudden close-up. Haha, Jack, please calm yourselves, I haven't known Yuri for long, but I know that she is a shy and easily frightened child. Oh okay. Jack answered to Moriarty as they back off to Izuku's side. Thanks Jack, so then Yuri, did you get lost? She nods and shakes her head to Izuku's question, as she didn't know what's really happening. Before long her stomach grumbles. Moriarty then raises his hand to pause the conversation. Master, if I may. How about we let Yuri eat some dinner first? I've asked Kat to prepare something for her, if that's alright. There's no need to ask that, you're part of the family, or rather our team, and as long as Kat or anyone is fine with, I'm sure it's no problem to make Yuri here a meal. So let's head on down, how about it Yuri? She pokes her head out and nods. He doesn't seem so bad, she thought to herself as she follows Izuku and Moriarty to the dining area. This left Asclepius behind, still holding the candy. Then, why did they come here? Jack will take the candy. And like that, Jack took the candy from Asclepius' hands, leaving the doctor alone in front of his office. As the four walked down to the elevator, Yuri dozed off in Moriarty's arm, and Izuku found it the perfect time to ask. What exactly happened that led to this? I sensed a presence of an unfamiliar magical energy. Seemed to be of a servant and purposely letting off the signal for one of us to come. I'm not sure if it were one of those hybrid shadow servants, but something tells me they weren't. Next thing you know I met Eri. An unknown servant. Do you think they're dangerous? Possibly not, as Eri's location was given, but that's not guarantee. Master, have you heard of the Shai Hasekai? Izuku thought for a second before looking at the taller servant. Is it one of the few remaining Yakuza group? Correct, and I am afraid this poor girl is somehow connected to them. Eri is? Yes, no child would for no random reason have so much fear in the Yakuza, or rather know of the leader's alias, and these wounds on her arm. Izuku looks over to see the arms of Eri and understood what the old servant was trying to say. Do you know why they did this to her? Moriarty shakes his head. As of now, no, or rather I wish not. I heard of an interesting rumor within my bar once. So it's just a guess. Flashback to several weeks ago. Hey bartender Hick. Have you heard? Well, I don't know what I've heard till you talk about it. The drunk man laughed before sluggish opening his mouth. Found a way to turn off quirks. Hick. Something like Eraserhead's quirk, or rather the quirk suppressant cuffs. Moriarty asked as he looks into a champagne glass to see if it's fully clean, as he was half interested in this man's topic. Nope. It's something new. It's shot from a bullet. When the target is hit, their quirk is gone for about a few minutes. Hick. You know how much you can do in this short amount of time. Hick. Well, do you? The bartender in question now looks uninterested at the man as he became entranced in his own thoughts. The bullet that causes someone to lose their quirks for some time, I doubt it's a government project. After all, if it is, it would have been revealed, but if it were hidden, it won't have just rumored into this man here. On average he come here 2 times a week and barely change that outfit, so it's more likely from some organization unaffiliated with officials. Haha, that's an interesting tale, mister, but where did you hear about this? Oh. I didn't hear, but I saw it. Several months ago. Hick. I worked for some business, I won't tell you what, but it was trading something in a warehouse. This piece of info made Moriarty remember Kuchulin's Lancer mission report from a few months back. Yeah, it wasn't much, I was just fishing late night since I got my break and decided to head back to Japan. There was a drug bust and the officers and heroes there were getting overwhelmed, so I interfere. Didn't really see much, mostly just drugs and just some empty capsules from what seemed like bullet casings or dart containers. Oh right, there were also triggers there. Lancer's report. I guess it's an oversight on Ku's part, but then again he was on break. As Moriarty mumbles to himself, the drunk man spoke up. So we were just moving the products. When suddenly we got robbed. By some thugs. Villains. So we, well, more like the security team, shot them with these darts and bam. Hick. They overpowered them. It was good till something blue hit us. Then, I was fired and now here I am, can't find one single job. I see. Interesting story now about your tab. There was a rings at the door and the drunk man left the bar. HMPH, you'd imagine at that speed he would have found another job. Oh well, he provides interesting infos from time to time. Flashback ends. And that's that. Moriarty finished telling his story and exits out of the elevator with Eri still asleep in his arms. I do remember Ku throwing some offhand remarks about that fishing trip. But then again, reading was a lot worse than hearing it, haha. As they arrived in the cafeteria, Eri awake to the aroma of something sweet. Hi Eri. Izuku says, which startled her a bit before she answers back. Hello. Midoriya. You can call me Izuku or Izu for short if you like. Well, are you hungry? She didn't answer but gave a slight nod. That's good, Kat and me are one of the best cooks we have here, and by the smell it's definitely something sweet. Proof that's right. Kat says proudly as she and Amiya walks out with plates of food. Moriarty, you should have specified what to make, it was tough making something without knowing what they prefer. Amiya, Archer, say as he and Kat place down assorted food. From steamed rice to hot radish broth, everything was made in care. The greens were slightly grilled and cooked in a sweet sauce for children to eat, and they made a hamburger covered in a savory sauce on the side. For dessert it was an apple pie. Well, it seems that you guys still managed to make something fast, and it looks great. Izuku says as Jack nods, wondering where their share at, and Moriarty just laughed a bit. Yufu. It's as master says, you all managed to pull through and did an excellent job. Eri, who was still in Moriarty's hand, begins to drool a bit at the sight food. She never had something as such, and just the smell was enough for her. Seeing this, Moriarty placed her down and gave her a spoon and fork. Go ahead Eri, it's for you. He says. But I can't. Why not Eri, it's made for you. Can I really? Of course you can, it's for you. Everyone gave Eri a smile and a nod telling her it's alright, and she begins to dig in. Although she doesn't seem to be starved, it still showed that this may have been the only decent and tasteful meal she had in a long time. Poor girl. Izuku says as he sat across from Eri. Jack sat beside him eating their meal and not saying much except giving a thumbs up to the chefs. Moriarty, give all the info to Tsukauchi about the shy. I mean them, and give him a heads up that this group may be disbanded soon. Oh. Master, I didn't take it you would take such steps. Well no, we first need info on what they did to her and then we carry out anything else later. I mean I feel like this is something we have to do. A child this small is suffering from the hands of Yakuza. And if I do remember correctly this specific ones are dealing large amounts of trigger trade. Moriarty gave a nod before smirking. Understood master, tomorrow morning's meeting with the entirety of our staffs, we'll be taking action. Before they finished their discussion they noticed Eri running towards the door. Eri, where are you going? I have to leave, thank you so much. For the meal, you all are very nice people. So I don't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? Izuku asked as he held on to Eri by her hands, before long Eri's tears rolls down her cheeks. I'm a cursed kid. Everywhere I go, I end up getting people hurt. But I don't want to stay there anymore. It hurts. It hurts so bad. And I can't stay here because he'll hurt you all. Please just let me go. She continued to cry as she holds into her own hands, and Izuku can't help but sympathize for the poor girl. She was probably no older than 10, and yet she is suffering so much. You're not a cursed child. Who told you this? From what we see you're just a normal kid who is just timid. Or shy and kind. So whoever told you this is wrong. Eri continues to cry and speak as Izuku and the others listen fully. It's true. He told that since I made Papa I made Papa disappear. And everywhere I run to, people gets taken away by them. I am cursed. Izuku clenched his fist but immediately releases it. Eri, you're not cursed. Things happen on accident or just by chances, and if you want to you can stay with us, we'll protect not only ourselves but you too. The little girl hesitated when she saw Izuku and every other servant's sincere look, but keeps wondering if she should. Moriarty spoke up as well. You're just a kid, a normal kid. Without finishing his words the door opens from behind them. Hello everyone, I'm home. Did I miss something? Also who's the girl? Duya returned after being briefed about being sent to Hokkaido for a couple days. The commission asked for his abilities handling a group of ice quirk user who were planning a heist from Hokkaido's central bank soon. He originally wanted a simple meal before leaving for the new job tomorrow morning, but found it a lot harder to do so than he expected. After getting the rundown he gave a slight chuckle. Well then. It's like fate has it stored out for all of us huh? Izuku, first me now her. Haha. Duya says as he finished off an instant ramen and tossing it out. Duya, would you be interested in lending a hand? Of course I would gladly do it. Cleaning up the scene. Oh, so I guess you guys are just rushing them then? The older man asked as he raised a brow, and Izuku replies. Yes and no, a team of servants along with myself will enter their headquarters to seize a few things. Details about the quirk erasing bullets, trigger trades, and other evidence of the Yakuza crime. And also what they did to her. Izuku looks over to see Moriarty, Jack, Nursery Rhyme, Paul, and Kat playing or rather chatting with Eri. Who still seems to be slightly uncomfortable with the sudden gathering of people and was jump scared by Amiya, who gave her another slice of apple pie. He quickly apologizes as the other servants glares at him. I guess we can clear a room for her. Or let Nursery Rhyme, Paul, and Jack have a sleepover with Eri. Izuku suggested. Tuya nods before asking the next question. Then what, we're gonna just keep her? Like what you guys did to me? Possibly, since her family members may be gone, since she said her father was gone due to her. Her quirk awakened and this caused the mother to go mad. Or just angered by Eri causing her to abandon her. Yikes. She told you this? So what's her quirk? Don't know. I am assuming Moriarty was going to have Asclepius take a look after a quick checkup, but I also feel we should have Tsukauchi take a look at it tomorrow after our meeting. Duya nods before tossing out the trash, and during so Izuku was curious about his new work. Also Tuya, a quick question about your next job. Oh, the one in Hokkaido, what about it? Duya asked in confusion. Nothing, it's just so strange for the commissions to send you there. It's quite the distance so far from our prefecture and seems odd to send you. No offense. None taken. Well, you see, over the years the Hero Commission has actually been competing against your servant, as society slowly view you guys as a better in some ways. So to combat that they need either young or new heroes to make some big names. That's why they aren't sending people like Endeavor or any of his sidekicks. Basically to prove the heroes still got it. But in reality Nezu will probably step in if the commission tries to use me as their PR, so they won't really be getting what they want from using me. Anyways, I'll be heading to bed, good night. Yawn. Duya says, before leaving for bed, and as for Izuku, he told Kat to help make Eri a room. Jack and nursery rhyme held onto Eri as Paul guides the way with Kat following them, leaving only Izuku and some servants behind. Moriarty. Do we have any samples of these bullets? No, Ku didn't grab any while he was there. But I can go see if I can grab a hold of some tonight, perhaps calling all our assassin here for reconnaissance. I will see who's available, and I was wanting to ask you guys this, perhaps see what they actually did to Eri. Understood. The night came to a close as Moriarty leapt off into the cities. Next morning. Setting up all communication lines. Writer Da Vinci says as she opens her holographic panels, within minutes projections of all the servants they sent around the world appears at the auditorium, each announcing their arrival. Members of England are here. We servants of India. Here. Servants from China here. We servants of the United States are here. Here. After a moment the room quiet down as caster Da Vinci step up to the center and begins her announcement. Welcome and long time no see. Well, that's not exactly true as we all met just last week. But we are here to discuss a few topics to talk about, but just yesterday a new one arose. So without further questions we will begin. All the holograms of the servants immediately have pop up of the current issues, some took a look at them slowly flipping through, while some either ignored it or have some else reads to them. Ah. So that blue hair guy is possibly back in Japan. Oi Da Vinci, do you need us to hunt him down? Mordred asked in excitement but was quickly shut down by Agravain. Mordred, it's yet time for you to speak, I'm sure Da Vinci already has something planned out. And so have you too, isn't that right? Agravain asked not only Da Vinci but Holmes and Moriarty, who sat closest to the center where Da Vinci stood. Well, as expected of current lead. No guardian of the round table, it's as you say, our target has possibly came back to Japan. But that doesn't mean ever servants should return here, we need to put up an act. We will continue to search and destroy all for one's assets in other countries while slowly baiting Matu out. Holmes said as he presented a new screen to all the audience showing maps and location of different facilities. Servants outside of Japan will continue what we have been doing these past years, search for all for one Matus, or rather what they left in those countries. While servants within Japan will be on high alert the whole time, as we already have a few evidence that Matu or all for one's followers have come back. There were no opposition of that plan as many servants just nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Da Vinci writer spoke up next. Alright. Next topic of discussion, if you all will turn to your next packet. The holographic screen changed, some servants elected a copy to save for the future, while others just left it be and tapped on the new one. This continued for the next couple of hours. So there is now true explanation on why not all the servants are summoned yet? Umayren asks as she grabs a hold of her holographic tablet. Yes, that seems to be the case. We've tried all the previous ways to solve them. But for some odd reason there is no response. Da Vinci replies, it was an issue they ran into when the Ritsuka were around, but they never experienced something like this. So for now we'll continue to try and summon others. But we have no guarantee as of now who will arrive or if they will answer. It was a difficult message to deliver, but no use in sulking with an issue there is no definitive answer to for now at least. Now then, I feel it best to discuss our final issue for today. Moriarty, if you will. Da Vinci gestures to the old man and he walks into the center. Hello everyone. I'll skip the theatrics for today. Please open the files, that's name Eri. The servants didn't question him and did so, and soon a face of disgust and anger formed by many. Some had no expression or just indescribable, Caster Gills. Is this true? Adelante asks as she begins to clench her fist so hard that it drew blood. Adelante, although spends most her time in Japan with Izuku, she was also stationed in Europe like many of her fellow servants who shared the same roots as her. She only recently departed, so learning the news about Eri was not easy on her. For the holographic displays, other servants' avatars came to comfort her and to calm her down, and Izuku did so as well. Moriarty, seeing this, decided to continue. Yes, upsetting, isn't it? But worry not, yesterday we have gathered some interesting info, thanks to our own ninjas, or rather shinobi. Last night after Moriarty's departure. He left for investigation. He called two servants. Kotaro. Danzo. Lovely evening, isn't it? I guess master already given you two the details. The two nodded as they jumped off the building. Moriarty leans his back on the wall as he awaits their return. It was not long until Kotaro brought a rough-looking man onto the top of the building, followed by Danzo, who also held another man. They were both bound and gagged. Moriarty inspects them before giving Kotaro a look, who in return passes him insignia. Ndidi is a member of the Shai Haseikai, take his gag off, will you, Kotaro? Understood. As he did so, the man gasped for air. You bastards know who we are and still going after us. Who are you, cops? Other gangs? Vigilantes? You aren't any hero I've heard of. HMMMPHHH. Moriarty grabs the man's mouth shut as he brings him to his eye. SHHHH. Will be the one to ask the questions, you will listen, understand. The man using his legs kick Moriarty in the face, only to be surprised at Moriarty's strength as he tightens not only the hand holding his mouth, but also his foot he tried to kick him with. Will you comply with us? Or as they say in the West, sleep with the fishes. This caused the man to nod in agreement to this strange Englishman's demands, which caused Moriarty to smile and drops him. Good, we're getting somewhere, now speak. Huff huff. But what make you think we know anything? We're just lower members, we barely know anything. We. Moriarty sighs and then speaks the name. Eerie. The two men froze in place. Who's that? Never heard of him. Who? Is that so? Kotaro. Is this man telling the truth? The shinobi shakes his head as he answers. This man, along with several others people, has been calling for Eerie, or saying such thing as, where is that stupid brat, damn that child, and such. Moriarty continues to smile as he slowly moved towards the man. Within a second he tossed the man into the sky. His weapon materialized behind him and shot at the man as he fell off the roof. Before he hits the ground, Kotaro grabs him and plops him back on the roof. Huff. Huff, are you crazy? I could have died. The smile from the old Englishman grew colder as he pointed his fingers at the man's fingers. He looked down to see all 10 of his fingernails were shot smooth. His fear grew more as he looked back at Moriarty's eyes. What do you want from me? Tell me everything you know. I'm just a lower member, I don't know enough. And I will be the judge of that, so speak. After a few hours the two men spill the bean. After a thorough search the two shinobi and Moriarty found no trace of the bullet. But from the info they received they already know what's the possible main ingredient. Present. We know where our target is located and Master has given us the go-ahead. Moriarty then looked at Izuku, who took in a deep breath and spoke to his servants. That's correct. As Moriarty says, I have agreed to invading the Yakuza headquarters. I have already given Detective Tsukauchi the heads up on possible turf war, so I think we can give them a little payback. For those servants involved in this operation I only ask for a few things. He raised 3 fingers. I want evidence from the headquarters of what they are doing, from those involving Eerie to those of the activities. Engage these people only if you need to, but don't go overboard that they couldn't be put on trial. Finally, I wish to speak with their leader as everyone handles the rest, if that's okay. There was no disagreement, well, none major. Those who slightly disagree were those worrying about Izuku's confrontation with a slightly unknown individual. As the meeting was just about to come to end, servant holographic projection all begins to glitch out. Many were confused as they looked at one another. Soon the holograms all disappeared, leaving only the servant of Japan, Holm, Moriarty, the two Da Vinci, Tuya and Izuku within the room. What just happened? Tuya asked as he got into a stance and flames came from his hand. Izuku and everyone also stood their grounds until suddenly they couldn't. One by one the servants that were there in person began to drop through a hole that appeared from under their feet. Some were taken away by shadow-like projection teleporting away. Hey, hands off. Aizu. Master. Or you get ready. Ryama. Oryu is ready and so is Izo. Boy, what are these bastards? As some servants got away they were still scattered by a sudden burst of light as they were all forcefully transported out of the room. Izuku had to close his eyes. When he opened them he saw that for the room he was in change, the floor and walls all look like they're digital as pixelation forms and disappear around them. Where? No, what happened? Wait. Isn't this just like Seraph? No. This is still our home. No. Kia. Oh yeah. It seems this master know me. Well, it's time to say hello senpai and please don't compare me to her. Chapter 31. AI's game. England. That girl seems to be causing quite the ruckus again. Agravane says as he finishes up his paperwork from the meeting beforehand that was interrupted by BB. Many servants nod their heads as they watch through the screens of their computers and holographic tablets that once connected them to the meeting room in Japan. Now it was just a loading screen with a constant spiraling cherry blossom and a chibi purple-haired girl holding a sign. Please wait until further notice. Should we do something about this? Bedivere asked as he got ready to leave, only for Gawain to hold him back. Now, I understand everyone's thoughts about what they wish to do for Master. I share the same sentiments as well. But have faith in our companions within Japan. That girl is trouble, yes. But for those servants and Master, this shouldn't be too much trouble. Everyone agreed and spoke of their plan about what to do now. Mordred stood up and wrapped her arm around Bedivere's neck before grabbing a hold of Berserker Lancelot's helmet. Alright, Franz, let's head on out, time to stretch a bit. She calls out to the girl with a single horn sitting on the couch. As she and Fran leave the room the others just sigh, as there's no stopping the rebellious knight. Agravain simply took a deep breath and just went back to his work. The other knight soon followed his steps. The knight then took a look at a notification that popped up, and it seemed that other servants around the world had a similar plan to what Mordred was doing. Soon enough, many other servants left for Japan. As he continued to scroll through his work, a slight frown appeared on his face as he noticed something off about his attendance sheet that has all the current assigned servants within Europe. Lancelot, Saber class, separate servant from his berserker self, whereas Han he seems to be nowhere in any of our European bases. The purple-haired servant takes off his glasses as he answers his fellow knight. That I do not know as well, now that I think about it, Sir Shakespeare has been asking about him recently. Or rather since Master's birthday. Back with Izuku. BB. Right. What game are you playing at? Izuku asks as he begins to use projection to create a few weapons to defend himself like how Amiya taught him to do. He is very wary of BB's sudden appearance. The girl in question smiled as she slowly approached Izuku. What should I do? The new senpai is asking BB what game his Kouhai is playing. BB hums around as she smiles back at Izuku. Well then senpai, if you must know. I'm just giving you a test run. With that, she rushes at Izuku at full speed when she is suddenly swatted back by Asterios. TSK. I thought Minotaur went back to Europe. Oh, what's this? A shadow servant. BB's observation was keen as the Asterios in question was indeed a creation summoned by Izuku. Unlike the previous shadow servant of Matu's creation, Izuku's shadow servant showed more lifelike appearances, the only difference were the slight mist that came off from their body. BB gave a smile as she was reminded of how the Ratuskas would do the same when their servants weren't around. Why are you so surprised? You cut my connection from the others, so it's only fair I even the odds on my own abilities as best as I could. Izuku says as he walks back a bit more towards the nearest exit. Before he could reach the door, the walls around him glitched and creatures that looked mechanical formed out of the walls and surrounded Izuku. Senpai, don't leave so soon, a test run isn't over yet. Plus don't you want to hear your Kouhai's grand plans? The girl says as she pats herself down and walks towards Izuku. BB, you clearly said test run, I feel that's more than enough to show what your intentions are. The girl pouts a bit. Ha. Senpai is misunderstanding my intentions, that's sad, but please take a look here. With that, BB slaps a teacher pointer toward the air and a holographic projection appears showing Hisashi, Tuya, and Eri in different locations of the building. But to everyone's surprise, a fourth human appears on the monitor. She seems to be sound asleep with a wrench in hand. May? Izuku screamed only for BB to look through her holograms to see who this human was. May? Who's she? Let's see him. Oh, that human technician and friend that senpai made when you were younger. How well that's just a bit out of my calculations. That and Kiara. The last part came out in a whisper, but Izuku still heard her well enough. Wait, Kiara's here as well, how? You and the Sakura 5, I could maybe understand how you've all made it here. But Kiara, how did she come with you guys? Izuku screamed as he heard tales about the nun. The files stored and descriptions by servants who personally dealt with her were extraordinary, to say the least. Especially when Anderson talks about her in his drunken rambles. Calm down senpai, I assure you that woman isn't as strong as the current me, so. Be at ease. As BB was about to finish her statement, she was stopped by an explosion. She opened her monitor to find Kiara rampaging in the library with different servants, who all seemed to be protecting a short blue-haired individual who ran with all his might. In Midoriya's family library. Huff. Humanity currently is under no true threat, they said. You'll just be working on reports at times, and the rest of the time you choose what you wish to do. They said. Huff. Yeah right, those liars. Yelled a very short stature's individual who seems to be on the brink of collapse. He has blue hair and wears a headphone while running in an overly large lab coat. Final Ascension Anderson. Next time I am modifying myself back to my true form, this old one is too much to run in. Huff. But that the short servant hides behind a series of shelves. As soon he hides himself, he sits down only to hear more explosions happening behind him, and combat continues. As Anderson began to get up, the shelf he hid behind exploded as books went flying. Then a certain someone flew through shelves. It was Asakabahem who crashed into the walls before falling on her back. Mr. Son, can't you just see what she wants? You. The fox, bat, princess fainted and Anderson let out a sigh. I would if only that woman could be a bit more approachable, so sorry bats. No can do. With that, the sound of more servants getting knocked over stopped and Kiara stood there alone looking at Hans. Judging by the fact that there's no one else running here, you finished off everyone within the library then? Anderson says as he looks at the nun, with his tired eyes. She slowly approaches him. Well. To be fair, servants that are given these classes are still at a disadvantage, are they not? After all, not all are fighters, and for skills, while they do have them, are a bit lacking when compared to me. DFF. And did the nunnery that raised you taught you those moves? The slight glare came from Kiara before she sighed. So, Anderson, tell me something new, won't you? How do you feel about your current state? Transparent arms come out of the walls, closing in on the small author, but he stops panicking. He just simply sighs as a light spirals around him, a small illusion made by hand. Honestly, not the best, can't go out for drinks or smoke without people asking my age. But I'm sure you're not here to ask about that, are you? The current illusion that Han made was of himself in his prime, a slender individual that has grown into his lab coat with both hands in his pocket. Oh. And do you intend to struggle more? I'm not against that, but I am surprised to see you walk up to face me. Han's illusional form smiled. Me? Facing you, of course not. Because I am an appetizer for the real main course. In an instant, as Kiara's arm lunged towards the illusion of Han, the illusion broke only for the hand to grab hold of an unconscious Asakabaham. The real Han opens a door and yells out for help, and within a few seconds, a giant black serpent carrying a man wearing white rammed right into Kiara. Ryoma jumps off, along with Kentoki, Raiko, Ushiwakameru, and Benki. Ryoma. How did Oryu do? The serpent asked with a smile, and in return, the man in white called Ryoma smiled back. You did great, but next time let's keep damage to a minimum. Ryoma says as he tosses away a used up mana prism. Oryu, we don't have many of these prisms just yet, so hold Kiara down as we try to finish this. Kentoki smiled as he adjusted his glasses, and Raikou unsheathed her sword alongside Ushiwakameru. Benki went to assist the other servants who lay prone on the floor. Meanwhile, Hans turned off his illusion and back to his short form, while giving a nasty smirk, which ticked off Kiara even more. Han Anderson. Kiara says as she struggles against Oryu. Back with BB. Well. I didn't see that coming. I mean, surely Kiara must have had other plans, right, senpai? Never truly know what she is up to. BB asks as she and her digital monster turn from the monitor back to Izuku, who runs out of the room. What are you guys just staring at blanks for? After him. But that command, they all charged out. Go right in for my Sakura 5, you're free to roam now. The announcement BB made rang through the building as the members of Sakura 5 that was called out looked up to the ceiling before moving out. As Izuku hears this, he picks up speed as he runs through the halls, dodging and weaving around the digital beast that BB has summoned. That's not good, BB's alter ego, although I can stall a few, fighting one is out of the question. As Izuku says this, he launches a few fireballs into the face of a few beasts before kicking them away. Hopefully I can meet somebody before I run into them. Izuku looked up to see Da Vinci's workshop, which was odd to him. The location of the meeting room and the workshop should be quite far from one another, they shouldn't be so close. BB. She probably altered the whole building, but since I'm here. May. He opens the workshop door where he sees his pink-haired friend awake and working on a pair of gauntlets. These babies 3.0 should be able to withstand Tuia's current output on the highest level. Now to work on the circuits for his suit. She was unfazed and didn't notice Izuku's sudden appearance, so he walked towards her and knocked on the workbench. May? Are you alright? And why are you here? Huh? Oh hey boss, well that's a silly question, you gave me permission to come anytime so I did. He rubs his head a bit before remembering he did do such a thing. The boy thinks for a bit, wondering how he should tell the current situation. He wanted to tell his friends about the world of magic, but not like this. Just when he was about to tell her the truth, a few more of BB's beasts came through the workshop door, gunning for the two. Seeing this, Izuku tries to shield May, only for him to see her tossing a few capsule-like items into the mouth of the beast. They burst into pixels, leaving the capsule to drop onto the floor. May. What are these? Oh, those they're mana disruptors made with a bit of QPs that Da Vinci gave me to study. Though they can't take down servants, they can still mess them up a bit, same with mages. Why? Her announcement surprised and shocked Izuku, who never revealed such a thing to May before. How did you? When? Boss, you may be smart in some cases, but you are at times just a little too easy to read. Plus you forgot I got to work with quirks to make these amazing babies for different clients, so in the end I knew your quirk isn't a quirk pretty soon. He scratched his head after her announcement, so he asked again. But a while ago during my birthday, you were talking about making equipment for my quirks. Well, like you, I can keep a secret, but I learned the truth from Da Vinci, because knowing you it's going to be a while before you tell me anything. But no worries, I won't hold it against you, only if. There was suddenly a large grin on her face, making Izuku very uneasy. Only if. You tap into this untouched market, think about it, equipment and support tools for mages of all levels, and our company to be the first to service all clients of all kinds. But those exist already. Not in the open market, it doesn't think of those mages that aren't affiliated with the association nor schools. But what's our current situation? The place seems different. After being slapped back into reality, May begins to observe and taps the digital walls. Well, here's what happened. The basement level. Duia was teleported to the basement level, thinking that the simulator, Chaldea's training device, had been hacked open. That's why there was a city here. He travels around the empty city to find Eri, who is scared as she is alone on top of a roof. Duia didn't hide his footsteps as he slowly approached her. Eri? Are alright? She quickly turns to look at him. She gives a slight nod before quietly asking. Where are we? He scratched his head before giving an honest answer. I don't know, but it's best we leave if we don't want to run into trouble. The hand was given to Eri to hold onto. The girl was hesitant to follow Tuia at first, but she soon trusted him after remembering the previous night. As the two wandered around the city, they hid at the sound of a massive footstep. The sound of the footsteps moved farther away until a booming voice could be heard. I sense someone is hiding. Are you in here? Suddenly the top of the building was torn away by a massive hand, but all she saw was blank, or rather mist. Too dusty. I guess it's my imagination. With that, she walked away. Tuia, follow us, we need to find Papa. The figure that appeared was Jack. She covered the room in mist to hide their presence. Jack soon turns to the door and runs. Tuia slowly guides Eri behind the white-haired girl and leaves the demolished building. Hey Jack, what is that thing? She is one of the Sakura Five, a servant named King Pradia. Nursery Rhyme answers as she and Paul come from around the corner to meet up with them. Sakura? Is she like Parvati and Kama, a pseudo-servant? Are they related to that teacher that came to Izuku's birthday? Tuia? Not exactly, the stories are a bit long, but they were created by a super eye named BB, their split emotion personality of hers, that are infused with the strength of other heroic spirits and deities. There was a puzzled look from Tuia as he ran along with the servants and slowly digesting the new info with Eri in hand. She looks like Kazuradrop. Eri whispers out, but no one hears her as they run away, only to be stopped by an enormous hand blocking their path. Found you? Now where is Master? The five stood in awe at the massive size of King Pradia before readying themselves for combat. Are you? Do you know Kazuradrop? Through the chaos, Eri raised her voice only a little to a somewhat familiar face. King Pradia looked in confusion before bringing her face closer to the servants, Tuia and Eri. You know Kazuradrop? The giant asked while being genuinely curious about how this little girl knew about her missing sister, who wasn't with any of them when transferred back to this world. The group stood still and Eri got a bit more nervous, but nodded. After all, she met good people all this time, so maybe this giant wasn't so bad. She saved me. A slight surprise was shown on Pradia's face before tilting it and spoke in a whisper, but due to her size everyone heard her. Kazura would save you? Did mother tell her to do so? No. Well, no matter. Do you know where Master is at? Tuia put Eri down and placed her behind him before answering. We don't know. Everyone within the building was transported all around, but… King Pradia, are you our enemy? The giant servant sat up and put a finger to her chin. Mother did say to was a challenge. But I don't want to pick a random fight. Will fighting you all bring Master here faster? The group immediately shook their heads, which made the giant servant smile a bit more. Good, I don't want to fight you guys anyway. Paul, is it possible for me to be your size or at least get any smaller than this size? King Pradia asked with gleaming eyes, making Paul more nervous to answer. We can ask Da Vinci. I guess. Paul looked at everyone and they just nodded, and with that, King Pradia shrunk down to her minimum height of 5 meters. Well, then only 4 more of you guys to go then. Tuia asked, only for King Pradia to shake her head. No. For the Sakura 5, there's only 4 of us that are here. Kazuradrop didn't get summoned with us, but if you do count Mother then yes 4. With that, the group simply left the virtual city as King Pradia turned it off. Even though it is her smallest size, she was still 5 meters. In any normal building, it may be hard for her to fit through, but thanks to a certain king's intuition and Da Vinci's planning, that was not an issue of heights. The group left smoothly, but not to the floors they were expecting. In the kitchen. The woman with the same appearance as BB was fighting off Amiya, Akita, and Hajime. Her arm was like a lance, or rather transformed into such as she knocked the servants all around. Do you have any idea how hard it is to keep this place clean and functional? It's important that people can come here after a long day of work to enjoy a nice meal. Amiya says with a slight annoyance to his voice, as he sees weeks of prep he made with others go to waste. Boo. I'm sorry Archer, but BB's order was to keep everyone in place as she finishes some business with your current master. Akita and Hajime readied their swords once again and launched themselves closer to her, both slashing at her with incredible speed, but got nothing as in her place, BB's beast took the hit and dispersed. As the fighting continued, a single sharp-eyed man came from the dining room and started thrashing angrily. "Who are you?" the woman yells as the speed of the man charging towards her surprised her. "I am the vice commander of the Shinsengumi. Hijikata to Shizo." As he swings his sword at Violet, she can do nothing but use her whip from her hand to block the blow. As it impacted, she was launched through wall after wall. Nikita and Hajime sigh as they see their vice commander's strength ending this in an instant. "Where were you?" Nikita asked as she cut down some more beasts that popped out. "HMMPH. I don't know, 1 second I was sent down to a trash duct and the next thing I know I was cutting down these monsters that the one called BB made." Hijikata looks sad as he stares down on the floor, his favorite pickled radish now scattered and stepped on. He kneels ready to take a bite only for Akita and Hajime to hold him down. "No. Don't do it. Vice Commander, calm yourself, Emiya, do something." Emiya nods and begins chopping fresh radishes. The group argues when finally Violet slowly walks back into the kitchen. She was only slightly wounded but was slowly healing from Hijikata's attack. "I should have been much stronger under BB's territory, although I don't imagine I can beat everyone within this current building, I still shouldn't have been this easily damaged." She adjusted her glasses before looking at Hijikata, who was now sitting on the kitchen countertop, still trying to eat the fallen pickled radish. "Please just answer her." The radish was finally dropped as the vice commander looked at their opponent before a slight smile appeared on his face. "You're not Pashinlap, but you are also quite a sight to behold." Violet adjusts her glasses once more before turning her arms back into her whip and glares at Izuku's servant. "You're just like the files describe and what Pashinlap told me, a very straightforward man." The fight began once more, only this time Hijikata and Violet were the only two fighting. Well, to be fair, as a berserker he is pretty free to fight however he wants. Sigh. "Akita, would you like to lend a hand on these bento boxes using these scraps of what I can salvage?" "Of course. How about it?" "Who? This is troublesome, but sure, although there ain't much here to work with." Truly the kitchen was a mess, but that didn't stop Emiya as he blazed through the rubbles and handed Sato Hajime a washcloth and Akita a knife. "This is plenty." BB's studio. HMF. Meltreless. Pashinlap, don't you think they're taking this too easy? Also, there are too many anomalies happening. Kazuradrop is out of the picture and can't be summoned, and Kiara somehow hitched a ride here. BB watched as Izuku's servants plowed through her summoned beast. She watched as Kinpratia tagged along with Tuya and watched Hijikata beating Violet back into the wall as the 3 other servants began cooking boxes of lunch. As for the library, it seemed like an old-fashioned kaiju show where Kiara is the monster, while the other servants are the heroes gathering one by one. Her beast along with traps around the building were getting destroyed one after another as BB sat down on a chair and continued to spawn more replacements. "I guess we aren't a challenge. After all those small summer vacations, plans, smaller singularity. Maybe I overplayed it too much, after all, everyone here remembers our times together." Meltrela sips a drink before answering BB. "You know you're going to be punished, right? BB, after all this is quite the mess you made." "I agree with what Melt said, mother. Why are we acting as a threat? I know he isn't them," referring to Hakuno and Fujimaru, "but do you dislike him so soon?" Pashinlap spoke as she stared at both her creator and sister, who was just glaring at BB's antics. "Like I said, it's just a game, there is no hate or love, just a simple test to see if he's worth his weight in gold. Or just a simple disappointment. Also, it's been ages since I've had so much fun, don't you two agree?" The 2 alters' ego shakes their head as they see that nothing they can say can deter BB's plan. Meltreless left the room as she was done with the room, and so did Pashinlap as she watched back, seeing BB cracking her knuckle and going crazy over a keyboard that appeared floating in front of her. She shakes her head as she is carried away by her giant hand out of the room, quietly whispering to herself. "I hope we won't be punished for mother's doing." Meanwhile, somewhere within the building, smoke came from a room and 2 figures appeared from out of the smoke. One was carrying a giant coffin-like device on their back, while the other kicked away the oncoming flow of enemies. The figure took a deep breath before fixing her gloves once more. "We shall begin the treatment." That's it, guys. We've reached the latest chapter. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Until the author add more chapters. Take care.